Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do. He learned the location and basic details of the critically injured patients. Both of them were still in life-threatening danger. Time stop. Using his time stop ability, Lin Yi successfully entered the Ecchi emergency room and found his target. One of the patients, wrapped head to toe in bandages and in critical condition, had his eyes closed. 4 tubes were inserted into his body, and he wore an oxygen mask to assist with breathing. The other patient was in slightly better shape but still not well. Lin Yi took a moment to recall what he had seen before silently leaving the Ecchi. He found the medical records. Koichi Honda, 35 years old. On April 8, at 9:38 p.m., he suddenly developed symptoms. His heart stopped beating, breathing ceased, and he fell into a deep coma and shock. After 10 minutes of resuscitation, he was declared dead. The time caught Lin Yi's attention. When he had sent Hina to Cabana off, it was just before 9:30 p.m., and it would take about 6 minutes to reach the street where the strange phenomenon had occurred. If the eye contact was just a coincidence, then this time could align. The chances of it being just a coincidence are very slim. Lin Yi boldly suspected that the strange entity that possessed him last night might have originally belonged to the deceased Koichi Honda. If that was the case, would the other two also become new entities? Lin Yi focused and committed a memory to his mind. There was also another injured person at Chiba City General Hospital who needed to be checked on. The man who had been possessed by the strange entity. After the possession creature had been destroyed and Lin Yi had called the police, the man had survived and might now have regained consciousness. Lin Yi wanted to know whether this man had any memories from the possession period. A few minutes later, Lin Yi once again used the time stop ability to freeze the world and made his way to a special floor. With guards posted, he easily located the man. The man, dressed in blue hospital pajamas, was sitting up and watching TV, looking to be in stable condition. Lin Yi didn't speak to him directly but instead searched for the official inquiry notes. Name, Kenji Hirano. Age, 28. Condition, intermittent headaches, no memory of the possession period, vague dream-like recollections. His last conscious memory was riding the train back to his apartment. Conclusion, it is suspected that he encountered the strange entity on the train and was successfully possessed. The information wasn't much, but it was enough. Lin Yi's purpose was to confirm whether the man had any memory of the possession period, and this report had already given him the answer. He returned everything to its original place and left the room, heading back to the spot where he had activated the time stop. Only then did he release the time stop and let everything return to normal. The noisy sounds of the hospital filled the air. Patients were walking slowly down a hallway, and several nurses hurried by, as if something important had just happened. Lin Yi took the elevator down and left the hospital. It was already 6 o'clock. The sky had darkened. Lin Yi walked alone along the wide street, a light breeze bringing a refreshing chill. Ding ding ding. His phone rang. It was from Ai Hoshino. Good evening. Good evening. Lin Yi-kun, how was your day? Was school interesting? She was very curious about Lin Yi's high school life. To be honest, she sometimes wished she could go back to school. High school life is great. Full of youthful, beautiful JK girls. Just looking at them makes me feel at least 10 years younger. Lin Yi replied. Ha ha ha, 10 years younger? That would make you only 6 or 7 years old. I teased. The two chatted for about 10 minutes before the call ended. As an idol, Ai Hoshino returned to her daily routine. Most of her time was spent practicing dancing and singing. Additionally, on Lin Yi's suggestion, she had started a dedicated exercise regimen. Sigh. I wish Lin Yi-kun were studying in Tokyo. Chiba wasn't far, but still, it was a distance. If Lin Yi were in Tokyo, she could visit him every day. Ai Hoshino thought for a moment, her face turning slightly red. Slap. She slapped her own cheek. I shouldn't think like that. I need to train properly. Next time, I won't be a burden to Lin Yi-kun. With that, she resumed her running on the company treadmill, sweating as she continued to work hard. Lin Yi returned to his apartment and conducted a thorough check. ID cards, bank cards, 30,000 yen in cash, and he neatly arranged everything. Lin Yi had considered that the original owner might have kept a diary, But now he knew that wasn't likely. Most people didn't write diaries. Let's see if I can reset the bank card password via the app. If not, he'd have to visit a branch of the bank in Tokyo. Money was necessary. How to make money? His time stop ability was incredibly strong. Even if he robbed a bank, no one would notice. But Lin Yi had no intention of doing so. He had principles. Since he had decided to keep a low profile, he needed to be careful about his income and finances, to avoid drawing any suspicion. Maybe I should find a rich woman to support me. If he had a rich woman taking care of him, money wouldn't be a problem at all. Completely legal, and it wouldn't raise any suspicions from the authorities. Lin Yi chuckled, sat at his desk, and opened his computer. Let's first check out the safety accidents, deaths, and urban legends circulating around Shiba. The incident at the Kokoro Love Hotel and the bizarre fire injuries had made Lin Yi consider linking some of the real-world incidents with these strange events. He could actively trigger tasks in the strange game. Waiting passively wasn't his style. Chapter 58, Boys Have Those Days. Lin Yi wasn't familiar with Japanese internet and didn't know the related websites, so he had to go step by step. He used a browser to search for Chiba-related news and then used the comments section to privately message appropriate users to inquire about the information. However, the efficiency was low, and not all users were willing to reply. But in the end, he had gathered some information. An hour later, Lin Yi stood up to stretch and move his body. Exercise to improve physical condition, learn combat skills to increase combat power, and also firearms. Firearms and ammunition might not be effective against the strange entities, but they could help calm any human witnesses, making them more rational and willing to listen. Thinking of the middle-aged man at the hotel, Lin Yi felt that such reactions would likely increase in the future. The second thing is money. He needed money for his daily life and studies, as well as to purchase specialized tools and equipment for dealing with the strange game in order to improve his survival rate. Lin Yi knew very well that time stop was not invincible. For example, at the Kokoro Love Hotel, although the strange entity couldn't harm him while using time stop, if he hadn't noticed the pollution value and thought of a solution, he too would have been possessed and eventually turned into one of the strange entities. He could take an optimistic approach to the strange game. But tactically, he had to take it seriously and make full preparations. Lin Yi took a pen and paper and started writing in his notebook. Soon, the white pages were filled with words. He then began to erase and revise them repeatedly until he felt satisfied. It was late at night. Lin Yi glanced at his phone. It was already past midnight. He put down his pen, went to the bathroom to wash up, and quickly, the last light in his small apartment went out. Lin Yi lay down on the bed, closed his eyes, and soon his steady breathing could be heard. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. The alarm clock rang. Lin Yi turned it off and immediately got up. His exercise began today, starting with a morning run. He changed into his sportswear and running shoes, following the plan from yesterday to begin jogging. Ho! Ho! Half an hour later, Lin Yi returned to his apartment, holding steamed buns and milk he had bought at the convenience store. Nutrition is also something to keep an eye on. After eating and taking a quick shower, Lin Yi changed into his school uniform and headed to school. Walking down the tree-lined path towards Subu High, Lin Yi looked at the energetic high school girls ahead, feeling relaxed and happy. This felt completely different from his high school life in his past life. Entering the school gate and climbing the stairs, Lin Yi arrived at the floor where Class J was. Just then, a cold-looking girl with long black hair walked toward him with light footsteps. Lin Yi didn't greet her. He felt that even if he did, she probably wouldn't respond, so it was better to say nothing. Soon, the school bell rang. There were no special events throughout the day. After school, Lin Yi changed into new clothes and headed to his target destination for the day, Chiba Park. At around 9 p.m., someone was walking in the park and heard a mysterious female voice. But when someone gathered the courage to search, nothing was found. This happened for 3 consecutive days. Lin Yi began his stakeout at 8 p.m., but by 10 p.m., he hadn't heard any mysterious female voices, nor had there been any prompts from the game. I'll come back in a couple of days and check again. Next, Lin Yi carried out field investigations based on strange news he had found online, like the zombie corpse at the crematorium and moving statues at the shrine. The first one allegedly involved a crematorium worker who discovered a corpse standing and walking during a night shift, scaring him so much that he ran away. The next day, however, the corpse was found lying back in its original position. The second incident was about a shrine priestess who forgot something and, after dinner, went back to the shrine to retrieve it. There, she saw the statue came to life and smile at her. The terrified priestess fainted on the spot and woke up in the middle of the night, escaping from the shrine. However, in both cases, Lin Yi found nothing and didn't trigger any tasks. On Friday afternoon after school, Lin Yi was once again called to the life guidance office of Shizuka Hiratsuka. As usual, Shizuka Hiratsuka, dressed in a white lab coat, looked at Lin Yi with a helpless expression. Sigh, what have you been doing lately? You look mentally exhausted and like you're not getting enough rest. Well. Lin Yi hesitated. Tell me. She clenched her fist, making a crackling sound, which was meant to intimidate him. You know, teacher, boys in high school have those days. Lin Yi muttered. Tell me the truth, or I'll use the iron fist on you. You won't be able to hit me, teacher. Oh? Shizuka Hiratsuka stood up, her eyes locked onto Lin Yi, and a smile crept onto her face as she slowly spoke. Do you want to try? See if I can hit you? No thanks. If you can't hit me, that would be really embarrassing. Swish. The sound of a fist cutting through the air. But it missed. Shizuka Hiratsuka was stunned. Even though she consciously pulled back her strength at the last moment, there was no way it could have missed. Crash. Lin Yi immediately grabbed his stomach, his face pale, and let out a painful noise. Shizuka-sensei. You're hitting me. Help. Help. Shizuka Hiratsuka? Don't say nonsense. She panicked. She had seen mischievous students before, but never one like Lin Yi. Stop shouting. Fine, fine, tell me what you want, and I'll grant it. I need a girlfriend. Find one yourself. I want the right to take leave anytime. So that was Lin Yi's true purpose. That's impossible. But Shizuka Hiratsuka didn't outright reject him. If you have a good reason, I might approve it. Swish. Lin Yi shook his clothes. Thank you so much, teacher. I'll study hard and aim for the top of my grade to show you. Hey, if you can really get first in the grade, no, even third place, then I might consider giving you that right. It wasn't that she didn't believe Lin Yi, but the gap between him and first place was just too wide. After all, Yukino Shito had been in first place since the beginning of the semester, and the second place student was still 15 points behind her. It wasn't something anyone could easily surpass. It's a deal. I was waiting for you to say that. Lin Yi extended his hand toward Shizuka Hiratsuka, leaving her wondering if she had just been tricked by him. Could he really make it into the top 3? Deal. Shizuka Hiratsuka finally gave in and agreed. Lin Yi left with satisfaction. Next, he was planning to visit Chiba City General Hospital again. Chapter 59, The Tempting Female Nurse. In the past week, Lin Yi visited Chiba City Hospital for the second time. Over the span of 4 days, the man, Kenji Hirano, who had been possessed by a strange entity, had already been discharged. The 2 individuals severely injured in the Chiba Station fire were in different conditions. One, with relatively lighter injuries, had regained consciousness and was transferred to a regular ward, while the other, who was in critical condition, remained in the Ecchi under close monitoring. According to the information Lin Yi gathered from the medical staff, the severely injured person had little chance of survival. Vital signs were weakening, and it was likely that they wouldn't make it through the next 2 days. However, Lin Yi still hadn't triggered the game task he was hoping for. In the lobby on the first floor, Lin Yi sat in a quiet corner, silently contemplating. Could I have misjudged? Had connecting the strange occurrences with the fire, just based on the possessed man's appearance and the photos from the news, been too far-fetched? Lin Yi rubbed his chin, still feeling confident that his analysis was correct. Maybe it's just a matter of probability. Not every person will trigger a strange event. With this thought, Lin Yi stood up. The antiseptic smell in the air wasn't particularly pleasant, and he decided it was best to return to his apartment, read some books, and rest. Tomorrow was Saturday, which would give him time to familiarize himself with Chiba City. As Lin Yi stood up, he noticed several young female nurses in their uniforms walking by in the lobby, chatting amongst themselves. I'm so exhausted these past few days. Finally, I get a good rest. A day and a half off. So happy. One of the young women in a pink nurse uniform wore a relieved expression. The intense overtime work had pushed her to her limits, and she was in desperate need of a break to recover. I envy you, Ren-chan. You just had time off last week. What's there to envy? I'm still stuck in the Ecchi, so busy. But your salary is higher. I don't care about the salary. As the nurses continued their banter, they passed by Lin Yi. A slight smile slowly appeared on Lin Yi's calm face. My analysis and judgment are correct. Ding. Detecting strong strange energy emanating from a nearby person. Task conditions have been met. Task initiated. Task name, Rampage. Task type, real world routine. Task objective, ensure the person's life safety, except. If no response within 5 seconds, the task will be automatically declined. The game prompt sounded just as the group of female nurses walked closer. Among the 3 nurses, one of them had a strong aura of strangeness attached to her. Lin Yi could rule out the nurse who had been working in the Ecchi recently, so the remaining 2 were the only possibilities. It's her. However, from the task's description, Lin Yi realized that the female nurse wasn't possessed by a strange entity, but merely carried a strong aura of strangeness. This was likely to attract strange entities. With that thought, Lin Yi decided to follow her. He couldn't afford to lose her. Using his time stop ability, Lin Yi entered the nurse's changing room. By coincidence, the three nurses were in the middle of changing clothes. Their seductive lingerie revealed large patches of smooth, white skin, giving off an alluring vibe. An irresistible, crime-inducing posture. Lin Yi quickly left and returned to his original position, deactivating time stop. Truly, being a nurse, the uniform does add to the attraction. He muttered this comment to himself, suppressing any further thoughts. A few minutes later, the three nurses came out, walking together. Lin Yi initially thought they would head straight to the train station, but at the hospital gate, the group broke off, and Lin Yi followed the one nurse who was heading in a different direction. Tap tap. The soft sound of footsteps echoed as the nurse walked alone. The nurse, Ren Nanis, worked in the Echo of the city hospital, and her job pressure was immense. Despite being very busy, she occasionally had to deal with advances and confessions from men. She had chosen to work in the Echo to avoid such distractions, though the results weren't entirely successful. Oh. Tomorrow and the day after, I can finally rest. Just thinking about getting a good night's sleep made her feel a sense of relief. However, suddenly, Ren Nanis turned around, her gaze scanning the area ahead. There was no one in sight. Was that just an illusion? She had the distinct feeling that someone was following her. I heard there was a recent incident involving the kidnapping of young women in Chiba. Her anxiety grew, and she quickened her pace. A few times, Ren Nanis turned to check behind her but saw no one. She began to convince herself that she was just overthinking it. Then, as she turned back around, she suddenly jumped and came to a sudden stop. She had almost collided with a man in front of her. Sorry, really sorry. She quickly bowed her head in apology. Apologizing? You almost bumped into me. The man, who looked rough around the edges, scanned her up and down with an impolite look in his eyes. Miss, if you want me to forgive you, it's simple, just join me and my buddies for a meal. What do you think? Ren Nanis realized there were two more men behind him. By their clothes, they looked like delinquents. Ren Nanis instinctively took a step back, trying to create some distance, but the delinquents didn't intend to let the beautiful girl go. How about having a drink with us? We won't hurt you, I promise. Ren Nanis felt even more uncomfortable. Why was she running into this kind of trouble today? She immediately turned around and tried to run, but the delinquents were faster, blocking her path. She was surrounded. Hey! At this moment, Lin Yi appeared. He looked at the three delinquents and couldn't help but wonder. Was this the kind of crisis that the nurse had to face? It didn't seem related to anything strange at all. Kid, don't interfere in other people's business. Playing the hero? Let's see if you've got the guts. The odds were 3 against 1, and the advantage was theirs. However, seeing that Lin Yi wasn't backing down, the closest delinquent immediately swung his fist. Thud. The delinquent bent over, clutching his stomach and crying out in pain. The other two looked furious, their eyes filled with anger. Die, kid. One of them even pulled out a knife. But in the blink of an eye, both of them were on the ground, crying out in pain like pigs being slaughtered. Ren Nanis realized that she had been saved. She smiled at Lin Yi. Thank you. But as soon as she spoke, her expression changed. She recognized him. Wasn't he the masked man she had seen in the hospital lobby? Why was he here? Subconsciously, Ren Nanis turned around and started running. Lin Yi froze for a moment. At that instant, Ren Nanis saw the 18 bus slowly approaching the stop. She quickened her pace and boarded the bus, feeling safe. The stalker was behind her. But was there even a stop for the 18 bus here? Chapter 60, Bus number 18. Lin Yi didn't fully understand why, but immediately started running to catch up. I can't let them escape. Hurry up. One delinquent helped his comrade up and shouted as he chased after them. Meanwhile, bus number 18 had already stopped. The 3 people waiting at the bus stop boarded the bus one by one. Ren Nanis followed closely, paid her fare with coins, and then Lin Yi got on. You two better not try to run. The 2 delinquents also boarded. At this point, Ren Nanis was worried. The stalker had gotten on the bus as well. The fact that he followed her onto the bus meant he was really targeting her. Could he be the person responsible for the recent string of young women kidnappings? She tightly gripped her phone, ready to call the police, but for some reason, the bus felt unusually cold. Ren Nanis looked around. The bus wasn't crowded, but the atmosphere felt heavy. Passengers were seated in groups of 2 or 3, their faces obscured in the dim lighting, and there was a faint air of strangeness around them. Others might not have noticed, but as a player in the strange world, Lin Yi was already familiar with such sensations. The real danger Ren Nanace was facing was this bus. "Hey, kid, respond. We're about to get off." The driver suddenly spoke from the front of the bus. "Please take your seats, the bus will be leaving soon." His voice was cold, almost chilling. "Wait for us, we'll get off soon." One delinquent tried to forcibly pull Lin Yi off the bus, but the next second, slap, the delinquent's head exploded, and his body collapsed to the floor. The entire bus fell silent. The blue-haired delinquent at the back of the bus widened his eyes. His buddy had just died like that? Ren Nanace was stunned, terror surging through her mind as she prepared to scream. "Whoa!" But Lin Yi quickly covered her mouth. "If you don't want to die, keep quiet." He pointed to the warning notice at the front of the bus, "Please refrain from loud noises during the ride." Slap. The middle-aged woman who had just gotten on the bus ignored Lin Yi's warning and continued screaming. With a pop, her head exploded, and she collapsed to the ground, her body quickly melting away into nothingness. The blue-haired delinquent turned to run but found himself unable to move past a certain point. He couldn't leave the bus. "Please take your seats, the bus will be departing soon." Under the threat of 2 deaths, no one dared to ask any more questions. The other 2 people quickly found nearby seats and sat down. Lin Yi quietly analyzed the seating arrangement of the other passengers. He then gently reminded Ren Nanace. 2 people should sit together, 1 person on the single seat. After speaking, he guided her to a pair of seats at the back of the bus. In front of them, 2 unknown strange entities sat together in a row. The middle-aged man and young guy quickly swapped seats and sat together, while the remaining blue-haired delinquent sat alone on the right side in a single seat. The 3 of them instinctively trusted Lin Yi's advice. With a hiss, the bus door slowly closed. Boom, boom. The bus began to accelerate slowly. Sitting by the window, Ren Nanace was starting to calm down. She gently pulled her hand away from Lin Yi's grip. Though he had helped her, she still couldn't shake the impression that he might be the stalker. She remained wary of him. She glanced at Lin Yi, and seeing that he wasn't paying attention to her, she felt somewhat relieved. She began to observe the surroundings just as he had. Her first glance out of the window revealed nothing but darkness. It was as though Chiba City's bright lights had disappeared entirely. A thought began to form in her mind. She had encountered a supernatural event. Simply put, she had encountered ghosts. Suddenly, her heart started racing again, filled with dread. Ren Nanace wanted to cry. She wanted to go home. She missed her parents. Who could save her? Just then, a warm, solid hand took hers, which was trembling. Ren Nanace froze. Lin Yi handed her his phone, and the screen lit up, showing a message. "Follow the rules and you'll be fine. Don't make loud noises, don't communicate with the driver. I will take you out of here safely. Trust me." The text, accompanied by a cute emoticon, immediately helped ease her anxiety. Despite him being the potential stalker, Lin Yi now gave Ren Nanace a sense of security. She trusted him. She believed she could make it out alive. Trembling, Ren Nanace took the phone and typed out a reply. "Why are you helping me? Do I need a reason to save someone? But you were following me, right? Yes, because you're very cute." Lin Yi chose this simple, direct reason, as it was easier for her to accept. He couldn't exactly tell her it was part of the strange game mission. Ren Nanace bit her lip, thought for a moment, and typed again. "Will we really be able to leave this bus alive?" Lin Yi gave her a thumbs up. Ren Nanace gently nodded, signaling her trust in Lin Yi. The other 3 passengers were still trembling. They had also realized that the other passengers around them were not human, they were definitely monsters. The blue-haired delinquent glanced at Lin Yi, signaling with his eyes, hoping Lin Yi would give them some reassurance. Lin Yi pointed to the notice on the bus. Boom, boom. The bus continued driving for about 3 minutes before slowing down. "The bus is about to stop, passengers preparing to disembark, please get ready." "The bus is about to stop, passengers preparing to disembark, please get ready." The repeated announcement made the group look toward the exit. Once the doors opened, they would finally be able to leave this terrifying bus. Soon, the bus stopped. The front and rear doors both opened with a swish. The exit doors were open. Hope was just ahead. Chapter 61, Save Me. The blue-haired delinquent clearly remembered that when he tried to get off the bus through the front door, an invisible barrier blocked his way. No matter how much he struggled or pushed, he couldn't step outside. In the few minutes that followed, he realized that this bus number 18 had special rules. He might be a delinquent, but he was not stupid. If he couldn't exit through the front door, maybe he could use the back door. As he thought, the middle-aged man and the young guy sitting on the left side also came to the same conclusion. This dangerous and terrifying bus was a place they didn't want to stay on any longer. They just wanted to get off, to leave immediately. That was the only thought in their heads. With the bus stopping, the back door opened, and the young guy immediately stood up and rushed toward the exit. The middle-aged man quickly followed, and then came the yellow-haired delinquent. But because of the seating arrangement, a strange being closer to the door stood up first and blocked their path. The young guy shuddered, hoping the strange being would move faster. Tap. Tap. The strange being walked at a slow, deliberate pace, causing the young guy and his companions to silently curse, but none of them dared to speak or make any moves, fearing the strange being's wrath. Ren Nanis watched their reactions, feeling extremely anxious. She realized this was a chance to get off the bus, but since she was sitting on the inside, it would be difficult for her to leave without Lin Yi standing up and letting her out. Ren Nanis shook her head and gestured toward the back door, her eyes filled with urgency. Slap. Time stopped. During the moment the bus was parked, the lights inside brightened slightly. Lin Yi immediately focused his attention on the route map on the bus. During the journey, everything had been pitch black, and they couldn't see anything. But now, the route map had appeared. The first stop was lit up. The words were unintelligible, but the second and third stops followed with equally cryptic text. However, the fourth stop, Chiba Station, was clearly visible, almost as if it was trying to tell them something. The first 3 stops weren't in the human world. Anyone who got off at those stops would surely die. Lin Yi returned to his seat, released time stop, and placed a hand gently on Ren Nanis' shoulder, applying slight pressure as he spoke. This isn't our stop. He pointed to the route map. Getting off here will get you killed. The strange being in the front had already exited. After hearing Lin Yi's warning, the young man behind him hesitated for a moment, unsure of whether to continue. The opportunity to leave the bus was right there. Should he let it pass? But this man seemed smart. It was Lin Yi's reminder earlier that saved them from dying, so he decided to trust Lin Yi this time. Just as he was about to turn and leave through the back door, the middle-aged man squeezed past him. What? The young man turned to see that the blue-haired delinquent had lost his balance, being pushed by a strange entity that had followed behind. The strange being wanted to exit but was blocked by the 3 of them. Losing patience, it forcefully pushed its way through. Slap. The young man stumbled and fell toward the bus doors. Damn it. He was horrified as he grabbed onto the handrail, but half of his body was already hanging outside. Lin Yi reacted a moment too late, but he still used time stop to try and pull the young man back. If the young man had chosen to exit on his own, Lin Yi wouldn't have stopped him. But since the young man was willing to listen, he didn't mind giving him a hand. However, safe travels, Lin Yi said with regret. He tried to pull the young man back, but no matter how much force he used, the young man's body seemed to be trapped by an invisible force, unable to move back onto the bus. Outside, the darkness was overwhelming, like an abyss that swallowed everything. Lin Yi returned to his seat. Time stop was lifted again. Ah! Help me. The young man was still struggling, desperately calling out for help from the middle-aged man and the blue-haired delinquent. Finally, he turned his gaze to Lin Yi. Save me. Lin Yi gently shook his head, signaling that there was nothing he could do. Clang. In an instant, the young man fell out of the bus, his body swallowed by the darkness. Another strange being, stepping on the bodies of the blue-haired delinquent and the middle-aged man, swiftly exited the bus. In less than 3 seconds, a horrified scream echoed from outside the bus. That scream was the young man's. He was dead. It sounded like he had been eaten alive. The blue-haired delinquent and the middle-aged man quickly crawled back to their seats, moving faster than they ever had before. Cold sweat drenched their foreheads and backs, and their legs trembled uncontrollably. If they hadn't listened to Lin Yi's warning, they would have gotten off the bus too. They felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude, especially the blue-haired delinquent, who had previously picked a fight with Lin Yi. Now, Lin Yi had repaid him with kindness, and he was deeply moved. Ren Nanis, after narrowly escaping death once again, felt incredibly fortunate. After a long while, Ren Nanis realized that she had unknowingly wrapped her arms tightly around Lin Yi's left arm. His solid arm gave her an unimaginable sense of safety. She slowly straightened up, pulled her hands back, and a faint blush appeared on her face, making her look incredibly cute. Thank you, she whispered softly. Lin Yi handed her his phone, the screen displaying, "Not sincere." Ren Nanis blinked and met his gaze. She recalled Lin Yi's earlier words, "You're cute." An idea suddenly popped into her head. She lowered her head. Lin Yi shrugged. By now, no one else was trying to get off. "Please take your seats, the bus will be departing soon." The back door slammed shut. Then, a figure appeared at the front door. The man was trembling as he slowly stepped onto the bus. All eyes instinctively turned toward him. His hair was messy, and his face was barely visible, but his blue leisure clothes were torn to shreds, covered in dust and a mixture of black and red liquid. Tap. Tap. He moved slowly, step by step, making his way to the back of the bus, his dark eyes scanning the surroundings. "It hurts. It's torn," he muttered to himself. The blue-haired delinquent and the middle-aged man sneaked a glance and immediately saw the ghastly state of his abdomen, where the flesh was mangled beyond recognition. Their hearts raced, and their bodies trembled in fear. "Don't come near us, please," they prayed desperately. Especially the middle-aged man, who was now terrified. Since he was sitting in the double seat, after the young man had died, the seat beside him was empty. Chapter 62, Ren Nannies in action. The middle-aged man had his hands tightly clenched together, praying to Amaterasu, God, and the Buddha. He hoped, above all, that the strange being wouldn't sit next to him. But then, he stole a glance and saw the strange being had stopped when it reached his row. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and quickly moved, stepping towards the aisle-side seat, deciding to sit there. Whatever it took, he was going all out. To his delight, the strange being moved back, walking toward the rear of the bus. He'd made the right move. The blue-haired delinquent was also relieved to be seated on the right side single seat. He had made a good choice. Phew. At that moment, the strange being sat down in the seat behind the middle-aged man. "It hurts. It's torn. It's coming out." A low, eerie groan echoed in the air. The bus started moving again with a loud rumble, and everything gradually settled back into silence. Lin Yi didn't think this cycle of getting on and off the bus would be so simple. There must be some hidden trouble ahead. After the bus moved onto the road, Lin Yi decisively activated time stop and moved toward the strange being to observe it up close. Its face was unclear, but its eyes were a dark, ashy color, and its torn clothes were fused with the bloodied flesh of its body. Enduring the discomfort, Lin Yi pulled at the clothes, trying to see the state of the strange being's body under the dim light inside the bus. There was a long, 10-centimeter wound, with black-red fluid oozing out and staining the torn clothes. That matches its murmurs. Lin Yi thought. Any normal person would be unable to move with such a wound. In fact, they would most likely be dead by now. He checked its pockets but found nothing useful, so he returned to his seat. The bus rumbled on steadily. Ren Nannies gently tapped Lin Yi's arm and turned her phone screen toward him. "Which stop can we get off at?" "Fourth stop, Chiba Station. The next stop is the second one. 3 more stops to go." But at least they were closer to hope. Ren Nannies felt a glimmer of hope rise. She had begun to adapt to the situation. At least there was now a chance of surviving and leaving the bus. She owed that to Lin Yi. Suddenly, Ren Nannies' gaze fell to Lin Yi's abdomen, which appeared to be wet and blackened. As a nurse, she was very sensitive to the scent of blood. That was definitely the smell of blood. Thud. Thud. She pulled Lin Yi's arm and pointed at his abdomen. Lin Yi looked down and immediately realized his abdomen was wet and sticky. Without hesitation, he lifted his shirt and saw a small wound, blood slowly seeping out. It had been infected by the strange entity's rules. Lin Yi looked at Ren Nannies, and under her stunned gaze, he reached out toward her. She instinctively tried to stop him, and that was when Lin Yi realized he could let her check for herself. He pointed to his own wound. Ren Nannies lowered her head and lifted her shirt, only to find she was bleeding as well. Her face instantly paled. It didn't hurt, but blood was flowing. Ren Nannies' gaze turned desperate, silently asking Lin Yi for help. The blue-haired delinquent also noticed the problem. Why was blood starting to flow? What was happening? He was terrified he didn't want to bleed to death. Instinctively, he glanced toward Lin Yi. At that moment, Lin Yi thought for a moment, then understood the cause. He immediately stood and walked toward the driver's seat. Under the confused gazes of the others, they saw Lin Yi take down a first aid kit marked with a red cross from the driver's seat. He carried the kit back to the strange being who had just boarded the bus. Click. The first aid kit opened. Looking at the contents, Lin Yi realized he would need to study and familiarize himself with medicines and tools for such situations. Ren Nannies, as a healthcare worker, immediately understood Lin Yi's intentions. But her legs felt weak, and her body was trembling from the cold. Still. She gritted her teeth, took a deep breath, and stood up, moving to Lin Yi's side. Ren Nannies pointed to herself and the first aid kit, indicating she would handle it. Lin Yi agreed without hesitation, offering to assist her. He gently lifted the strange man's shirt to reveal a 10-centimeter wound on his abdomen. Ren Nannies had seen many similar severe injuries before, so she wasn't fazed. However, seeing such a wound on a strange entity was something new to her. She started stitching the wound with practiced hands. Starting off a bit clumsily, she quickly grew more adept. With the right care, the wound could heal quickly without worrying about infection or severe scarring. In just 3 minutes, the wound was stitched up. The strange being's low moans finally stopped. It doesn't hurt anymore. It feels better. The sounds from the strange man ceased completely. Both the blue-haired delinquent and the middle-aged man stared in shock, utterly amazed by the girl's courage to treat the strange being's wound. They immediately checked their own wounds, but blood was still flowing from their abdomen, though it had slowed down. Lin Yi also noticed that his own bleeding hadn't stopped completely. There must still be some rule they hadn't accounted for. Lin Yi motioned for Ren Nanes to return to her seat after finishing her work. Once seated, he noticed the blood still hadn't stopped flowing. Quickly, he scanned the bus and realized the problem. There were empty seats in the row. 2 strange beings and a middle-aged man occupied 3 of them. He immediately signaled the blue-haired delinquent and the middle-aged man to sit beside the 2 strange beings. They shook their heads vigorously, refusing to sit next to them. No way. They thought. I'm not sitting next to those creatures. Thud. Thud. Lin Yi didn't hesitate. He forcibly pulled both men to the empty seats next to the strange beings. It was a matter of life and death, so he used a straightforward and forceful approach. As for himself and Ren Nanes sitting next to the strange beings, he didn't mind helping others if necessary, but he wasn't about to risk his life for 2 men he didn't even know. If Ren Nanes could perform surgery to contribute to their survival, what were these 2 men doing, just sitting there? Besides, Lin Yi had tried to move the strange beings before, but once they sat down, it was as if they were connected to the bus, immovable. Therefore, he had to make the 2 men pay the price. The middle-aged man and blue-haired delinquent trembled in fear, convinced the strange beings would transform into man-eating monsters and devour them whole. Lin Yi pointed at Ren Nanes, and she checked her own abdomen again. Lin Yi leaned in to observe and even touched her side, making her shiver and blush. It's fine now, no more bleeding. Ren Nanes just wanted to say, you could have checked your own wound. But she knew Lin Yi was only using this excuse to take advantage of her. Whatever. It had already been seen, already been touched. She might as well consider it a reward for him. Thinking this way, Ren Nanes let go of her discomfort. Attention, passengers. We will soon be arriving at the 3rd stop. Please prepare to disembark. The 3rd stop was approaching. What strange being would board next? Chapter 63, Playing Games. Big Brother. At this point, even the blue-haired delinquent, who had poor grades in school and had relied on his fists and words to solve problems since high school, had came to understand the unspoken rules of Bus 18. No loud shouting, no talking to the driver, and no sitting alone in a seat on the row of connected seats. If you don't get off at the designated stop, you'll be devoured and killed by the strange beings. The latest rule was that if they didn't deal with the newly boarded strange beings, they too would inevitably encounter the same fate until death. But now, with the rules no longer hidden and out in the open, their anxiety had eased, and they felt more confident. As long as they followed the rules, they would be okay. The bus slowly pulled up to a stop. Compared to the first stop, this one had a little more light. Through the bus windows, they could vaguely hear a few distant sounds. Click. Both the front and back doors of the bus opened. This time, the blue-haired delinquent and the middle-aged man stayed seated, unmoving. They knew this wasn't their stop. Thanks to Lin Yi's earlier warning, they understood that they needed to get off at the Chiba station, which was designated as the safe stop for humans. The blue-haired delinquent stared at the map, his eyes fixed on Chiba station. 2 stops left. Only 2 stops to go. Hope was ahead. The strange being getting off this time was a lone one seated in the first position on the right side row. A little boy in black sportswear, with a pale face resembling a dead person, boarded the bus. Ren Nanes glanced at him from afar and quickly withdrew her gaze. The passengers on this bus were terrifying. The bus is about to depart. Please take your seats quickly. The announcement said. With that, the bus doors closed again, and the vehicle slowly accelerated, the rumbling engine noise echoing through the bus. The pale boy tilted his head and took small steps, walking down the aisle. The bus was silent, except for the sound of the boy's clear footsteps. Uncle, will you play a game with me? He asked the strange being sitting at the front left side, but it didn't move or react, completely ignoring the boy's request. The boy asked the strange being next to it the same thing, but it, too, chose to ignore him. He continued walking, reaching the 3rd row, where he asked the middle-aged man sitting to the left. The man lowered his head, staring at the floor, silently praying that the boy would move on and ask someone else. Uncle, will you play a game with me? The middle-aged man trembled, too terrified to look up. Suddenly, the boy's head appeared under his seat, his large, bulging eyes staring at the man. Hiss. The middle-aged man sucked in a sharp breath, but quickly covered his mouth with his hands, forcing himself to hold in the scream that almost escaped. He closed his eyes, refusing to see anything, praying that the boy would just leave him alone. Seeing this, the boy seemed to give up and turn to the next person, the blue-haired delinquent. Don't pick me, please don't pick me. The delinquent silently begged. Big brother, will you play a game with me? I want to play a game. The boy said. But the blue-haired delinquent was too afraid to answer, keeping his head down and closing his eyes, pretending he didn't hear anything. Lin Yi had been observing the whole time. The blue-haired delinquent and the middle-aged man could do whatever they wanted, but he couldn't afford to ignore the boy. By now, the boy had asked everyone else, and it was down to just him and Ren Nanes. If everyone refused the boy's request to play, the death rule would surely be triggered. What could that rule be? Lin Yi quickly sorted through the information he had. Then, something clicked in his mind. The bus was speeding up. The engine was roaring. Compared to the previous sections of the route, the bus had jumped several levels in speed. It was really accelerating now. Big brother, will you play a game with me? The boy asked again. The question finally reached Lin Yi. He immediately felt the bus accelerate even further. If Ren Nanes also refused, the bus would likely speed up to a terrifying degree, and everyone would experience a flying sensation, followed by death. Alright, big brother will play with you. Lin Yi answered. The blue-haired delinquent and the middle-aged man both were taken aback, silently admiring Lin Yi's decision. He really was the one who had kept them alive this far. Only Ren Nanes was worried. She knew if she refused, the next person the boy would ask would be her. If she turned him down, she'd be the first to suffer. The cute nurse couldn't help but look at Lin Yi with a worried expression. Lin Yi simply gave her a reassuring thumbs up to ease her worries. At this, Ren Nanes smiled. Yay, yay. Big brother is going to play with me. The little boy cheered, jumping up with joy. At that moment, the bus seemed to tremble slightly. Even Ren Nanes now understood the invisible connection between the boy and the bus. We're going to play the game where you guess which hand the candy is in. I'll hide it, and big brother will guess. If you guess wrong, you'll have to come home with me and play more games. A 50-50 chance. The odds were quite favorable, thought the blue-haired delinquent and the middle-aged man. Ren Nanes thought the same, but something didn't feel right. Playing games with a strange being seemed too simple, with such a high chance of winning. Was that even possible? How about this, I'll hide it, and you can guess, little friend. Lin Yi suggested. Sure. You're the first person in the bus to play with me. I agree. The boy replied, handing Lin Yi the candy. By the way, big brother, don't think about throwing the candy away or hiding it in the other hand, okay? Damn. The blue-haired delinquent suddenly felt embarrassed, realizing that even a little kid was smarter than him. Of course. Lin Yi said with a smile. Ren Nanes understood that Lin Yi's plan had been foiled. The little boy was too clever. Lin Yi placed his hands behind his back and began switching the positions of the candy. Then, he extended his hand, palm facing up. Guess, where's the candy? The boy slowly pointed to Lin Yi's left hand. Ren Nanes' heart raced. Is it this one? The boy then pointed to the right hand. Are you sure? Sure. Open it, big brother. Really? No backing out now. If you want to choose again, I can give you one more chance. Hee, no backing out. It's this one. The boy made his final choice, the right hand. Ren Nanes' face went pale. Because she had seen Lin Yi hide the candy in his right hand. Chapter 64, I won, little one, it's over. Truly over. Ren Nanes felt a chill all over her body. The thought of Lin Yi being taken home by the little boy felt like her heart was being torn apart. Though Lin Yi had stalked her and acted like a creep, he had also helped her survive on this terrifying bus number 18. She couldn't forget this debt of gratitude. But what could she do? She realized she was powerless. After Lin Yi's failure, she would be next. Perhaps being taken home with Lin Yi wouldn't be so bad. Ren Nanes gave in to despair. The blue-haired delinquent and the middle-aged man felt equally hopeless. Without Lin Yi leading them, they were as good as dead. Ding, ding, ding. Lin Yi calmly narrated his actions as he revealed his right hand. It was empty, completely empty. Nothing here. It's in my left hand. He opened his left hand, revealing the candy resting quietly in his palm. The little boy blinked in surprise, his face filled with disbelief. Ren Nanes was equally stunned. Impossible. She was certain the candy had been in his right hand. I won, little one. No, no, no. I didn't guess wrong. I didn't guess wrong. The boy protested. SHH. Lin Yi gestured for silence. Big brother can play another game with you, but if I win again, little one, you must sit quietly in that seat. Lin Yi pointed to the single seat on the right. The bus's increased speed was related to the boy's rejection, but Lin Yi also suspected it had to do with the boy remaining unseated. 2 more games. No, 3. The little boy said, holding up 3 fingers. Fine. But after that, you can't ask anyone else to play. Ren Nanes immediately understood. Lin Yi was negotiating to protect her. She felt deeply moved. For her, Lin Yi was willing to take all the risks upon himself. How could she ever repay him? Big brother likes his pretty sister, doesn't he? The little boy's gaze fell on Ren Nana's for the first time. His pale face sent a shiver down her spine, but she forced a smile to avoid upsetting him. Yes, I do. Lin Yi answered without hesitation. Oh. And how about you, pretty sister? The boy's question turned to Ren Nana's. I do. She replied, knowing there was no possibility of saying otherwise. That's wonderful. Big brother and pretty sister like each other. That's great. But if big brother loses, I'll take both of you home to play lots of games. The boy said in his innocent yet chilling voice. Okay. Lin Yi agreed, and Ren Nana's naturally had no choice but to accept. Their fates were now fully intertwined. Live together or die together. Ren Nana's couldn't help but blush at the thought. Wasn't this the definition of shared life and death? The second game began. The boy guessed right hand, the candy was in the left. The third game began. The boy guessed right hand again but changed his mind at the last second to the left. This time, the candy was in the right. Ren Nana's watched with bated breath as Lin Yi revealed his hands each time, her nerves stretched to their limits. The blue-haired delinquent and the middle-aged men were so tense they felt they might have heart attacks. They knew if Lin Yi lost, they'd be next. But Lin Yi's winning streak gave them hope that he could win the final round. The final game will have new rules. I'll hide the candy, and big brother will guess. The boy said, smiling at Lin Yi. His pale face, coupled with the smile, looked even more eerie and unsettling. No problem. It's all just for fun. Lin Yi replied with a calm demeanor. Huh. The little boy placed his hands behind his back, shuffling them around before holding them out in front. Where is it, big brother? You have 3 seconds to guess. Ding dong. Ding dong. The bus fell silent. Everyone's gaze focused on the boy's hands. Left or right? Which hand was it? Under everyone's watchful eyes, Lin Yi slowly placed his hand on the boy's left hand. The left? It's not in this hand. The boy said. Everyone's attention shifted to the right hand. So it must be in the right. This decision held the fate of everyone on board. So big brother is guessing the right hand? I'll let you change your mind if you want. The boy said playfully, as though hinting that Lin Yi should pick the right hand. Neither hand. The candy is behind your back. Lin Yi said. The bus fell silent, the only sound being the low rumble of the engine. Ding, ding. You're right. The boy opened his hands, revealing nothing in either. Damn. The blue-haired delinquent and the middle-aged man cursed silently. This little boy was so devious. But thinking back to his earlier hints, they realized only someone as sharp as Lin Yi would have considered this possibility in advance. Big brother, you win. These 2 candies are for you and the pretty sister. The boy said, placing the candies in Lin Yi's hand. They're delicious. We all love them. The boy happily walked to the first single seat on the right and sat down. His pale face gradually regained some color, as though he was in a good mood after playing the game. The speed of bus number 18 also began to slow down, returning to its normal pace. It was only then that the rest of the passengers realized the danger of the bus's high-speed driving. If it had continued, they would all have been hurtling toward death on a doomed ride. Thankfully, they had passed this challenge. 2 stops remained before Chiba Station. Chapter 65, Infighting. The third stop had arrived. With the opening of the doors, the mysterious figures in the bus began to rise from their seats. The little boy sitting in the single seat on the right waved goodbye to Lin Yi and Ren Nana's, smiling as he seemed to remind them of something with his lips. The large bus was now left with only the 4 of them. The blue-haired delinquent stood up and moved to sit next to the middle-aged man, ensuring that both sides of the bus were occupied. By now, everyone was very clear on the rules. They knew they had to be careful to avoid violating any of them. The next stop would be Chiba Station. Once they reached Chiba Station, they would be able to survive and leave this place. Clack. Clack. At the door, a few figures appeared. 4 people boarded in order, all dressed in matching gray work uniforms. The clothes were stained with grayish-white dirt, making them look a bit shabby, and their faces were obscured whether due to the dim lighting of the bus or for another reason. It was unclear. The bus will soon be departing. Please take your seats, passengers. The driver's standard announcement echoed. The 4 individuals walked in synchrony, moving quietly without making a sound, and took their seats behind the blue-haired delinquent and the middle-aged man, as well as behind Lin Yi and Ren Nana's. At this moment, Ren Nana's froze. She could feel the eerie presence behind her, staring at her, making it impossible to move. In the end, she cautiously reached out and grasped Lin Yi's hand, seeking comfort. Lin Yi glanced at her but didn't release her hand. Instead, he enjoyed the soft touch of her hand, feeling comforted by the sensation. The blue-haired delinquent and the middle-aged man were on high alert, glancing over their shoulders, afraid that the eerie figures behind them might suddenly attack. However, the bus continued for some time, and the 4 new passengers showed no immediate signs of movement. They were eerily quiet, just like the previous passengers who had not caused any trouble. Could it be that nothing would happen now? The 2 men couldn't help but feel their tense hearts slowly relaxing. Another minute passed in silence. The quiet bus was finally broken by a low, gravelly voice. Hunger. Eat lamb. I told you, I want to eat lamb. Barbecue. Tastes good. The words were simple, but they seemed to have some sort of strange power, stirring a deep craving for food in everyone, the hunger growing stronger. Hunger. Eat. Lamb. Can eat half. The voice grew stronger, with an almost explosive tone. Lin Yi immediately realized the rules were starting to take effect. Hunger. Want to eat lamb? What did the lamb refer to? Lin Yi looked ahead and saw the eerie transformations of the 2 figures in front of him. Their gray work uniforms began to bulge, their bodies expanding, fur sprouting, and revealing their beast-like, wolfish forms. Drip. Drip. Saliva dripped down. Lin Yi didn't even need to look back to know that the 2 eerie figures behind them had also transformed, revealing their true forms. This was a rule where they needed to feed the eerie creatures until they were full to proceed. Lin Yi could feel the hunger growing inside him as well. Time stopped. He started observing and considered attacking the eerie creatures, but the effects were almost non-existent. As the bus continued forward, the eerie figures' movements grew more intense. They were getting closer. The dripping saliva landed near them. Ren Nanes had already fully hugged Lin Yi's left arm, clearly understanding that the way to pass this trial was to feed the eerie figures, but how could they feed them? Would they have to sacrifice lives? She glanced up nervously but quickly shut her eyes. The gaping bloody maw and the scarlet eyes of the beast-like creatures terrified her so much that she couldn't dare look any longer. Lin Yi had a guess, but he wasn't in a hurry. After all, there were 4 eerie creatures in total. The blue-haired delinquent and the middle-aged man also felt the pressure. The heavy breathing and dripping saliva from behind were clear warnings of the approaching danger. But how were they supposed to deal with this? Big brother, please think of something. The middle-aged man screamed inwardly, but there was no sound from behind. Slurp. The blue-haired delinquent trembled as he felt a cold tongue lick his face. It was about to attack. What should he do? His gaze shifted to the middle-aged man next to him. If he could eat the man, maybe the blue-haired delinquent thought he could survive. Realizing this, the blue-haired delinquent immediately threw a heavy punch into the middle-aged man's abdomen. Ugh! The man grunted in pain, but his voice was quickly stifled. The middle-aged man was completely caught off guard by the blue-haired delinquent's sudden attack. Before he could figure out the blue-haired delinquent's intentions, he immediately retaliated. Bang! Boom! The 2 of them began to fight. The younger, stronger blue-haired delinquent quickly gained the upper hand, grabbing the middle-aged man's head like a rag doll. Lamb, it's yours. The blue-haired delinquent said carefully, dragging the middle-aged man's head like a lifeless dog. He quickly moved to the right side of the bus, fearing that if he was slow for even a second, he might end up as the next meal. Sizzle. Crash. With a scream from the middle-aged man, his massive body was torn apart and consumed, leaving nothing behind. The blue-haired delinquent didn't dare to look. I'm full. Lamb, so good. You're good lamb, not eating you. Hearing this, the blue-haired delinquent almost burst into tears. He had made the right bet. He had survived. The 2 werewolf-like creatures began to shrink back into their human forms, visibly losing their beast-like features. The blue-haired delinquent's gaze shifted to the last 2 airy figures. When he saw them clearly, he froze. What was going on with the last 2? How had they returned to their human forms? Had the beautiful girl already been sacrificed? Quickly, he turned his gaze to Ren Nanis, sitting beside Lin Yi. She looked a bit nervous, but she was unharmed. She was still alive? How had she dealt with the eerie figures? The blue-haired delinquent was utterly confused. Chapter 66, Chiba Station. Blue hair was confused, unable to understand, completely unable to understand, until Lin Yi raised his hand and the piece of wrapping paper appeared in his line of sight. Only then did he realize what Lin Yi had used. The candy the boy gave helped Lin Yi and Ren Nanis get through this crisis. Regret immediately surfaced, but as soon as he thought about how dangerous the game with the little boy was, Blue Hair quickly put aside his feelings of regret. Rather than playing games with the little boy to get candy, it was better to sacrifice a companion. Now that Lin Yi and Ren Nanis had already fed the remaining 2 strange beings, he felt at ease. It should be known that just as he chose to harm his companions to satisfy the hunger of the 2 strange beings, he was also worried that Lin Yi might use the same method on him. Compared to the beautiful girl Ren Nanis, his position in Lin Yi's heart was extremely low. If someone were to be sacrificed, it would definitely be him. Ren Nanis witnessed the whole process, shivering with cold fear. She was not only scared by the brutal scene of the middle-aged man being eaten but was also terrified by the cold and cruelty of human nature. If Lin Yi hadn't used the candy to satisfy the hunger and appetite of the two strange beings behind her, would she have been? Lin Yi pushed his phone in front of Ren Nanes. She saw the text on the screen. Only I can eat you. Ren Nanes. Had Lin Yi turned into a werewolf monster? Soon, she realized something, her face turning red, and she couldn't help but bash Lin Yi's left leg with her right hand in embarrassment. What was he saying? It was so embarrassing. In that moment, her fear and anxiety dissipated by more than half, and her spirit felt much better. This man beside her wouldn't sacrifice her. He couldn't bear to do it. Humphrey, men are all like that. Lin Yi knew his goal had been achieved, the girl's mental state had improved a bit. The crisis at the third station was over, and the next stop was Chiba Station, the human station where they could get off. A light appeared in the direction the bus was heading. Warm, comfortable, sunlight representing hope and light, the sunlight, so comfortable, it dispersed all the darkness. Ren Nanes felt warm all over, and the gloomy fear in her heart disappeared completely, leaving only anticipation for getting off the bus. She was going to have a good meal tonight, craving tonkatsu ramen, delicious wagyu BBQ, and many other tasty dishes, eating until she couldn't eat anymore. At this moment, she could hardly hide the excitement in her heart. Blue Hair wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. It had been a tough journey, but he had finally made it this far. He could survive now. Attention passengers, the bus will be stopping soon. Please prepare to disembark. The bus slowly decelerated. Finally, it stopped at the station. Click. The front and rear doors opened. Swish. Blue Hair immediately stood up and quickly walked toward the exit door. His legs were weak, and he stumbled a few steps, almost falling, but he managed to steady himself by holding onto the handrail. Lin Yi stood up and reached out to help Ren Nanes get up. The nurse girl gently hummed to show her gratitude. She decided to treat Lin Yi to a meal as a way to express her thanks, and she would talk about other matters during the meal. Big brother, a great favor should not go unthanked. I, Miyazaki Akira, will repay you in the future. Blue Hair said in a low voice before getting off the bus. He was getting off. He was going to embrace the warm sunlight. Blue Hair stepped off the bus. Lin Yi, holding Ren Nanes' hand, followed him. He instinctively glanced toward the bus entrance. A man who had just boarded caught Lin Yi's eye. Somewhat familiar, where had he seen him before? What's wrong? Ren Nanes asked cautiously. Nothing. But the familiarity with the scene wouldn't go away. He must have seen this man somewhere before. Time stop activated. Since he couldn't remember, he would take more time to recall. When in the strange game mission phase, Lin Yi's attitude was to never rush and always take his time. He walked directly to the man who had just boarded, carefully observing him, and finally, he remembered. It's him. Hayes Takeuchi. The only person who died directly at the scene of the Chiba Station fire accident, with 1 dead and 3 injured. He had seen this man's photo in the accident-related documents at Chiba City Hospital. Thinking of this, Lin Yi immediately cast his gaze outward, searching for his target. He saw the electronic clock hanging on the station wall. April 8, 2024, 14:15, Monday, the afternoon of the day of the Chiba Station fire. The train he was on had been delayed for a full 2 hours. We left the hospital at night, but now it's afternoon. He almost overlooked this key hint. This is not the correct station to get off. They can't get off here. Lin Yi immediately turned his head to look at the bus route map. On the right side of Chiba Station, where there had been nothing but darkness, a new station appeared: Chiba City Hospital. Lin Yi's eyes narrowed, and he immediately confirmed that this was the real stop to get off. Now that he understood this, Lin Yi took Ren Nanes' hand again. Time stop ended. Everything returned to normal. But Blue Hair was beyond saving. Lin Yi had tried to help him. Even though Blue Hair had sacrificed his teammate, Lin Yi still attempted to bring him back onto the bus. After all, whether there would still be danger on the road to the final station was an unknown, and they needed someone to test it. But Blue Hair had already stepped halfway off the bus. Lin Yi was powerless to do anything. Take care of yourself. Once Blue Hair stepped off the bus, he looked confused. In his astonished gaze, he saw Lin Yi pulling the beautiful girl back to their seats. At once, several doubts crossed his mind. What was going on? Why did they go back? Didn't they plan to leave? The next moment, Blue Hair, Miyazaki Akira, saw the 4 strange beings disembarking from the bus. It was as if he understood something. He had gotten off at the wrong stop. Let me back. Blue Hair tried to return but couldn't get any closer. He even ran toward the bus door, speeding up, only to realize that it was a door he would never reach. Meanwhile, Ren Nanes, who had been forcibly pulled back to her seat by Lin Yi, was completely bewildered. She even struggled, attempting to break free, Why were they sitting back down? Hadn't they already reached Chiba Station? Shouldn't they get off now? When the bus doors closed, Ren Nanase's face showed utter despair. It was over. They couldn't go back. She was going to die here. Chapter 67, Professionals do professional things. They couldn't go home anymore. No more delicious tonkatsu ramen, no more tasty wagyu BBQ, and so much more. Hope was gone. She was going to die here. Nanase Ren's expression was sorrowful, helpless, her body slumping against the seat. A faint tear shimmered in her beautiful eyes, about to fall down her fair cheek at any moment. At this moment, Lin Yi's hands were resting on the girl's body, but he wasn't applying force anymore. He withdrew his right hand and, seeing that Nanase Ren wasn't going to shout out loud, he immediately used his phone to type a message. We can't get off at Chiba Station. When we boarded, it was night, but now it's daylight outside. He turned the screen towards Nanase Ren. The nurse with cherry-colored hair stayed silent for a while, her eyes shifting. She seemed to have noticed something unusual. It was indeed daylight outside. The time was wrong, unless they had spent an entire night on the bus. She quickly took the phone and typed the reply. What if we spent an entire night on the bus? The flow of time could be different inside and outside. Nanase Ren had seen a lot of movies and anime that involved time. We boarded on Friday, April 12th, but the station's electronic clock outside shows April 8th. Lin Yi pointed to the bus route map above. I saw the next stop is Chiba City Hospital. Wasn't that her hospital? A sense of belonging filled her, and the feeling of going home emerged. Nanase Ren looked at Lin Yi, deciding to trust him. This guy didn't hide his feelings for her at all, often saying embarrassing things, but when it came to protecting her, he never wavered. The bus doors had closed, and they were stuck inside. With no other option, she could only trust Lin Yi. Please take your seats, the bus is about to depart. The announcement sounded. The passenger who had just boarded walked down the aisle and sat in the seat right in front of Nanase Ren. Compared to the terrifying passengers who had boarded earlier, now Nanase Ren had the courage to face the strange beings directly. This one looked perfectly normal, far more so than any of the previous passengers. He seemed like a regular human being. But still, Nanase Ren felt like she had seen this man before. Where? With this doubt in her mind, Nanase Ren racked her brain, and finally, a flash of realization passed through her mind. She remembered, and her body shuddered in fear. This man was the victim who had died in the Chiba Station fire accident. Nanase Ren had seen his photo in the news and in the hospital. Realizing this, she immediately typed out the information on her phone, informing Lin Yi. Lin Yi nodded and pointed to the single row of seats on the right side. He then stood up and moved to the front, sitting next to the new passenger, the strange being. Nanase Ren suddenly realized the issue with the seating. Lin Yi had sat next to the strange being without hesitation. Even though blue hair and the middle-aged man hadn't been attacked by the strange beings in neighboring seats, it didn't mean there was no danger. The nurse felt warmth spread through her body. She was really lucky. Under Lin Yi's urging, Nanase Ren quickly walked to the single row of seats on the right, one hand supporting herself. She glanced sideways, her eyes watching Lin Yi, hoping he would be fine. He must be fine. I'll treat him to BBQ once we get off. She couldn't help but think. Boom 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 boom. The bus was running smoothly, occasionally making a low rumbling sound. The silent interior was void of any voices, but Lin Yi's gaze stayed fixed on the man next to him as he observed the surroundings, not missing any detail. The quieter it gets, the greater the hidden danger. He couldn't let his guard down. Until the very end, caution and vigilance were a must. Lin Yi would never joke around with his life. The man sitting next to him had his arms crossed, resting with his eyes closed, as though enjoying a rare moment of rest from his work. Nothing had changed. Could it really be safe? No, Lin Yi suddenly felt the bus was accelerating. The light coming through the windows was noticeably dimming, from the bright midday sun to the evening sunset. The change was speeding up. The rules must have been triggered. Lin Yi looked at the man, Haystack, and guessed that he might burst into flames like the strange being from Tuesday night, but until now, there were no signs of combustion. He didn't even feel any heat coming from the man next to him. Huh? Lin Yi's suspicion flickered for a moment. The next second, he reached out and touched the man's forehead. So hot. He had a fever. Instantly, Lin Yi understood the strange rule. Just like the strange being who bled from a 10-centimeter wound at the first station, this time, the issue was the man's fever. Water. But using time stop, Lin Yi searched the bus and found no water bottles. How could he lower his temperature? Even if there were fever-reducing medicine, it probably wouldn't help, especially since the first aid kit didn't contain any. Suddenly, as Lin Yi rummaged through the first aid kit, he found alcohol. He grabbed it quickly. Using alcohol for physical cooling, that was the solution. Lin Yi immediately opened the packaging, unscrewed the cap, and used a cotton ball to apply alcohol to the man's forehead. As soon as the alcohol touched his skin, it evaporated instantly, carrying away a large amount of heat. The bus speed slightly decreased, but it was still far from enough. The speed was still racing. The sunset outside was almost gone. Lin Yi knew there wasn't much time left. Once they missed the moment when the Route 18 bus had passed, the bus might not stop at Chiba City Hospital. At that moment, a delicate hand reached over and took the alcohol bottle from Lin Yi's hand. It was Nani's Ren. The cute nurse with slender fingers pointed to herself and smiled faintly. "Let me do it." Her eyes seemed to say so. Lin Yi moved aside. As a nurse, Nani's Ren was more professional than he was and knew how to bring down a fever faster. Professionals should do professional things. Now that the girl had volunteered, Lin Yi had no reason to refuse. Moreover, Lin Yi was very satisfied with Nani's Ren. When needed, she truly stepped up. She wasn't afraid to confront non-human beings directly. Chapter 68, Don't Get Off the Car with Me. Ren Nani's used a cotton ball soaked in alcohol to begin applying it to the man's forehead, neck, and limbs, starting a new round of physical cooling. These areas, with rich blood vessels, made it easier for alcohol to take away more heat. This was her expertise, and she couldn't afford to fail. Lin Yi had found a solution, but she had to bring the abnormal temperature down. Ren Nani's threw herself completely into the task. In addition to using alcohol, she also fanned the man to speed up the heat dissipation. Her arms began to ache, but she endured without a word, pushing through the fatigue. Lin Yi watched the nurse's effort and smiled knowingly. He noticed the bus's speed had started to decrease significantly. The man's temperature was lowering, and victory was close. Finally, the man opened his eyes. Ren Nani's immediately recoiled, scared. What should she do now? Should she keep applying the alcohol or stop? She looked at Lin Yi, seeking his guidance. He made an okay gesture, signaling her that she had done enough. Pa. Ren Nani's wiped the sweat off her forehead. She was exhausted, feeling more tired than after a shift in the emergency room. She knew that the stress of the situation and the threat they faced played a big role in that. In the bus, if she hadn't done well, she would have died, or perhaps suffered something even worse. The mental strain and exhaustion were immense. Now it was over. She could finally rest for a bit. Ren Nani sat up straight, massaging her sore arm, trying to relieve the tension. "Thank you, nurse." As she relaxed, a calm voice spoke from her left. Instantly, Ren Nani tensed up. What should she do? Should she respond? How? She glanced at Lin Yi. Only he knew how to handle situations like this. After all, he was the only one who had spoken to that pale little boy and the others. He had the courage to interact normally. Lin Yi nodded. The only prohibition on speaking in the bus was with the driver. Interactions with other passengers weren't forbidden. However, Lin Yi always followed the principle of don't speak unless necessary. But if it was an abnormal passenger talking, it was different. Like the little boy, the injured man, or the four abnormals whispering, their words always pointed toward clues for survival. "Ah, it's nothing. It's just what I'm supposed to do as a nurse." Ren Nani's answered with a slightly stuttered voice. It took a lot of courage to speak up. At this moment, she admired Lin Yi even more for his ability to engage in normal conversation with the others. "The bus will arrive at the station soon. Please be ready to disembark." The bus announcement rang out. "We're almost there." Lin Yi stood up, preparing to leave. Ren Nani's hurriedly stood up and moved aside to make space. As they brushed past each other, she heard a phrase, "Don't get off the bus with me." Instantly, Ren Nani's mind went blank. Don't get off with me? Was the next station not the one they were supposed to get off at? Was Chiba City Hospital not their destination? No way. Ren Nani's almost lost her composure. After all this time, and with Chiba City Hospital station almost in sight, was it not the correct station? The man reached the exit, holding the handrail, and then glanced at Ren Nani's with a calm expression, as if he hadn't said anything at all. Lin Yi noticed Ren Nani's unusual reaction and walked over, patting her on the shoulder, signaling her to sit down. Ren Nani's moved to another seat. She immediately input some text on her phone and handed it to Lin Yi. "He just told me don't get off the bus with me. Does that mean Chiba City Hospital isn't the station we can get off at?" Lin Yi lightly tapped his fingers on his leg while thinking about the meaning behind those words. Was Chiba City Hospital really not the right station? Was he lying? Trying to trick them into staying on the bus? None of the passengers so far had directly lied. The rules of this abnormal game didn't involve distinguishing truth from lies. It wouldn't make sense to suddenly introduce a false statement near the end, just to mislead them and trap them in the bus. So, the man was telling the truth. They couldn't get off with him. Ren Nani's, feeling desperate, had already given up on thinking and was ready to follow Lin Yi's lead, putting her life and future in his hands. They would either live or die together. At this point, Ren Nanes had come to terms with it. You make the decision. I trust you. Whether we stay or leave, I'll go with you. That was Ren Nanes' decision. To show her support, she reached out and held Lin Yi's hand. At this moment, the young nurse blushed slightly. This was the first time she consciously held a man's hand. It felt a bit big and rough, but very comfortable, making her want to hold it tighter. Alright, but don't you think it's a little inappropriate to take advantage of me? Immediately, Ren Nanes gave Lin Yi a teasing glance, but she didn't let go. After all, if she did, wouldn't Lin Yi be right? The bus stopped. The front and rear doors opened. Should they get off or stay on? Ren Nanes' heart raced, waiting for Lin Yi to make the decision. Lin Yi understood now. The route map had a new station. It wasn't that this station had changed, but another one had been added. Excuse me. Lin Yi didn't know when he had stepped in front of the man. He pointed at the route map and spoke. This isn't the station you can get off at. You should get off at the next one. The man nodded as if he had just realized something. I was dizzy from the fever, I got it wrong. Thanks for the reminder. You and your girlfriend should get off and head home. With a grateful expression, he sat in the seat on the right side. Lin Yi signaled Ren Nanes to hurry and follow him, and they both stepped off the bus. Unlike Lin Yi's calmness, Ren Nanes was still tense. If they were wrong, she could die. The two stepped onto the ground. The evening breeze was cool. Ren Nanes instinctively hugged her coat, and then she finally looked around, taking in the surroundings. The Chiba City Hospital bus stop, under the faint glow of the street lights, stood out clearly. It was the same stop where she had boarded. She was back. She had made it back. Yuo. At that moment, the immense joy of escaping death surged through her, and she was overwhelmed with excitement, feeling more alive than ever. Without thinking, she hugged Lin Yi tightly, planting a big kiss on his cheek. Lin Yi, he was kissed by the young nurse, who had taken advantage of him. He had to return the kiss to make it fair. Yep, this was how it should be. He thought to himself, content. Chapter 69, This is Compensation. Lin Yi embraced her, feeling the soft body of the nurse and the pleasant, soothing fragrance. The gentle touch of her hair brushing against his skin was causing a tickling sensation, yet he had no intention of pushing her away. Why rush to push her away when he had gotten such a good deal for free? It wasn't his fault. It was Ren Nanes who had embraced him first. Strictly speaking, he was the one at a disadvantage. Lin Yi lowered his gaze and met the nurse's eyes, whose expression had completely forgotten their intimate proximity, filled with surprise. At this close distance, he couldn't help but gaze at her exquisite face, flawless and clean, so soft it made him want to kiss her. Ren Nanes blinked and her long lashes fluttered lightly. She finally realized what had happened as her chest was pressed against him, causing her to lose her usual firmness. A subtle sensation spread across her body, continuously provoking her. In a panic, she quickly let go and tried to push him away. However, she lost her balance, her foot slipping. Ah! Ren Nanes instinctively screamed, her hands flailing to find something to steady herself, but there was nothing to grasp. Her eyes closed instinctively as she braced herself for the pain of falling. Be careful. Lin Yi said, steadying her in his arms and preventing her from falling. Thank you. She said, her face red as she hurriedly stood up, her hands awkwardly trying to straighten her disheveled clothes. After a moment, she regained her composure. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I would never have made it off that bus. Thinking back to the experience on the bus, Ren Nanes couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. It had been a dangerous situation where one wrong move could have left permanent consequences. If it weren't for Lin Yi, she definitely wouldn't have survived. Lin Yi took out his phone and found the first message. He tapped on it. No sincerity. Ren Nanes blushed, feeling a bit embarrassed. I'll treat you to yakiniku. You can eat as much as you want until you're full. If you want other dishes, it's fine too, as long as they're available in Chiba. I'm prepared for a big spend. She was prepared to spend a lot. However, this perilous adventure had sparked Ren Nanes' craving for food, especially since she had felt intense hunger during the ordeal. Although it had faded, the lingering hunger still urged her to eat a hearty meal. Yakiniku? Lin Yi immediately recalled the strange yakiniku experience from Tuesday night. Wasn't that a bit too stimulating? Isn't that good? Don't you like yakiniku, Lin-kun? Sure, but actually, there's something else I want to eat even more. He looked at Ren Nanes. What is it? Ren Nanes then saw Lin Yi slowly raise his right hand and point at her. Eh? In an instant, the words from the bus ride flashed in Ren Nanes' mind. No, 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 this is not allowed. This one thing is absolutely not allowed. Ren Nanes shook her head vigorously, as if shaking a rattle. But she didn't step back, nor did she increase the distance between them. What a pity. I was hoping that after saving the beautiful nurse, you'd be so moved that you'd offer yourself to me. How could that happen? Ren Nanes blushed and shouted back. Such things were impossible. I understand. It's because I'm not handsome enough. If a handsome guy had done it, he would have said I can't repay this kindness, I can only offer myself in return. No way. I'm not that kind of girl. Things like this are just too fast. I've never. No experience. By the end, her face was even redder, her voice barely a whisper, and her fingers rubbed nervously together. Ren Nanes was also trying to make Lin Yi feel better. You're very handsome and charming, especially when you stepped up to protect me on the bus. I'm really moved. I like boys who are willing to protect me, but offering myself in return is too soon. She said a lot, some of it contradictory, but Lin Yi could see the kind of girl Ren Nanes was. It was just a joke earlier. Don't take it too seriously. She nodded. Suddenly, Ren Nanes remembered something and said quickly. I still don't know your name. She had just realized she didn't know how to address him. Lin Yi. I'm Ren Nanes. You can just call me Ren, Lin-kun. Okay. By the way, the things that happened on the 18 bus need to be kept a secret. I understand. But if others find out, could there be any danger? Even without Lin Yi's warning, Ren Nanes intended to keep it secret. Although surviving the bizarre 18 bus ride was something she could boast about, she wasn't the type of girl who liked to show off and be envied. I can't say for sure, but if someone knows the details, there's a high chance they'll encounter that strange event. In other words, if she told a friend about the 18 bus incident, they could easily end up experiencing it themselves. Don't think that just because you know the rules, you'll survive. The rules can change. How many types of passengers do you think there are? There are many, so many that the number of rules might be as many as there are people in the world. Ren Nanes swallowed. Even if she were to board the 18 bus again, she might not survive. By the way. Lin Yi walked up to her, gently patting her on the shoulder and giving a small smile. Miss Ren, you just did something quite rude to me. What? Lin Yi pointed to his own cheek. You took advantage of me. You kissed me. Ren Nanes wanted to explain, to defend herself, but with Lin Yi closing in, she kept retreating until she backed into a tree branch, unable to move further. One of the things I hate most is being taken advantage of, so. You know what that means. Ren Nanes bit her lip, her hands clutching her clothes. She wanted to refuse but didn't know what to say. I'm sorry. Is that okay? She asked carefully. Lin Yi just watched, smiling, saying nothing, doing nothing, quietly waiting. Ren Nanes clenched her hands tighter, her body tense. After a while, she sighed and stopped struggling. You can kiss me. She even turned her left cheek towards him. Lin Yi didn't hesitate. He placed his hands on her shoulders and leaned down to kiss her delicate, flawless cheek. The feeling was nice, very nice. Other side. Huh? She froze. That was to make things even. Now, this is compensation. How could this be? But Ren Nanes turned her head, offering her right cheek. Her face was bright red, like a rose about to bloom. Would he ask for something even more outrageous now? She couldn't help but think. Chapter 70, the twin sisters. Lin Yi leaned in, and as Ren Nanes trembled, he kissed her right cheek. The feeling was really nice. Ren Nanes was torn between wanting to reject it and yet unable to, and this complicated, chaotic emotion added a unique flavor to the situation. It felt good to tease a girl. Lin Yi was in a good mood, so he spoke again. Well, next. That's it. Ren Nanes replied, squatting down and moving past him. It's over now, nothing else. Having anticipated what Lin Yi was about to say, Ren Nanes took action first. She jogged a few steps to distance herself from him. Lin-kun, follow me. Let's go to that mall. We're having yakiniku. Ren Nanes waved her hand, and under the street lights, her blue outfit outlined her slender figure. Her cherry-colored long hair swayed gently in the evening breeze, giving off a vibrant, youthful energy. Lin Yi stepped forward to follow her. On the way, Ren Nanes asked her question. Where is the next stop? Because of the series of embarrassing requests from Lin Yi, she had forgotten her biggest question. The crematorium. Ah. So it was the crematorium. Then what happens if he gets off the bus first? I don't know, but there are 2 guesses. 2? That sounds interesting. With an expectant look, Lin Yi spoke. We'll end up at the crematorium, because that's where he is going, so if we follow him, we'll arrive there too. And the other one? The morgue at Chiba City Hospital. Ren Nanes. No matter which one, she didn't want either. Yakiniku restaurant, Chiba branch. After careful consideration, Ren Nanes decided to bring Lin Yi to this yakiniku restaurant, which she had always wanted to visit but never could due to her budget. The reason was simple: her income wasn't enough, and this place was quite expensive. For someone like her, who was frugal and always saving money, this felt like a luxury meal. But today, she decided to treat herself not just to thank Lin Yi, but also to celebrate surviving her close call. Sizzle. Sizzle. The charcoal grill crackled, the black charcoal slowly turned red, releasing heat, while the bright red beef sizzled with bubbles, the beef fat making a cracking sound, and the aroma of grilled meat grew stronger. Ren Nanis looked on, her appetite peaked. Finally, the beef was done. She picked it up with her chopsticks and placed it into Lin Yi's bowl. Try it. Under Ren Nanis' eager gaze, Lin Yi picked up a piece of beef, dipped it in sauce, and placed it in his mouth. The beef was smooth and full, its juices mingling with the sauce and spreading across his tongue, stimulating his taste buds and releasing a flavor called delicious. It's good. If it weren't for the strange, burning smell of the grilled meat from Tuesday night, this beef would taste even better. But Lin Yi knew he had to get used to it. The strange game in the future would only present more disgusting and cruel things, so he could only adapt. Good to hear. I'm relieved. With beef at this price, if I said it wasn't good, you'd probably cry, Miss Ren. Then I'll take you to a more upscale yakiniku place. Good, it's a deal. I'm looking forward to the next time. Ren Nanis. She felt a pang of sympathy for her wallet for 3 seconds. She gritted her teeth and agreed. Another round of yakiniku wasn't a big deal. She, Ren Nanis, could afford it. How about? No, thank you. She immediately shook her head, rejecting it forcefully, fearing that Lin Yi would suggest more expensive dishes. Sizzle. Sizzle. The delicious smell of grilled meat filled the air, tempting her appetite. Ren Nanis began to eat. Yum. She felt so happy. Delicious. Eating a meal of yakiniku after surviving a near-death experience felt so satisfying. Here. Lin Yi placed a piece of grilled meat in front of Ren Nanis, steam rising from it. With a smile, he looked at her, and Ren Nanis hesitated before speaking. Just once. Sure. She slightly parted her lips and bit into the piece of grilled beef. It was delicious, but so embarrassing. Fortunately, no one she knew saw her. Ren Nanis instinctively glanced around, and saw a woman with purple short hair and a white hair accessory at a table diagonally across from her, who was watching her with a curious look. The woman quickly smiled and waved, greeting her. Ren Nanis slowly formed a question mark in her mind, and her right hand, which had been about to wave back, froze on the table. Why? Why was Ryowa here? She almost didn't hold it together. Ryowa Fujibayashi was Ren Nanis' classmate from nursing school. After graduating, they went to different hospitals. Ren Nanis had joined Chiba City Hospital, while Ryowa had gone back to her hometown to work at the hospital there. Was she here for a visit to Chiba? Ren Nanis' gaze shifted, and she noticed a woman sitting opposite Ryowa. The waterfall-like long hair immediately made her realize the identity of the woman sitting across from Ryowa. The two sisters had come to Chiba. Ryowa came to Chiba and didn't contact her? How rude. She had promised to reach out when she came to Chiba. Ren Nanis sulked. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, sitting opposite Ren Nanis, watched her expression shift from embarrassment to shock, and finally to sadness, all in a matter of seconds. 100 emotions in a flash. Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh, resting his hand on the back of his chair. Following Ren Nanis' gaze, a woman with purple shoulder-length hair came into view. The girl noticed Lin Yi's gaze and quickly looked away, like a small animal scared by something. Then, she looked down and shyly flashed a faint smile, gently waving her hand in greeting. She was an introverted and shy girl. She must be someone Ren Nanis knew. The next moment, Lin Yi saw the woman sitting across from the purple-haired girl turn slightly, revealing the same face. Twins. One with short hair, one with long hair. This was the most obvious difference between them. Lin Yi looked left and right, still unable to tell the difference. If they had the same hair color, he would never have been able to distinguish them. Familiar faces? The purple-haired girl asked. No, it's the girl across from him. She's my friend. Ryowa Fujibayashi whispered. Oh. Your good friend from nursing school. You said you'd meet her when you came to Chiba. Should we go over now? The short-haired girl immediately shook her head. No, they're eating together. It wouldn't be good to interrupt them. Let's wait until they're done. Ryowa Fujibayashi's words seemed to make her sister understand, and she nodded. But in the end, she still glanced at Lin Yi's back, before turning her attention to the sizzling, aromatic grilled meat in front of her. This grilled meat tasted great. It was rare for her younger sister to splurge, so as the older sister, she had to enjoy this rare moment. Chapter 71, This man feels a little special at the barbecue restaurant. Lin Yi was eating grilled meat, enjoying the delicious taste on his tongue. Seeing that Ren Nanis hadn't recovered yet, he actively asked. If you're upset, you can talk about it. I don't mind being a listener. He turned the beef on the grill. No. Well then, eat your barbecue properly. If you don't, I'll finish it all. Ren Nanes then noticed that half of the meat on the grill was already gone. Hurry up and eat. Lin Yi used tongs to place the grilled meat onto Ren Nanes' plate, urging her to eat quickly. Ren Nanes gave a smile and started eating silently. Lin Yi knew she had something on her mind. A few minutes later, Ren Nanes spoke softly. Lin-kun, actually, she's a friend from my nursing school. Oh, I see. Ren Nanes tilted her head, showing a look of confusion. You fought over a man with her in nursing school, and in the end, the man you liked was taken away by her, right? Now her appearance brings up painful memories of your past failure. Women, huh? Sigh. Lin Yi sighed deeply, picking up a piece of meat covered in rich sauce with his chopsticks. This flavor was indeed good. Expensive meat had its reason for being expensive. The taste was completely different from regular beef, and even he could taste the difference. That's not it. I didn't like any guy, and neither did she. Though now I don't know if I do. Ren Nanes hurriedly explained. Since that's the case, why are you upset? You and she don't have a bad relationship. We're fine. Fine? Then shouldn't you be happier to see your friend again? Why are you putting on such a sad face? Soon, Ren Nanes explained her reason. She had made plans to contact her when she came to Chiba, but the other person came to Chiba and didn't contact her. Was it because she hated her now? This left Lin Yi stunned. Just because of this assumption? Women. Their thought processes are indeed a bit different. Ren Nanes was overthinking. Maybe she doesn't want to trouble you. Why would friends be afraid of troubling each other? Is Lin-kun afraid that your friend might trouble you? Maybe she wants to give you a surprise. This seems possible. Ren Nanes pursed her lips and fell into thought. Stop overthinking, just ask her directly. If you're too shy, I'll go. With that, Lin Yi pretended to stand up, but Ren Nanes hurriedly stopped him. Lin-kun, wait. Wait, let's finish eating and then we'll go. Lin Yi thought for a moment and agreed. This meal ended rather hastily, but there would be another one. Lin Yi was keeping that in mind. Ren Nanes took a deep breath and stood up, ready to head towards Ryawa Fujibayashi's seat, but saw that the Fujibayashi sisters were also getting up. The two exchanged looks and seemed to realize each other's thoughts, sharing a knowing smile. A large part of the gloom in Ren Nanes' heart lifted, and she felt that perhaps she had been overthinking. Then, Ren. Ryo, welcome to Chiba. I wanted to surprise you, but I didn't expect to run into you here. Is this your boyfriend? Good evening, boyfriend-kun. Fujibayashi Ryo greeted nervously. Her shy, weak personality had changed somewhat. At least now she dared to greet someone she had just met, though her voice still carried a soft, delicate tone. No, Lin Yi is not my boyfriend. He is my friend. Ren Nanes hastily explained, but Fujibayashi Ryo kept looking back and forth, recalling the scene where Lin Yi had fed Ren Nanes. She thought her friend Ren was shy and unwilling to admit it. I understand. It's really not like that. Really, believe me. Ren Nanes was almost about to start a full explanation, however, just as they were about to introduce themselves, the waitress came to remind them. So the four of them headed to the cashier to settle the bill. Lin Yi was calm and unaffected by paying the bill. He showed no particular reaction. But this meal was indeed expensive, 29,000 yen. Ren Nanes had really spent a lot. She'd bled a lot financially. Welcome. We hope to see you again next time. Under the waitress's watchful eyes, the four left the barbecue restaurant and strolled down the street. The deep night sky, with its twinkling stars, cast faint light on the earth, adding a touch of mystery and silence to the sparsely populated streets. Ren Nanes started the introductions. This is my friend, Lin Yi. Hello. I'm Lin Yi. Lin Yi greeted the twin sisters. In his past life, he had never met identical twin sisters, let alone high-appearance ones. This is my classmate from nursing school, Ryawa Fujibayashi, and this one is Ryo's twin sister, Kyawa Fujibayashi. Aren't they beautiful? They're both very pretty girls and have had many admirers. Ren, don't say that. Fujibayashi Ryo shyly shook Ren Nanes' arm, then greeted Lin Yi. Hello. Fujibayashi Anzu only nodded as a form of greeting. However, at this moment, all three of them noticed a change in Lin Yi's expression. Lin-kun, what's wrong? Is Miss Fujibayashi from a town called Hikari-ban? You know Hikari-ban, Lin Yi-kun? Indeed. At that moment, Lin Yi was completely certain. He hadn't expected that even the heroine of Clannad would appear in this world. He had loved Clannad so much back in the day. It had been 24 years since his past life, and 17 years since Clannad aired. He wondered how many people still remembered this work. I've heard of it. I was even thinking about going to Hikari-ban for high school. Then. In that case, both my sister and I would be your senpai, right? Fujibayashi Ryo seemed a bit uncertain about Lin Yi's age. Yes, you'd be my senpai. Lin Yi confirmed. I'd like to ask if Miss Fujibayashi knows Miss Tomoyo Sakagami? Sakagami? Yes, I know her. Back then, nobody in the school didn't know her. She was the president of the student council at Hikari-ban High School when we were in our 3rd year of high school. Do you know her, Lin Yi? I know her, though it's just me who knows her. Tomoyo Sakagami was here too. This world was truly getting more interesting. Fujibayashi Ryo glanced at Ren Nanes again, and seeing her friend's normal expression, seemingly unaffected by Lin Yi asking about another girl, she felt that maybe Ren Nanes and Lin Yi really weren't a couple. She then explained why she had come to Chiba. Her father's job had been transferred, and her sister, Kyo, had received a job offer to teach at a primary school in Chiba. So, after discussing as a family, they decided to move to Chiba temporarily. That's great, Ryo. This way, we can hang out together often. We can eat and watch movies like we used to. I really miss our happy days in nursing school. Ren Nanes and Fujibayashi Ryo walked side by side, chatting happily about their past lives in nursing school, and Ren Nanes' previous sadness seemed to have disappeared completely. Lin Yi deliberately stayed a few meters behind the two, following them from behind. Meanwhile, as the older sister, Fujibayashi Ryo also gradually pulled away from the other two and, without realizing it, found herself walking shoulder to shoulder with Lin Yi. Kyowa Fujibayashi couldn't shake the feeling that this man next to her was just a little bit special. Chapter 72, Staying Overnight? Date? Compared to the previous cheerful and happy two, Lin Yi and Kyowa Fujibayashi's walk was much quieter. Kyowa Fujibayashi was a little unaccustomed to the silence, so she took the initiative to break it. I still don't know where you work. Sobu High School. Lin Yi didn't mention that he was still a high school student. Even Ren Nanes didn't realize that he was actually just a second-year student. With his face, Lin Yi didn't feel that he looked that young. A high school teacher? She thought. I don't know if Miss Kyo would mind me asking a more personal question. He wanted to know whether the two sisters had any emotional connection with the male protagonist of the original story. This could also help him determine if this version of the story had diverged. However, considering the original was a game adaptation, this was still a question. After all, games tend to have multiple routes. I mind. She immediately refused. Let me see if I can ask Miss Ryowa Fujibayashi instead. Don't go looking for Ryo. Kyowa Fujibayashi quickly stepped in front of Lin Yi, and the two stopped in a standoff. Ask then. What's the question? She compromised and made a deal. Kyowa Fujibayashi knew her sister's personality very well. She knew that for the sake of Ren Nanes, her sister would definitely answer Lin Yi's question. If I'm being too forward, I apologize in advance. She grew more attentive, narrowing her eyes and staring at Lin Yi. Say it. Miss Kyo, do you and your sister have anyone you like? If this were the original story, they should have someone they liked, right? Kyowa Fujibayashi's expression darkened. Her eyes turned sharp, her breath cold, and her right hand made a creak sound. Sorry for being abrupt, you don't have to answer. No. Kyowa Fujibayashi gave Lin Yi an answer. I warn you, don't go after Ryo. If I find out you're interested in her, I won't let you off. I'll make you regret it. She stretched her muscles, showing off her strength. What if I'm interested in you, Miss Kyo? I'll beat you every time we meet. She clenched her fist and swung it, creating a whooshing sound with her punches. Lin Yi laughed. The girl in front of him had the same violent tendencies as the original character in his memories. Kyowa Fujibayashi got even angrier. Just as she was about to threaten him again, a voice came from behind. Big sister, what are you two doing? Nothing, I'm coming. Kyowa Fujibayashi immediately turned around. Her long purple hair swayed, leaving a beautiful arc. As she hurried to catch up, she shot Lin Yi a fierce glare. Lin Yi watched the purple-haired girl's back as she quickly caught up, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Ren Nanes and my sister are friends, so there will be more opportunities in the future. No rush, take it slow. Now, Lin Yi had plenty of patience. Today's two surprises made him feel good. What other surprises could this world bring him? He was looking forward to it. Waiting for the appearance of the other heroines from the other works. For that, Lin Yi resisted the urge to go online and, based on his memories, began searching step by step. He really enjoyed the surprise and novelty of the female protagonist suddenly appearing. If he searched for each work one by one, the ones that weren't available would disappoint him, and the joy brought by some works would only be to a certain extent. There's nothing more surprising than encountering the heroine unexpectedly. 9. p.m., the four of them parted ways. The Fujibayashi sisters were already near the house they rented. Ren, next time, come with Lincoln to visit our house. I'm really sorry today, I can't entertain you, the house is still a bit messy and hasn't been tidied up. It's fine. We'll come next time. Ryo, if you run into any problems, feel free to ask me. I'm more familiar with Chiba, after all, I've worked here for a few months longer than Ryo. They said their goodbyes. Next, Lin Yi sent Ren Nanes back home. Lincoln, how about I go back alone? Are you worried I'll attack you? As soon as the words left his mouth, Ren Nanes shook her head repeatedly. It's just that the apartment I rented is far from yours. If you drop me off and then head back, it will be too late. This is simple. How do we solve it? Ren Nanes had full confidence in Lin Yi's problem-solving skills. I'll stay over at your place for the night. Lin Yi said this seriously, with no hint of joking. Ren Nanes froze for a while before quickly reacting and rejecting him. No, absolutely not. I won't do anything to you. I don't believe that. Men always say that, and then. Ren, you seem to have a lot of experience. I read it in books. Anyway, no staying over, absolutely not. I'll pay for you to stay at a hotel. If she let Lin Yi stay over, she couldn't imagine what might happen that night. She was afraid she wouldn't be able to refuse in the end. So, rejecting him from the start was her best course of action. Together? I'll sleep at my apartment, and you can stay at a hotel. What a shame. Lin Yi thought, if he went to a hotel with Ren Nanes for the night, he wasn't sure whether it would trigger the strange game again and lead him back into the Ren's Heart Love Hotel. Are you free tomorrow? I'm on break. She had just passed over Ryo's plan to go shopping that weekend, but Ryo didn't agree, because she and her sister Kyowa Fujibayashi had to tidy up the house, so she didn't have much time. If you don't mind, come accompany me around Chiba. I need to buy some things, but I'm not very familiar with Chiba. Ren Nanes didn't doubt that Lin Yi wasn't familiar with Chiba. But wasn't this a date? A date? Wasn't this a bit too fast? If you have other things to do this weekend, it's fine. I have time. How about the day after tomorrow? I want to rest tomorrow. She wanted to use tomorrow to relieve the physical and mental stress of today and think carefully about her relationship with Lin Yi, as well as the date the day after tomorrow. No problem, let's meet at 11 a.m. the day after tomorrow. We'll decide the meeting place then, just contact me by phone. More than half an hour later, Lin Yi sent Ren Nanes to the bottom of her apartment building. Until they parted ways, Lin Yi didn't ask to go upstairs to visit her. This made Ren Nanes breathe a sigh of relief, but at the same time, she wondered if her refusal was too firm and if it made Lin Yi unhappy. Next time, I'll invite Lin Kun over. He must be interested in a girl's apartment, right? After watching Lin Yi's figure disappear from view, Ren Nanes returned to her apartment. As soon as she entered, she saw the sexy underwear scattered on the floor and immediately ran over to grab it and stuff it into the bathroom. No, next time I must pay attention, I must tidy up before leaving. She repeatedly reminded herself, her face flushed red. If Lin Yi had seen that underwear, it would have been too embarrassing. Just thinking about it now made her uncomfortable, let alone if it had actually happened. An hour later, Lin Yi returned to his apartment just before midnight. After washing up, he sat at his desk, took out his notebook and pen, and began summarizing the day. This strange Game 18 bus is still related to the Chiba Station fire incident. So, was the Chiba Station fire really just an ordinary fire accident? Regarding this, Lin Yi expressed his doubts. Chapter 73, Mysterious Object. Once is a coincidence, but twice is not necessarily so. Lin Yi had a premonition that he would encounter a mysterious game linked to the Chiba Station fire incident. It's necessary to investigate the truth of the Chiba Station fire incident. To search for related information. Lin Yi picked up a pen and wrote it in his notebook's plan. His memory was good, but he preferred to record important matters in his notebook to arrange his time more reasonably. Since he had no time to meet Ren Nanes the day after tomorrow, he would go tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'll go to the Chiba Fire Department and the Chiba Police Department to look for detailed investigation reports on the fire incident. Lin Yi made the decision to quickly find the materials and understand the details of the incident, which would help him handle future tasks and missions related to the mysterious games. Da. The pen in Lin Yi's hand lightly tapped the desk, making a crisp sound. Ren Nanes also hasn't received an invitation to the mysterious game. For now, we can assume that participants in ordinary real-world tasks won't receive invites to become players in the game. The total number of mysterious game players was smaller than expected. There were 7 passengers on the 18 bus, including him, and only 2 survived. Even so, Ren Nanes wasn't invited. Compared to Ai Hoshino and Hikari Kuroda from the Love Hotel, Ren Nane's contribution on the bus was absolutely greater. The bizarre suturing of wounds, the strange cooling of fever, Ren Nane's had exerted a lot of effort. Thus, participation, contribution, and invitation qualifications had little correlation. Player qualifications, for now, only depended on the type of mysterious game task. Shasha. Lin Yi recorded the events of the bus ride and reflected on whether he could have survived without the ability to stop time. The game with the little boy was difficult, purely by luck, or maybe the boy let me go. But that round, some passengers would inevitably die. Projects relying purely on luck were the most unsafe. Without time stop, he didn't think he could safely make it through. Future mysterious games would definitely feature more complex, more difficult, and more dangerous games. Lin Yi was actually looking forward to it. A new life, a new beginning in this mixed world of the second dimension. He wanted to experience more surprises, joy, and excitement. The mysterious games would surely fulfill this small wish of his. The summary for today ended. However, the task completion notification had yet to arrive. Could surviving the 18 bus be not enough? Time passed after midnight. At that moment, the familiar mechanical sound rang. Ding. Mysterious aura carrier Ren Nane's confirmed safe. Ordinary real-world task has been completed. Reward 1, 150 game points, blessing point split effect active. Reward 2, 150 experience points. Reward 3, random white quality items X2. Your current experience is 250 out of 200. You can now consume experience to level up your game character. Do you wish to level up? Level up. With Lin Yi's words, the new notification arrived. Congratulations, your game level has been upgraded to level 1. You gained 1 free allocation point. The equipment and item function is unlocked. When you obtain items in the mysterious game, you will get relevant information. The backpack function is unlocked. You now have 5 backpack slots. Your mysterious game has just begun. We hope you enjoy your game experience. The equipment and item function unlocked. Backpack. Lin Yi looked at his game character panel. His level had become level 1, with experience 50 out of 300. The next level requires 100 more experience than before? I still need 250 experience to level up to level 2. Leveling up 1 level gives 1 free allocation point. He currently had 8 free allocation points, which he hadn't used yet. Let me try the backpack function. He then focused his mind, and the pen in his hand disappeared. It has appeared in the backpack slot, taking up 1 slot. Let me try putting multiple identical items into the same slot. Lin Yi brought over a book. 10 books were no problem. Then, Lin Yi stuffed all the clothes and pants together and successfully placed them into one of the empty backpack slots. However, when he tried to add more clothes, they went into the second slot. Lin Yi repeated the experiment multiple times, such as trying to stuff books into the clothes, attempting to store them in the same slot, but he failed. He couldn't succeed. After several attempts, Lin Yi had a general understanding. Items of similar nature can be stacked together and stored, but I'm not sure if there's a volume or weight limit. He guessed there might be one. The amount of clothes and books he tested was too little, nowhere near enough. He needed further experiments. Once a slot is used, you can't place the same type of item into it again. As for retrieving, soon, all the clothes appeared on the bed. Lin Yi understood how retrieval worked now. But no matter what, the unlocking of the backpack slots provided him with great convenience. He could carry items with him, and if there were dangerous items, he could store them in the backpack slots. Equipment, from the mysterious game. I haven't even extracted the 3 white quality items yet. Extract. Lin Yi navigated to the mail section of his panel and saw 2 new messages. He chose to extract. Congratulations, you've obtained a steel dagger X1, quality, white. Congratulations, you've obtained 100,000 yen, quality, white. Congratulations, you've obtained the gas mask X1, quality, white. The lowest quality of game equipment was white, and it ranked upwards as blue, purple, orange, and gold, with gold being the best. Skills also followed this color system to differentiate quality and rarity. My time stop superpower should count as a skill, with at least gold quality starting. Lin Yi smiled, but unfortunately, the time stop ability didn't appear on his panel. The 100,000 yen could be spent, and the steel dagger and gas mask were items that could also be bought in real life, so they weren't particularly good items. Better than nothing. Lin Yi casually placed the gas mask and steel dagger into the backpack slots. He opened the drawer and, as he was putting away the notebook, he suddenly noticed something wrapped in cloth inside the drawer. This is... Lin Yi remembered. It was the mysterious black bead he had taken from the man's forehead during the attack at the concert on Monday. He unwrapped the cloth and took out the black bead. In an instant, related information appeared in his vision. This really is a mysterious game item. He had guessed right. Chapter 74, What do you want to do to my baby? Name, Serpent Eye Orb. Category, Weird Object. Quality, Blue. Ability, after use, it will cause fear in the target, making them fall into a fearful illusion. The duration, intensity, and number of targets affected will depend on the user's mental strength. Usage requirement, the user's mental strength must be at least 18. Note 1, the item can be used even if the mental strength is insufficient, but it will greatly consume mental energy, especially when facing higher levels of weird contamination. Note 2, if worn on the forehead, it will reduce the mental energy consumption and lower the mental strength requirement. The fear deterrent effect will also be enhanced. Special reminder, this item is a weird object. Every time a weird object is used, it will bring about contamination and erosion. Players are advised to use it with caution. Blue item, weird object. At first, I thought this orb was strange, so it was the right decision to take it with me. That black powder is from a game player. Wearing it on the forehead is because their mental strength doesn't meet the requirements for using the weird object. Lin Yi looked at the weird object in his hand and decided to test it tomorrow. Afterward, he put the orb into his backpack. The player's backpack is probably the safest place. After tidying up the desk, Lin Yi stretched his muscles and bones to relax. Finally, he took off his clothes, turned off the lights, and rested. The night was deep, and the room was quiet, with the faint sound of steady breathing. Time passed. Lin Yi was woken up by the alarm clock. 6 o'clock. He endured his sleepiness, got out of bed, and changed into his sportswear. Exercise continues. After a half-hour jog, Lin Yi returned to his room, washed up, and ate the breakfast he had bought from the convenience store. Once prepared, he left the apartment and went downstairs. Today, he was going to the fire department and the police station to gather more information about the Chiba train station fire. If someone from above is there, this information will be relatively easy to obtain. Without the time stop ability, it would have been hard for him to acquire relevant information silently. However, considering that the information might be strictly sealed, Lin Yi had prepared himself for the possibility of finding nothing. More than half an hour later, Lin Yi arrived near the fire station. He found a place to change clothes, put on a hat and mask, and successfully infiltrated the fire station using the time stop ability. He found the station's area map and headed for the document archive room. The archive room door was locked. Keys? Lin Yi went straight to the head's office. After some effort, he successfully obtained the keys. Entering the archive room, Lin Yi looked at the rows of shelves and finally found the records of the April 8th Chiba Station fire incident. Click. Click. Lin Yi took photos, but he was in the fire station's restroom. Since the phone's camera function wouldn't work during the time stop, he took the documents out of the archive room and went to the nearest restroom to take the pictures. It was a little troublesome, but it was safer. Who took the keys to our station? The chief can't find them and is looking everywhere. No, weren't the keys always in the chief's office? If they were in the office, he wouldn't be asking you guys here. Ask the people nearby. By the way, have you seen any suspicious people? No. In the restroom, several firefighters were talking. Lin Yi knew that if he had stayed in the archive room, the oddities in the room would have been noticed. Though it wasn't a big deal, with the time stop, he wouldn't have been exposed or caught, but Lin Yi wanted to remain as inconspicuous as possible. Quietly come, quietly go, and no one would notice. A few minutes later, Lin Yi returned the documents to the archive room and placed the keys into the trash can in the office he had obtained them from. When the time stop ended again, Lin Yi's figure had already appeared in an alley 200 meters away from the fire station. Next is the police station. Compared to the fire station, the police station used an electronic clock for the archive room. Lin Yi just needed to wait for the right moment, for someone to enter the archive room, and then he could obtain the documents he wanted. After a few hours, he finally gathered the information. He found a nearby restaurant, ordered a pork cutlet set, and read the documents while having lunch. The Chiba Station fire incident's initial fire source was the ramen shop inside the station. The cause was improper operation, which led to a kitchen fire and a gas explosion, resulting in 1 death and 3 injuries. Later, 1 critically injured person died after unsuccessful rescue attempts. Takashi Hayes was the manager of the ramen shop. His colleagues clearly stated he was in poor condition, with symptoms like fever and coughing. The most severely burned was Koichi Honda, a chef at the ramen shop, who has since died. That was the strange being that had burned earlier. The other 2 injured were customers who had been caught in the explosion and couldn't escape in time. However, Lin Yi found an interview record of the people present at the scene. Before the explosion, someone had clearly heard arguing and some unusual, strange sounds. As for the rest of the information, there wasn't much of note. "Sir, would you like a refill?" While deep in thought, a young female waitress came up to Lin Yi with a smile, holding a jug of lemonade. "Thank you, it's fine." The waitress poured the water, and the cup was soon full. "If you need anything, just call me." "Okay." Lin Yi sat for a few more minutes before paying the bill and leaving the restaurant. The incident report itself didn't seem overly complicated, but the strange sounds at the end still caught Lin Yi's attention. It was unusual and needed further confirmation. Woof, woof, woof. Woof, woof, woof. While walking on the street, Lin Yi suddenly heard a series of dog barks ahead. A large, fat dog seemed to be angrily barking at a little girl, who trembled and fell to the ground. This is a Tosa Inu dog. The owner of the dog didn't even try to control it. Tosa Inu dogs are fighting dogs, fierce and powerful, with extremely high aggression. Once they enter a combat state, they fight to the death. Lin Yi quickly walked over. "Hey!" he shouted at the Tosa Inu dog. "Arf arf, woof woof woof." The dog glared at him, even attempting to charge and bite. The next second, arf arf oh. It let out a whimper of fear, its fierce expression immediately drooping, and its large body slumped to the ground, trembling. The serpent eye orb worked very well. He had been struggling to find a suitable test subject, and this Tosa Inu dog was just perfect. "Hey, what are you doing? What did you do to my baby?" At that moment, a woman's voice came from behind. Chapter 75 Ghosts Cry and Wolves Howl. Tsurumi under Lin Yi's gaze, he saw a plump middle-aged woman running over at the fastest speed. She hurriedly picked up the trembling Tosa Inu dog that was lying on the ground. "Is this the baby? Hey, what did you do to my baby? If something happens to it, I won't let you off." The middle-aged woman shouted loudly. "This dog almost bit someone." "Impossible. My baby is very well behaved, it would never bite anyone. If it did, it's because you provoked it. It would never attack first." Her logical argument followed one after another, fully demonstrating her real nature of being unreasonable. "Apologize." "What?" "Apologize to her immediately." Lin Yi helped the little girl up, and at this moment, he noticed that the little girl had a delicate face, fair skin, and long black hair. She looked as beautiful as a doll. In a few years, she might be an exceptionally beautiful young girl who would make countless men fall in love with her. "What apology? You should apologize to my baby." "Ow ow woo." The Tosa Inu dog let out a painful howl. Its chubby body had already hidden behind the middle-aged woman, and it looked at Lin Yi with fear in its eyes. "Baby, baby. Apologize." The middle-aged woman was still holding the dog, gently stroking it to calm it down, but she was glaring angrily at Lin Yi. However, when she met his cold eyes, she shuddered but didn't lower her gaze. Instead, she became even more intense. Until... whoosh! She screamed and collapsed onto the ground, holding the Tosa Inu dog, crying out in a ghostly manner. Lin Yi had already reduced his strength. It was much weaker compared to dealing with the Tosa Inu dog, but the woman's reaction was even stronger. People are not as good as dogs. He shook his head in his mind. "Little girl, let me take you home." The black-haired little girl looked up at Lin Yi, expressionless, then lowered her head. She didn't agree, but she didn't refuse either. "If you have your parents' phone number, I can use my phone to contact them." Lin Yi offered his phone, but the little girl didn't take it. A few seconds later, she stood up and walked forward, and Lin Yi followed a few meters behind at a steady pace. About 10 minutes later, she stopped in front of a house. "Little girl, I'm leaving now. In the future, stay away from large dogs. Golden retrievers and huskies are fine, though." Just as Lin Yi was about to leave, the little girl finally spoke. "It was the dog that charged at us." She explained, "Tosa Inu dogs are highly aggressive. Anyway, be careful when you go out in the future." Lin Yi crouched down to the little girl's level, which would help her feel less scared. "The dog is afraid of you, and that woman is also afraid of you. Maybe it's because I look fierce." She stared at him, but there was nothing fierce about his face at all. "Tsurumi." "Huh? My name? I'm in the 6th grade at Chiba Elementary School." "Oh. So, she was the elementary school student from Spring Things. It was a surprise to meet her today." "Your name?" "Lin Yi, a high school student at Sobya High School." "How can I be like you? When you grow up a bit more, you'll be like me. You didn't cry when facing a Tosa Inu dog at your age, you're already very brave." "Really, I'm not comforting you, you're really brave. At least when he was in elementary school, he would have been scared of a large dog's growl." "It's getting late, I'll leave now. Goodbye." "Thank you." After Lin Yi had taken a few steps, Tsurumi's voice of thanks came, and Lin Yi smiled and waved goodbye. Tsurumi returned home, took off her shoes. Next week, the class will have a new teacher. I wonder how long this teacher will stay. In the past half-month at Chiba Elementary School, 2 teachers had left due to extreme mental stress from terrifying events. Rumors were circulating among the students, but the truth was unclear. Because of the unlocked backpack slot, Lin Yi had a new thought. Before, I didn't have a place to store weapons and ammunition, carrying them was risky, so I didn't consider it. But now with the backpack slot unlocked, both problems are solved. It solved the storage problem and the carrying problem. He could use them anytime if needed. Well then. Let's go. Lin Yi looked at the distant military base. I'm just borrowing. I'll return everything, principal and interest. If necessary, he could throw an endless supply of weapons onto the Atlantic Federation's territory. Once he made his decision, Lin Yi took action. In front of Time Stop, complete stealth wasn't a problem. The hardest part was those locked doors. He didn't have wall-phasing powers, so he had to rely on some small tricks to successfully enter. Ah! The air was filled with the smell of metal and oil. The guns and ammunition will mysteriously disappear and be discovered sooner or later. So, Lin Yi left a card with the words Kaido Kid was here on it. Perfect? Everything ended smoothly. Lin Yi returned to his apartment, looking at the shiny pistol in his hand, gently stroking it with his right hand. I could go to a shooting range to learn, or I could practice alone in an uninhabited area by following online video tutorials. It's best to have someone teach him. After all, shooting a gun isn't something you can learn in a day. With professional instruction, he would master it faster. But the role of a gun in a bizarre instance shouldn't be that significant. Its main use is to intimidate people. Learning one more skill is never a loss. Looking at the time, Lin Yi opened his computer and searched for related tutorial videos and precautions to ensure he could use it properly. Sunday, April 14th, 10:45 a.m., Lin Yi arrived at the agreed location. Today, he was dressed in gray casual clothes. The shopping mall on weekends was more lively than on weekdays, with people coming and going. Occasionally, people handing out flyers walked past and offered them to Lin Yi. Lin Yi politely declined. 5 or 6 minutes later, a sound of footsteps came from afar. A girl in a cute pink dress walked toward him, and within 20 meters, several men's gazes were drawn to her on both sides of the street. Beautiful girls always attract men's attention. Sorry, I'm late, Lin-kun. The girl, Ren Nanis, who had come quickly, was slightly out of breath. Lin Yi looked at the girl and realized that Ren Nanis had carefully dressed up for the occasion. She was taking this date seriously. Chapter 76, Strange Mission, Movie Night. It should count as a date, right? Lin Yi couldn't help but think. Miss Ren, you're very beautiful. Thank you. Many men are captivated by you. Lin Yi pointed at the many male passers-by who were casting their gazes toward them, teasing with a smile. No. That's not true. They're not looking at me. But the blush on her face revealed her inner shyness. It's lunchtime. Let's go eat. Okay. Ren Nanes had no objections. They entered the mall, which had exquisite decor. Under the bright lighting, the spacious shopping center looked clean and tidy, with a few couples strolling hand in hand around the stores. The pairing of Lin Yi and Ren Nanes also attracted quite a bit of attention, giving off a couple vibe, but without holding hands, which made people curious about their relationship. Ren Nanes kept her head lowered, walking beside Lin Yi, too shy to look around, as the gazes from passers-by stimulated her sensitive sense of embarrassment. They took the elevator to the 3rd floor. At the entrance of the restaurant, many waiters were holding flyers, greeting and welcoming customers. Miss Ren, do you want anything? Ren Nanes shook her head. You choose. How about Chinese food? Sure, I like it. A few minutes later, they arrived at their destination, a Chinese restaurant. Lin Yi wanted to see what Chinese food in Japan would taste like. Welcome. Lin Yi started ordering. Ren Nanes ordered mapo tofu, while Lin Yi chose sour and spicy shredded potatoes, braised pork, and a golden soup sauerkraut fish. The dishes arrived quickly, in less than 15 minutes. Lin Yi tried the mapo tofu first. How does it taste? It's okay. It was a bit sweet, not spicy enough, but still okay. Perhaps the mapo tofu had been localized to suit local tastes. Ren Nanes took a piece of braised pork, but when she went for the second piece, she hesitated. Lin Yi noticed and directly said, Go ahead. You're so thin, one piece won't hurt. I'm not thin. I still need to lose weight. Lin Yi's gaze made Ren Nanes feel even more embarrassed. Skin and bones don't look good. Miss Ren looks fine now, really, that's the truth. Don't boys like girls with a slightly fuller figure? It varies. I like the way you look now. This wasn't the first time Ren Nanes had heard Lin Yi openly express his affection. But to her, their relationship felt a bit too fast, catching her off guard. The life and death bus ride had made her trust and like Lin Yi, but they had spent so little time together, less than 2 days total, that she felt uncertain and hesitant about their relationship. At least for now, they weren't really dating. Lin Kun must be a master in the dating scene, having been with many girls. Otherwise, why would a regular guy be so direct with a girl? Many things she thought were inappropriate to say, but Lin Yi spoke openly, without any embarrassment, as if everything were completely normal. I've been single until now, counting from my past life. Haha, who believes you? Really, more real than real gold. Don't believe it. Even if you're single in this life, your past life definitely wasn't. In your past life, you were surely a playboy, winning the hearts of many girls. He was innocent. His past life had been a normal man, completely disconnected from women. This life, however, was different. Because he was reborn, he decided to do things in this life that he had only dared to dream of in his past life. He lived more freely, with fewer worries and more directness. If it upset some people, he was fine with it. If it didn't fit, it ended, and that was that. Really, I didn't deceive anyone in my past life, nor in this life. Hopefully, I'll win a girl's heart soon. Lin Yi smiled and looked at Ren Nanis, making the girl sitting across from him avert her gaze. She stirred her spoon unconsciously, trying to calm her inner embarrassment. Let's watch a movie together later. Okay. Ren Nanis agreed. Watching a movie with Lin Yi today definitely felt like a date. After lunch, Lin Yi paid the bill and met up with Ren Nanis, who had already come out of the restaurant. Lin Kun, where are we going next? Ren Nanis looked at Lin Yi, who pointed ahead. She followed his gesture and was stunned. An acquaintance. It was Ryowa Fujibayashi, whom she had just met 2 days ago. Ryowa Fujibayashi also noticed the gaze and spotted Ren Nanis. She tapped her sister Kyowa Fujibayashi and walked over to greet them. The two sisters were wearing identical outfits, white t-shirts, black pleated skirts, black shoes, and white knee-high socks, giving off a youthful, vibrant look. Both sisters had graduated from high school years ago, but wearing JK uniforms, no one suspected their identities. The four of them gathered again. Are you two on a date? No. Lin Kun isn't familiar with Chiba, and I happen to have time, so I'm just showing him around, helping him get to know Chiba. Is that so? Ryowa Fujibayashi seemed skeptical, and her older sister, Kyowa Fujibayashi, was even more doubtful. She glanced at Lin Yi. A man who dared to ask directly about whether the sisters had any men they liked in front of her and openly said he was interested. Kyowa Fujibayashi didn't believe he was just looking for a guy. He was probably just finding an excuse to ask Ren Nanis out, seeking an opportunity for something more. She had seen men like him many times. Ryo, did you come out to eat too? We just finished. Yesterday, we cleaned the new house, so today we came with my sister to the biggest mall in Chiba. We didn't expect to run into Ren and Lin Kun today. Twice in a row it made them feel like there was some fate involved. My sister and I were planning to go watch a movie, so we won't disturb you. Ryowa Fujibayashi realized what was happening after a prompt from her sister and spoke up. But she noticed that Ren Nanis looked a bit strange. Could it be? Are you two going to watch a movie too? Do you know which movie you're watching? It turned out that they were all watching the same film. With that, the four of them went together to the cinema. In the waiting area, the four of them found seats and waited for the movie to start. 15 minutes left. I heard this horror movie is really good. Why don't we watch it? A young man was talking to the girl beside him. No, I don't want to. Horror movies are too scary. Ah, what a shame. I heard the reviews are great, and it's based on a true story. There's no such thing as a true story horror movie. I actually want to watch it. Who doesn't know your thoughts? Dream on. The girl's shy tone made the young man show an embarrassed expression. No, I really just want to watch a horror movie. Really? I never said you couldn't watch one. The girl rolled her eyes at him. By the way, I saw in the group chat that there was a major traffic accident on the Chiba Expressway. A chain collision, and a lot of people died. It's true. My buddy just sent me a message. He was in the crash, but luckily he's fine. Thank goodness he's okay. The chatter around them continued. Lin Yi heard about the accident and searched for details on his phone. He had become sensitive to such incidents recently. You never know when something related to the strange game might show up. Ding ding ding. The phone rang. Ren Nanis answered the call. I understand. Okay, I'll go back to the hospital now. Ren Nanis showed a conflicted expression, but still agreed. What happened? As soon as she ended the call, Lin Yi immediately asked, and the Fujibayashi sisters also looked at Ren Nanis. Well, there was a rear-end collision on the highway. The hospital is short-staffed and wants me to go back to help. Ren Nanis looked at Lin Yi, embarrassed. Go ahead. She was taken aback. You'll have plenty of time and chances to familiarize yourself with Chiba later. You go back to work at the hospital, and make sure to rest. Don't wear yourself out. Ren Nanis nodded deeply, touched. Next time you rest, I'll definitely spend time with you, Lin-kun. I'll make up for leaving early today. Make up for it. I'm looking forward to your compensation, Ren. The sly smile made Ren Nanis feel flustered. She immediately became shy. Let's not talk like that in front of everyone. I'll take you to the hospital. No, we already bought the movie tickets. If we don't go, it'll be a waste. Ren Nanis insisted that Lin Yi stay. Seeing how serious she was, Lin Yi accepted. Good luck, Ren. Before leaving, Ryowa Fujibayashi clenched her fist and cheered her on. Thank you. Ren Nanis quickly walked away, leaving just Lin Yi and the Fujibayashi sisters in the waiting area. Now, Kyowa Fujibayashi was on alert, keeping a close eye on Lin Yi. She would never allow him to get close to her sister. It was time to enter. The queue had started, but there weren't many people. The movie they were watching was a youth-themed film, Chasing the Youth We Lost. It told the story of the love and lives of the main characters during high school, which was particularly appealing to the Fujibayashi sisters, who had already graduated and entered society. Lin Yi was only accompanying Ren Nanis, but now that she had left, he was essentially watching the movie with a new companion. As they followed the crowd into the theater, Kyowa Fujibayashi suddenly showed a pained expression. Sorry, I need to use the restroom. You two go ahead into the theater. Save me a seat in the middle. She was subtly warning Lin Yi. After saying that, Kyowa Fujibayashi covered her stomach and headed to the restroom. They waited a few minutes, but Kyowa Fujibayashi didn't come back. Ryowa Fujibayashi couldn't help but suggest. Lin-kun, let's go into the theater. Okay. Here, theater number 4. They walked in. They checked the seats and sat down one by one. They were lucky the movie had just started. At that moment, Lin Yi heard the system's notification sound. Ding. Detected that a strange object infected by an eerie aura is in operation. Task trigger conditions met. Task announced. Task name, movie night. Task type, real world regular type. Task objective, survive successfully, except. If no response within 5 seconds, the task will be automatically declined. A new task? It came quite suddenly. Based on the system's prompt, Lin Yi guessed that this task was related to the movie they were watching. What would happen if he refused? Lin Yi looked at Ryowa Fujibayashi, who was sitting one seat away from him. Accept. Lin Yi accepted the task. He suspected that if he refused, he might not get involved in this strange incident, but others might. If Ryowa Fujibayashi got caught up in it, there was a high chance she could lose her life. This wasn't something Lin Yi wanted, and moreover, he actually liked eerie tasks. They were challenging and exciting. Since the task had already been presented, what reason did he have to refuse? Lin Yi moved one seat over and sat next to Ryowa Fujibayashi. The timid girl shivered slightly and whispered, Lin-kun, is something wrong? If something unusual happens later, don't be scared, don't run around. Stay calm. Okay. Ryowa Fujibayashi didn't fully understand, but she nodded, as if she had some idea. I'm here, nothing will happen. Ryowa Fujibayashi nodded again to show she understood. Lin Yi observed the situation around them. Including him and Ryowa Fujibayashi, there were 6 viewers in total. He wondered if anyone had already been affected by the strange occurrence, or if everyone except him and Ryowa Fujibayashi had been drawn into it. Of course, the most important thing was still the nature of this strange event. So far, Lin Yi hadn't noticed any changes in the theater. Meanwhile, on the large screen ahead, the movie slowly progressed. The opening had ended, and the main theme was beginning. The screen was black and white, with no background music, creating a desolate atmosphere. The audience felt a chill run down their spines. A romance movie like this had such a bleak atmosphere? Something wasn't right. The horror movie next door would be a better fit. On the other side, Kyowa Fujibayashi left the restroom and entered the theater, but she couldn't find her sister or Lin Yi. Excuse me, have you seen a girl who looks just like me, but with short hair? The audience shook their heads. Kyowa Fujibayashi asked several people, but no one had seen them. She sat down and waited. Maybe something happened, she should be back soon. She also sent her sister a message, but got no reply. 5 minutes passed. The message still hadn't been replied to, and her sister still hadn't appeared in the theater. Kyowa Fujibayashi left the theater and called her sister. Sorry, the number you have dialed is out of the service area. Instantly, Kyowa Fujibayashi's face turned pale. That bastard man. What does he want with my sister? She regretted going to the restroom, regretted leaving her sister alone with that man. Chapter 77, You Want to Kill Me. The movie's screen moved, the grayish-white tone, occasionally stuttering, as if something had affected it. Finally, the colors slowly returned, with gray turning into a hint of yellow, followed by a burst of colorful hues, the screen becoming colorful, but the texture and tone seemed to have traveled back 20 years. Phew. The sound of wind. Blue sky and white clouds appeared, and with the change of the camera, an aerial view of a school was fully revealed. High school, all 6 audience members present were very familiar with each other. This is what reminiscing about youth is like. Wasn't that style just now deliberately trying to provoke us? At this moment, a young male audience member couldn't help but comment. He really thought he had walked into the wrong film set and had ended up in a currently popular horror movie. A few people chuckled knowingly. They too had been worried, fearing the video might actually turn out to be a horror film. The scene zoomed in on a quiet, I-shaped teaching building. In the central courtyard, there was a playground, basketball court, and tennis court all present. Many students in school uniforms were strolling along the campus's tree-lined paths, with bursts of youthful, joyous laughter echoing occasionally. This was youth. This was a movie that truly embodied the theme of youth. The scene then shifted to the teaching building. Inside an empty classroom, gentle sunlight from the setting sun poured in, while a breeze rustled through the light curtains. A black-haired girl sat quietly by the window, her gaze focused on a book in her hands. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and the soft sound of pages turning echoed intermittently. The heroine. There was no doubt that she was the heroine. So, where is the male lead? The black-haired girl stood up and left the classroom. She went to the exit of the building, opened the shoe cabinet, and prepared to leave. But a letter appeared. The audience immediately recognized it. Many of them had experienced this themselves, or at least seen it happen. Especially Ryowa Fujibayashi, she had indeed received quite a few love letters and confessions. However, once she entered nursing school, it stopped. After all, nursing school was all girls, and there were no boys writing love letters. Ah, nostalgia. Ryowa Fujibayashi thought. The black-haired girl opened the envelope and read the letter. Until she disappeared, there was still no sound, except for some occasional voice-overs. It almost felt like a silent film. The scene switched again. It was still the black-haired girl. Her figure appeared in the classroom. Following her line of sight, the camera zoomed in, and a figure appeared. A male. This is probably the male lead. Someone in the audience murmured. But it was only a silhouette. The perspective shifted to a first-person view, clearly showing the beautiful face of the black-haired girl and her youthful, graceful appearance. The conversation began, though it was silent. Only the girl's red lips moved, her eyes increasingly revealing a look of disdain. Whoosh! For the first time, a heavy background sound appeared. The camera pulled back, trembling a few steps. The male lead had been pushed away. Was there a fight? The audience wondered. In the next moment, the camera quickly zoomed in, and a piercing whistling sound rang out. Thud. The black-haired girl collapsed in response. Thud. Thud. With each heavy thud, red blood splattered, and the pure girl's form fell to the ground, staining it with blood. What's going on? Did she just get murdered? Did the heroine just die? The audience was completely stunned. SHHSHHSHH. SHHSHHSHH. The noise buzzed and crackled. No one noticed. There's no way anyone noticed. A hoarse voice echoed. Don't you think so? In an instant, the screen only showed a pair of cold, bloodthirsty eyes staring at the audience, as if watching them in person. What the hell? What the hell? Suddenly, the bloody eyes on the screen shocked the audience. In the back row, a young woman jumped into her boyfriend's arms, trembling, and Ryowa Fujibayashi wasn't much better. Her body instinctively reacted faster, and she grabbed onto Lin Yi's left arm tightly, her heart racing and her back cold with fear. Lin-kun. Did you see this before? Otherwise, how could he have warned her in advance? Lin Yi shrugged. If this was all, they were lucky. Perhaps. The eerie, strange task was just beginning. What kind of movie is this? Did the cinema play the wrong film? I'm going to file a complaint. ZZZT. With the flicker of electricity, the screen suddenly went blank, and the theater was instantly plunged into darkness. Everyone found themselves in pitch black, unable to see anything. Only the sensation of physical contact remained, still confirming the presence of those around them. Hey, did the power go out? What's going on? I'm never coming to this cinema again. Refund, 10 times compensation. The only one who remained calm was probably Lin Yi. He also used time stop, but noticed nothing had changed. He tried moving and realized he couldn't get out. So, he would have to accept the changes brought on by this eerie, infected object. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, dazzling light appeared, blinding his eyes with pain. Lin Yi instinctively squinted and raised his right hand to shield his eyes from the harsh light. When his eyes adjusted and refocused, the scene revealed a classroom. Lin Yi quickly looked around. Standing next to him was Ryowa Fujibayashi, her purple shoulder-length hair now still closed-eye, her left hand shielding herself from the intense light, still recovering. The rest were cinema-goers, 4 people in total, 3 men and 1 woman. After a moment, they recovered. Where is this? I remember we were in the cinema. This looks like a school, but why does it feel so familiar? With these words, the others began to notice the familiar sensation. This looks like the school from the video we just watched. It really does. Did we cross into the movie world? You must be joking, right? Who's playing a prank? As the unfamiliar, increasingly sinister atmosphere spread, panic began to set in. That's not the heroine. At this moment, everyone finally noticed a black-haired girl sitting quietly in the first seat of the front row. It seemed like she had heard the women's worried, tense voices, as she slowly turned around. Do you want to kill me? In the next second, a face, covered in blood and hideous scars, appeared in everyone's view. Screams erupted again. Ghost. In an instant, the fear in the theater was fully ignited. The silence was shattered. Suddenly, the sound of running footsteps and terrified screams filled the air. Chapter 78, Bloodstained figure. The next second after the scream sounded, the woman dashed out, running as fast as she could. Chiharu, wait for me. Don't be afraid. Her boyfriend, who looked like the last one to join, was pale and followed closely behind, fearing that if he lagged even a step, he would die here. That sorrowful, grotesque figure moved. Ah! A sharp howl immediately spurred the other 2 to run as well. Ryowa Fujibayashi, his face also pale, quickly turned and ran towards the classroom door. Everyone was scrambling, afraid of falling behind. But just as she was about to exit, Ryowa Fujibayashi realized something. She glanced back and saw Lin Yi still standing in place, looking dazed. Lin, hurry up. She called out urgently, her hand gripping the door. Seeing Lin Yi remain unresponsive, she gritted her teeth and ran back in, grabbing his wrist. In that moment, the timid, frightened girl gathered all her courage, even her peripheral vision made her feel cold and trembling. Lin Yi followed her out of the room. He was deep in thought. The moment the black-haired, straight-haired girl in the white shirt turned, Lin Yi activated time stop to observe her, even attempting to touch her. However, there was no physical form. He tried to interact with nearby books and chalk, but couldn't make contact with the apparition, and his hand passed right through. If he couldn't touch her, could she touch him? Lin Yi thought about experimenting but quickly decided against it. After all, if the ghostly figure actively touched him, the outcome wouldn't likely be pleasant. Outside the classroom, it was pitch dark, with only the faint light from corridor lamps and a few classrooms illuminating the otherwise silent building. Thump, thump, thump. Thump, thump, thump. Running down the hall, the couple ahead, stumbling and crawling, finally reached the first floor. Hurry, let's escape. I suggest we don't run blindly. Lin Yi's voice came from behind. His and Ryowa Fujibayashi's pace wasn't slow, and they soon caught up to the others. Ha! Ha! Heavy breathing echoed. A man in sportswear gasped loudly. What? What is going on? What have we encountered? Why? Why are we here? That woman. That ghost, she's a ghost, right? The questions kept coming. Everyone was desperate for answers. Most likely, we've gotten involved in some kind of paranormal event. Lin Yi said, seeing that the others couldn't calm down, so he spoke up. He had no idea how to complete this task yet. He needed to organize the current participants and search for clues. Paranormal event? That rumor? Is it real? This can't be. How could it be real? They had all seen something online, rumors that seemed half true and half fake, but with little concrete information. Some people believed it was just an urban legend. Whether it's real or not, we've been caught up in this paranormal event, so staying calm is the only thing we can do. Everyone found Lin Yi's calmness somewhat unsettling. After all, a ghost had just appeared. You've been through this before, haven't you? A little experience. Hey, then tell us how to survive and get out of here. A tall man stepped up to Lin Yi, glaring at him with a fierce look. Sigh. What are you sighing for? There's always someone trying to show off when they don't understand the situation. You want to fight? In the next second, the tall man covered his stomach and knelt down. Ah! He screamed in pain. Zano. A bespectacled, otaku-looking man was clearly panicked. How could you do this? He was the one who attacked first. Lin Yi glanced over. I don't want to waste precious time on meaningless explanations or handling interpersonal relationships. Ryowa Fujibayashi watched Lin Yi in surprise. Since earlier, she felt that Lin Yi had changed dramatically. He seemed like a completely different person. Perhaps, in the face of such danger, he had shown a side of himself she hadn't seen before. After about 10 seconds, the tall man calmed down a little, supported himself to stand, and looked at Lin Yi with resentment. However, he didn't say anything further. At least he understood that trying to get revenge using his strength was nearly impossible. So, what do we do next? The only two women spoke up. I'm Chiharu Miyata. Hello. The blonde-haired girl forced a smile. Earlier, Lin Yi had acted decisively and calmly, which left her with the impression that he was not someone to mess with. But such a person also gave the feeling that following his lead might keep us alive. Just call me Lin. Lin-san. I'm Kyozaki Kazuki, Chiharu's boyfriend. A man with a buzz cut introduced himself. The tall guy was Zano Kazuki, and his friend was Honda Kazuya, an anime enthusiast. Lin Yi felt a bit of affinity towards Honda after hearing his introduction. He himself could also be considered somewhat of an otaku. Collect clues and find a way out. We can't. Chiharu, the blonde girl, pointed outside. Wouldn't running away be enough? We'd be safe once we're out, right? She didn't want to stay in this classroom building, let alone search for clues. First, we can almost certainly confirm that this is not the world we belong to, so even if we run out, we can't go back. Second, we can't just run away. In most paranormal games, the area is usually restricted. Third, it's pitch dark outside, and there's not a single light source. Do you think that's normal? It was eerie, unnerving. Running outside would probably be the fastest way to die. Anyone willing to give it a try? I won't mind. The thought of death made no one move. The tall man, who had originally intended to escape with his friend, was now hesitant. I just came with Zano to watch a movie. How did we end up in this kind of event? The words hit everyone's heart. Ryowa Fujibayashi felt the same. Lin-san, my sister. My sister isn't in danger too, is she? She suddenly remembered her sister, Kyowa Fujibayashi, and anxiously looked at Lin Yi. At this point, she thought Lin Yi had surely been through this kind of dangerous paranormal event before. Miss Kyo will be fine, don't worry. Okay. At that moment, Chiharu froze in place, her voice trembling. She has come. The blood-stained figure appeared. Chapter 79, The Dead and the Clues. Thump. Thump. The blood-stained figure slowly walked forward, its slender body making heavy footsteps that echoed through the pitch-black night. The blonde-haired girl trembled uncontrollably. Compared to the ghost films she had watched before, this ghost was far more terrifying. Don't come any closer. Run. A chill shot up from the soles of his feet to his head. The tall man immediately turned and ran without a moment's hesitation. Hey, Honda, run. He couldn't care about the others, but he definitely remembered his friend. Thud thud thud. The tall man pulled his friend Honda and quickly ran up the stairs. Wait for us. The blonde girl hurried to catch up, and her boyfriend wasn't far behind. In just a few seconds, the four of them had disappeared. Lin-kun, we should also. Ryowa Fujibayashi wanted to follow but was stopped when Lin Yi grabbed his wrist. We should go, she's coming. Ryowa Fujibayashi became even more anxious. We'll go this way. After pulling Fujibayashi up to the second floor, Lin Yi turned and went in the opposite direction, not towards the blonde girl's group. Won't we go to them? Ryowa Fujibayashi thought more people would be safer. Going there is pointless. We need to gather clues. We can't rely on them for now. If the others had remained calm and not just run away, Lin Yi wouldn't have minded joining forces. But judging by their reaction, he decided to let them act freely. Their free movements might even help him uncover more rules and useful information. Besides, I think the more people there are, the higher the chance of being found. Eh? Ryowa Fujibayashi was stunned. Then, what if they come after us first? The chances of finding fewer people isn't small either. Don't worry, Ryowa-san. I'm somewhat of a pro in this area. These words eased Ryowa Fujibayashi's heart a little. At that moment, Lin Yi stopped in front of a classroom door on the second floor. Second year 100 class. Lin Yi pressed the switch, and the lights came on, illuminating the classroom. It was a miracle that there was still power in such an obviously long-abandoned school building. Let's look around, see if there's anything special. Ryowa Fujibayashi stepped in, feeling uneasy, and started searching, his eyes scanning the room. The classroom, unused for a long time, was covered with a layer of thick dust, and the air was filled with a faint musty smell. There were no books in the desks, and at a glance, the room was empty, with nothing of note. After just 2 minutes, The two had thoroughly searched the second year 100 class. Lin-kun, we didn't find anything useful. Let's go to the next classroom. The entire building was within the search range, but Lin Yi judged that the clues wouldn't be hidden too covertly. For example, behind the blackboard or in the corners of the classroom, requiring repeated searches to find them. Second year B class, Lin Yi tried to open the door, but it was locked. Ka. The door handle still wouldn't turn. It's locked, we need a key. Ryowa Fujibayashi glanced nervously at both sides of the hallway, afraid the woman ghost might appear. Ryo, step aside 2 steps. Lin Yi took a step back, lifted his leg, and kicked it hard. Thud. Thud. The door didn't budge. From the force of the kick, he felt like he had struck a concrete wall, as hard as iron. It can be concluded that brute force alone cannot break the door. Lin Yi looked at the glass in the middle of the front and back doors. He quickly dashed forward and punched the window. Thud. The sound was still dull, and the glass didn't move. Second year B class must either be an unsearchable area, or there's an invisible wall in front of us, reducing the area available for investigation. Ryowa Fujibayashi understood, but Lin Yi seemed to treat this like a game. Wasn't he being a bit reckless? This was a dangerous and potentially deadly word game. Or it could be that we can only enter with a special item, the key, which holds the information we need. Ryowa Fujibayashi's eyes lit up. If there were clues, they just needed to find the key to the classroom. We'll go to the next classroom, second year A class. Similarly, the door to the second year A class was tightly closed and could not be opened. At that moment, a sharp scream echoed. Don't come over. It's all your fault. Who told you hiding here was safe? Now we can't get out. The direction was above, still a little distance away. Lin Yi recalled the aerial view of the school building from the video. They must have been trapped on the 4th floor. Ryowa Fujibayashi pressed his hand to his chest, his heart pounding wildly, as if. Lin Yi was right. The woman ghost prioritized attacking groups with more people. On the other side, facing the approaching blood-stained woman ghost, the 4 were trembling. The tall guy was unintentionally pushed to the front. His tall figure had no deterrent effect, his face was pale, sweating with fear. Hey. Don't come, we have no grudges, no enmity, just let us go and everything will be fine. But the woman ghost showed no reaction, only closing in step by step. Think of something. Quick, think of something. Big guy, charge at her. You said it was just a woman ghost, what's there to fear? Alright, I'll charge, Honda, you take the chance and run. The tall guy patted his companion's hand, and the others let go. The next second, he angrily picked up the blonde girl and charged towards the woman ghost. In just a few seconds, the blonde girl's shock turned to terror. Let go of me. This man was using her as a human shield. She struggled and slapped, trying to get the tall guy, Zano, to let go of her. Let go of Chiharu. Her boyfriend, Kiyosaki, shouted angrily, but dared not move forward. As they neared, the tall guy suddenly threw the blonde girl toward the woman ghost and, without hesitation, rushed outside. Bang! As he took just one step, the tall guy suddenly fell to the ground. His feet had been entangled by black hair, dark and stained with blood. Hey! Help me, Honda. Help me. As he stared, horrified, the blonde girl managed to get up, even though her legs were weak, she gritted her teeth and crawled up. Her boyfriend, Kiyosaki, ran too, seeing his chance. The woman ghost had shifted her focus away from them. But only Zano and Honda felt the pull in their hearts, wanting to help, but seeing their friend Zano entangled in the blood-stained figure, unable to break free, fear won over. Sorry. He ran faster, past Zano, disappearing into the distance. In the end, Zano was left with nothing but despair and the agonizing pain as his body tore apart. It was like being sliced by a knife, his body was being disassembled. Consciousness faded, plunging into complete darkness. Crack. The sounds of screaming and escaping echoed, but at this moment, Lin Yi and Ryowa Fujibayashi, standing in front of the second year A class, heard the distinct sound of the door lock turning. Lin-kun, this. Ryowa Fujibayashi pointed at the door handle. It's open, and it's related to what's happening over there. It was likely that someone had died. After a participant dies, a previously locked classroom door opens? This almost seemed like a way to force them into self-destruction. So, what do we? Let's go in and take a look. Lin Yi carefully opened the classroom door, then switched on the lights. In an instant, the second-grade classic classroom was brightly illuminated. It was not much different in layout from Class C. Ryowa Fujibayashi, holding on to the corner of Lin Yi's clothes with one hand, timidly followed like a little kitten as they entered. Ding! Suddenly, the sound of the intercom came through. In the next second, the intercom voice was heard. Classmate Gao is so beautiful, and her grades are so good. I heard she's also A. I really envy her. I wonder who will be able to win her heart in the future. That man must be very lucky. No one in our school qualifies. Haha, who knows, maybe a handsome transfer student will show up. The 4 sentences were somewhat noisy, making it hard to hear clearly. Was it the poor broadcast quality, or had the speech been affected by some uncontrollable force? But for Lin Yi, it was enough. This was a clue, this was intelligence. If class A in the 2nd grade had information from the intercom, then what about the other classrooms? Ryo, let's take a quick look around to see if there's anything suspicious. Hurry up. I got it. Ryo Fujibayashi also knew time was tight, so he immediately started searching with his eyes, scanning for any suspicious items. But after a while, he found nothing. Let's go. Listening to the direction of their footsteps, Lin Yi confirmed the position of the other 3 people. Lin Yi led Ryo Fujibayashi around the 1st floor. After a while, they finally found the 3 girls with yellow hair. The tall guy was nowhere to be seen. Something must have happened to him. Where's the tall guy, Zano? Did he die? Was he killed by the female anomaly? The 3 girls were still a bit cautious towards Lin Yi and Ryo Fujibayashi, seemingly worried that they might be female anomalies in disguise. You mean Honda? In the face of Lin Yi's gaze, Honda and the others answered tremblingly. We were trapped on the 4th floor. Zano was bound by the female anomaly's hair, and then he disappeared. Recalling Zano's desperate eyes, Honda still couldn't forget it. The guilt was tormenting him. He had abandoned his own friend. In the end, he didn't even have the courage to help. It seems the female anomaly can only deal with one person at a time. Just that one sentence seemed to give the 3 people a hint of hope. It seemed. It really was like that. If the female anomaly could deal with everyone at once, the 3 of them wouldn't have been able to escape. Chapter 80, A Hat on Your Head? Green. The female anomaly's hair, which could become long enough to completely wrap and bind an adult male, was able to free some strands to entangle and catch them without much trouble. Since the female anomaly didn't do that at the time, the reason could either be that she didn't want to, or she couldn't. Comparing the 2 possibilities, they were more inclined to believe the latter. This strange teaching building certainly had some kind of restriction or rule. Otherwise, humans like them would never be able to stand up to the female anomaly. I need to know everything that happened before and after you encountered the female anomaly. No detail should be left out. Lin Yi spoke up. With the tall man Zano already dead, the remaining 3 had no intention of arguing. At this point, they had placed their hope in Lin Yi, the calm man who faced the terrifying female anomaly without panic. He was the one among them most likely to survive until the end. He was also the one most likely to successfully leave this place alive. Honda was the first to speak. We 4 ran up to the 4th floor, looking for rooms to hide in. In the end, we found a classroom on the far west side of the building with the door open, so we hid inside. Did you hear the sound of the intercom after entering the classroom? Lin Yi asked directly. Honda shook his head in confusion. No. It seemed that the intercom only played in classrooms that were originally closed. How many classroom doors on the 4th floor were closed? A lot. We went down the hallway, trying to push open the doors, and found that many of them couldn't be opened. Honda continued. Afterward, we hid in that classroom for about 7 or 8 minutes, then we heard footsteps coming from the hallway, getting closer and closer. We panicked, and Zano carefully went to take a look. The female anomaly was really coming straight toward our classroom. And then. But Honda's words were cut off by the yellow-haired girl, Chiharu, who spoke angrily. That bastard man, to save himself, actually threw me toward the female anomaly, using me as a shield to create an opportunity to escape. Damn bastard, he deserved to die, ha ha ha. Chiharu, angered and frightened, mocked the tall man's tragic end. Her boyfriend, Kyozaki, echoed her, constantly expressing his anger and dissatisfaction with the tall man. Honda wanted to say something but swallowed his words. He knew Zano had done something wrong, but at least, Zano had always taken care of him and had tried to keep him alive. Alright, describe in more detail the female anomaly's attack methods and the way it manifested. Chiharu, who had physical contact with the female anomaly, said it felt very cold like ice. The hair could grow longer, hook people's feet, and continuously bind them until it swallowed the entire person. The 3 of them stammered as they described the details they saw, adding to the missing information from each other. No one held anything back. They knew that the more they knew now, the higher their chances of surviving and leaving here. Lin Yi reviewed the information. The one thing that bothered him the most was the female anomaly's physical form. When it first appeared, the female anomaly was in an intangible state, and he couldn't touch it at all. As time passed, Did the female anomaly become more solidified? Ryo, share the information we've gathered with them. The purple-haired girl, Ryo Fujibayashi, who had been silently standing by Lin Yi's side, was stunned. Oh, right, okay, so I'll talk about the broadcast, right? The three of them immediately focused their attention on Ryo Fujibayashi. Lincoln and I entered a classroom that was originally closed and couldn't be opened by force, the second-grade classic classroom. When we turned on the lights, the intercom started playing. Ryo Fujibayashi shared the content of the broadcast. The three of them had expected it to be important information for survival, but it was completely useless. This didn't even have a single useful piece of information. Kiyosaki muttered angrily, frustrated after having gotten their hopes up. Lin Yi didn't rush to speak, instead, he observed the reactions of the three. Lincoln, I think we should start with this Dao girl. Honda hesitated for several seconds before speaking. Isn't she the female anomaly? How do we go about that? Are you going to kill her? Kiyosaki sarcastically said. Once we know her name, we can specifically search for related information and items. Honda ignored Kiyosaki's attitude. Although he was obsessed with anime, now, his desire to survive had skyrocketed. He was trying his best to prove his value. If someone had to die, the one most useless and without value should be the one to be abandoned. Honda didn't want to be that person. Now that he had lost his friend Zeno, he could only cling to Lin Yi, the boss in front of him. Tell me your thoughts. Lin Yi looked at Honda calmly. Honda realized that he was right, and now he was even more sure that Lin Yi had been testing them, judging their analytical and thinking skills. Someone like Kiyosaki, who was clearly marked as a failure. People without brains die the quickest. Honda suddenly remembered his friend, and a sense of discomfort hit him. We should go to the staff office. We should be able to find the attendance records there. By looking at the student roster, we can find out which class she's in and her full name. I believe there will be more clues in her classroom, especially her desk. These were all the ideas Honda could think of. Good, calm thinking is key to surviving in this strange teaching building. Lin Yi patted Honda's shoulder. This task is yours now. In an instant, Honda was stunned. It was his responsibility? Weren't they going together? Kiyosaki almost laughed out loud. It was so funny. Now you get to show off your IQ, and look where you ended up. You have to go search for the office and the attendance records. You're going to. Lin Yi's one sentence made Kiyosaki's eyes widen. What? I'm going to? Don't you dare? No. I'm worried about Chiharu. What will happen to her if I go with you? I'll take care of your girlfriend. Kiyosaki was dumbfounded. I guarantee she'll be alive when you return. Lin Yi actually used this as a further test to gauge how much the anomalies attracted people. If the strange woman prioritizes finding him this time, it can basically be concluded that the more people, the stronger the attraction to the female's strange entity. But then you can go with us. However, as soon as these words were spoken, the blonde-haired woman immediately flared up, walking to Lin Yi's side. No, I'll just stay with Brother Lin. Kiyosaki, are you still a man? You want me to go on an adventure with you? I just want to protect you, Chiharu. It's dangerous to stay with him. Brother Lin can protect me better. Kiyosaki's unnamed anger flared up. Then what? What are you going to do? We're going to look for clues. You're not just going to stay here and wait for us to bring them back, right? He could no longer suppress his emotions. His words directly confronted Lin Yi, expressing his dissatisfaction and anger. This guy is acting all high and mighty, commanding them to search for clues, while staying in a safe place and waiting for them to return with the clues? What's that supposed to mean? Who do you think you are? Why do you think you can order us around? Otaku also remained silent, but he had the same thought in mind. He had thought they would act together, but now he had to accept that they would go alone, which he definitely couldn't stomach. Shoe cabinet. Suddenly, one sentence made everyone stop in their tracks. The shoe cabinet in the teaching building. Knowing her last name is Kirishima, we can find her shoe cabinet. Everyone immediately recalled a segment from the video before they entered. The female lead had received a letter from her shoe cabinet. They had overlooked this detail. Was this the difference? We'll go to the shoe cabinet. Kiyosaki immediately said. Rather than searching through each office on every floor of the staff building, which would require checking office by office, he preferred to go straight to the shoe cabinet at the entrance of the teaching building. It was just a short distance, even running there wouldn't take half a minute. Although there were many shoe cabinets, now that they knew her name, it would be much faster to find it. They wouldn't waste too much time. Okay, the shoe cabinet is up to you guys. To Kiyosaki's surprise, Lin Yi agreed without hesitation. This wasn't normal. Could the shoe cabinet area be more dangerous? Kiyosaki felt a bit uneasy. The search of the staff offices in the teaching building will be handled by me and Ryo. His gaze landed on the blonde woman, Chiharu. The woman hesitated and struggled for a moment before making her choice. I'll stay with Brother Lin. Instantly, Kyozaki's face darkened. His girlfriend trusted a stranger more than him? He felt like he had just been handed a green hat. Before he could say anything, Lin Yi had already stepped forward, causing him to swallow his words. Kyozaki recalled the scene where the tall guy had been beaten and collapsed, clutching his stomach in pain. He wanted to act, but he feared he would be the one to suffer in the end. Sigh. Otaku, let's head to the shoe cabinet. The two of them set off, but their eyes kept darting around, constantly scanning the surroundings. The moment that strange female entity showed up, they would flee as fast as possible. Finally, they reached the shoe cabinet area at the entrance. In the dim light, the worn-out shoe cabinets were pitted and seemed like they might collapse at any moment. I remember the video showed it was this spot. Let's start looking here. Kyozaki and Otaku each began checking the name tags on the shoe cabinets. Kirishima, but they couldn't find Kirishima's shoe cabinet anywhere. Hey, did you find it? No. Hurry up. No one knows when that thing will show up. Finally, when Otaku spotted the surname Kirishima on one of the shoe cabinets, he shouted with joy. I found it. They had found it. Kyozaki rushed over, and the two looked at the half-open shoe cabinet. You do it, I'll stand guard. Kyozaki urged, pushing him slightly. If he couldn't deal with Lin Yi, could he not handle this Otaku? At this moment, Kyozaki felt confident. Chapter 81, Don't Talk, Run Quickly. Otaku trembled, too scared to open the shoe cabinet, terrified that at the moment he opened it, a pale hand would reach out. Having played some horror games and watched horror movies, he had a bit of experience with situations like this. What if we call Brother Lin? We've already found the shoe cabinet anyway. Useless. Kyozaki cursed. You're useless, scared of this? But he didn't show any sign of moving closer. You do it, you're not useless, hurry up and do it. Even an ordinary person has their limits, and Otaku was furious at this moment. Haha, you won't do it either. No wonder your girlfriend won't come with you, and instead chooses Brother Lin. Brother Lin. What's with this brother? You really think that just because you call him brother, he'll help you? One by one, they all trusted Lin Yi, believing that he could get them out of here alive, showing him extreme respect. Kyozaki, however, was boiling with anger, and it finally erupted. At least he won't help you. Your girlfriend, though, probably would help. After all. Idiot. Kyozaki raised his fist. Otaku had already anticipated this and took a step back to avoid it. If you want your girlfriend to trust you, then show your own brains and abilities, let her see the hope of survival, otherwise. Otaku froze on the spot. Kyozaki, sensing something, slowly turned his head. At that moment, there was a sudden sound of hurried footsteps behind him. He felt himself losing balance as he was knocked back and stumbled several steps forward. Kyozaki looked up and saw a familiar figure. What should have been a white school shirt was now stained with bright red blood. She had her long hair spread out, and between the strands of hair, a bloodied, grim face was pieced together. Ghost. Kyozaki was so scared that his legs turned to jelly. He scrambled backward, rolling as he retreated. But Otaku, who had noticed and reacted first, opened the shoe cabinet with one swift motion, reached in with his right hand, grabbed something inside, and, without caring what it was, pulled it out and ran, crazily heading in the opposite direction. Run, just run, as long as he could run faster than Kyozaki, it would be fine. And right now, it was clear Kyozaki was definitely going to be eaten by the ghost. He was done for, there was no saving him. And Otaku would return, bearing the evidence of this struggle for survival, making an important contribution to their escape. Otaku felt like he was floating. He glanced back with his peripheral vision, his eyes suddenly widening. The female strange entity was chasing him. Otaku ran even faster, pushing his speed beyond its limits. Don't chase me. Why are you chasing me? Didn't I leave someone for you? Help. Brother Lin, the strange entity is chasing me. I found the clue. Just after finishing the search of the staff offices on the first floor, Lin Yi and the others heard screams and cries for help. You guys go upstairs. If you run into danger, shout. Ryo nodded vigorously and ran up the stairs, with the blonde woman following closely behind. Lin Yi ran toward the direction of the sound, using time stop to find Otaku and a strange entity not far from him. Kyozaki is dead? Lin Yi walked a little further, only to see Kyozaki unharmed. So, he turned back. This time, he prodded him again, but found that he still passed through the female strange entity's body without any obstruction. Am I being targeted? Why can't I touch it? What's going on? Lin Yi accepted this reality and dragged Otaku a little farther before deactivating Time Stop and running with him. Hurry up and crawl. The information from Time Stop was still limited. He had to let the female strange entity chase them for a while. Lin, brother Lin. That's great, you really won't abandon me. Otaku said with tears in his eyes. I found the shoe cabinet, I found the clue, this. Don't talk, just run. Lin Yi glanced behind him, but the figure seemed to have stopped and left, no longer chasing them. Gone? Lin Yi intentionally used Time Stop to confirm, and indeed, the strange female entity's figure had disappeared. The area around them had no trace of her. She left. Why did she suddenly stop chasing? With insufficient information, Lin Yi couldn't draw any reliable conclusions. So, he went upstairs and returned to Otaku's side. After ending Time Stop, they met up with Ryo and the blonde woman. This was the meeting point that he and Ryo had agreed on beforehand. If they were separated, this would be where they would reconvene. My boyfriend, Kiyosaki, where is he? Why hasn't he come back? The blonde woman, trembling, shouted at Otaku. I don't know, he might be dead, or he might not be. No. Kiyosaki would never be in danger, absolutely not. She couldn't believe that her boyfriend could die here. Otaku ignored her and handed what he was holding to Lin Yi. It was a book, a literary anthology. Lin Yi opened it, and a piece of paper fell out, swaying as it hit the ground. Ryo quickly squatted down and picked up the paper. Lin-kun. She handed it to Lin Yi. Under the hallway light, Lin Yi opened the note, and the faded writing came into view. I am Taku. When you find this paper, you must have been dragged into the strange incidents at school. I don't know how much the content of the paper has been affected, or how much useful information you can see, so, in various places related to her, I have left papers with different wording but the same meaning, hoping to help you. Don't ask me why the papers are placed in places related to her, because only in places related to her could the papers be preserved, to help future seekers. By now, I think you must already know who she is, Kirishima, the school belle of school. She was cruelly murdered in her lifetime. Her resentment transformed her into a wandering entity haunting the school. Many students and teachers mysteriously disappeared, and when they were found again, they were all dead. Before their deaths, all of them had suffered extremely terrifying experiences. The school fell into fear, and ultimately, the school was abandoned, but the curse didn't stop. She is still seeking revenge on every living being that comes to this school, but there are still those who have successfully escaped. Seeing this, everyone's eyes brightened. This was hope. They wanted to know how to escape. Great. We can finally know how to survive and leave here alive. There was nothing more exciting or happy than this. Ryo's face also showed a hopeful smile. They needed to leave soon, or else their sister would be worried. Chapter 82, Ryo Fujibayashi. I'm going to die. The content continues. Several lines in the middle are blurry, making the text unclear. After that, it says, when you see her, do not panic, do not be afraid, fear will only make her more. If you encounter her, you can hide in the staff office, but remember, do not stay there for too long. If you can hold out until dawn, you will be able to leave alive, or maybe. Once again, the text is blurry, and until the end, there's no usable information left. Hold out until dawn? Ryo Fujibayashi looked at the sky outside. It would still be at least 3 or 4 hours until dawn. Could they last that long? Will it really get light? Lin Yi's question made everyone's hearts tremble. Well, it should, I guess. The blonde woman hesitated and said, this is a strange world, we can't treat it according to normal logic. When it just says dawn without giving a clear time, it's best to ignore it if there are other choices. The Love Heart Hotel gave a clear time, and there were clocks everywhere showing the exact time. Though there could be discrepancies like time distortion, it was still much clearer than just saying dawn. For example, what if we're in the Arctic Circle? There's the phenomenon of polar day and night. If it's during the polar night, then who knows when dawn will come. Everyone accepted it, though with a bit of reluctance. Brother Lin, what do we do next? Look for the papers placed elsewhere, and for places related to her. Her classroom and desk must be one of them. They had already found the staff office on the first floor, so now it was time to head to the second floor staff office. The 4 of them searched, grade 2 attendance roster. The 3 of them searched while Lin Yi stood outside, observing and scanning the surroundings. Found it. Black Island, Black Island. Ryo Fujibayashi immediately covered her mouth as soon as she read the name. This was something Lin Yi had specifically told them. They could know, but not say it aloud. Lin Yi returned, saw the name, and nodded to indicate he understood. It might be someone with the same last name, but still, don't say it out loud. The first chapter's note mentioned don't 20 and repeatedly reminded them, so Lin Yi thought it was don't mention the name. After all, The name of the female strange entity in the paper had been affected. We understand, don't worry. Let's go. To grade 2, class F. However, after searching the entire office, they still couldn't find the key. They decided to check the next location. Lin Yi led the way, followed by Ryuya Fujibayashi, then the blonde woman, and finally Otaku, who was walking at the rear of the group, terrified out of his mind. He was scared of the strange female entity appearing from behind. Office. His eyes darted around, constantly checking the office locations, ready to rush into one if anything seemed off. At least, the office would be safe for a short time. Finally, after passing through Class C, the 4 of them arrived at Class F. Class F wasn't locked. They opened the door, turned on the lights, and the classroom was illuminated. Unlike the other classrooms they had searched, this one was slightly different. The desks were arranged with textbooks, and there was a faint smell of student activity. Lin-kun, let's start searching. Ryuya Fujibayashi was ready to start looking. While she couldn't help much in analyzing or solving key information, she could still help with the miscellaneous task of searching for clues. She did her best to contribute with what she could do. That was Ryuya Fujibayashi's style. Let's check those seats first. Lin Yi pointed to the last few desks in the first row by the window. Yeah, I remember. In the video, she was sitting at the last desk in that row. Ryuya Fujibayashi hurried to check, but found that the last desk wasn't the one. She continued looking upwards, and finally, she found a textbook with the name Black Island written on it. I found it, Lin-kun. She happily showed Lin Yi the book she found. Now, they just needed to find the piece of paper. She. Run. The blonde woman trembled and cried out, immediately turning and running toward the classroom door. Ryuya Fujibayashi instinctively glanced and then noticed a figure with black hair, sitting in the empty seat. In that moment, her body stiffened, her heart suddenly constricting, her eyes widened, and fear filled her heart. I'm going to die here. Sister, I think. I might not make it back. I'm sorry. The next second, in the blink of an eye, Ryuya Fujibayashi saw herself being carried, quickly running down the corridor. Huh? She formed a big question mark in her mind. What happened? Why am I being carried? The shaking made her feel uncomfortable, especially in her abdomen. Lin-kun. I'll put you down in a moment. This made Ryuya Fujibayashi, who had instinctively struggled, stop resisting. She also saw the blonde woman and Otaku rushing behind them at full speed. The 4 of them had escaped from Class F of the second year, while the strange female entity appeared at the door of the classroom in the distance. So fast? Ryuya Fujibayashi couldn't understand, confusion filled her, but she understood that she had somehow survived. Thank goodness. Once they entered the office, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Ryuya Fujibayashi was put down, her face slightly flushed. When she was put down, there was an unavoidable physical contact with Lin Yi, especially with him touching her sensitive areas. She was well aware that Lin Yi didn't do it on purpose, but having never been touched in those places by the opposite sex before, she felt a flush of shyness rising within her. That was close. Good thing we managed to escape. Brother Lin, how did you run so fast? Keep in mind, Lin Yi had carried someone, and they hadn't seen how he managed to lift them or when he had gotten ahead of them. Otaku and the blonde woman were full of questions. Don't ask things that shouldn't be asked. We're alive now, so we must have some life-saving skills. He gave an explanation, but without going into detail, which made Otaku and the blonde woman even more intrigued by Lin Yi's mystery and strength. Indeed, Lin Yi, who clearly seemed to have gone through many strange events, must have some hidden skills or methods that were the key to his survival. After hearing this, Ryuya Fujibayashi lowered her head and started rubbing her fingers together. Life-saving skills. That must be something he only used when facing a life-threatening crisis, and Lin Yi had used this precious skill to save her. But how should she repay this favor? What could she offer in return? Ryuya Fujibayashi fell into a state of confusion and inner conflict. Chapter 83, Ryuya Fujibayashi's gaze fell on Lin Yi's side profile, her eyes shimmering with light. She tugged at his sleeve, and with her red lips slowly parting, she spoke, "Thank you, Lin-kun." One simple sentence, filled with Ryuya Fujibayashi's gratitude. Facing the strange female entity so close, she could only feel endless fear, her mind going blank, her body completely frozen in place. Without Lin Yi, she would certainly have died. You're Miss Ren's friend, and also mine. Helping you is only natural. Would Miss Ryo just watch as I fall into danger and not help me? Ryuya Fujibayashi immediately shook her head in denial. Of course I would help you, Lin-kun. But since we entered this building, it's always been you helping me. She felt that she hadn't really done anything for Lin Yi. Miss Ryo seems to have forgotten that when we first entered this building, and when the strange woman appeared, everyone else ran, but you rushed back to the classroom, trying to get me out with you." As soon as the words were spoken, Otaku and the blonde woman, Chiharu, both had a slight change in expression. At that time, they were too focused on running to notice that Lin Yi had stayed behind in the classroom. At that moment, they both understood the position and importance Ryowa Fujibayashi held in Lin Yi's heart. If it came down to saving only one person, Lin Yi would definitely choose Ryowa Fujibayashi. The blonde woman looked at Ryowa Fujibayashi, and jealousy began to spread within her. She was more beautiful than her and received special attention. Why? Well, actually, without me, Lin-kun could have escaped on his own. Ryowa Fujibayashi's voice grew softer, with a hint of weakness, making one feel an urge to protect her. But Lin Yi quickly suppressed this thought. Now was not the time to be bullying Ryowa Fujibayashi. "Brother Lin, what should we do next? That strange woman can obviously appear in her seat at any time. We won't be able to get any important clues from the desk, will we?" Clatter. A few books were thrown into a pile of textbooks, creating a distinct sound. At that moment, Otaku froze. "That's amazing, Brother Lin. Not only did you save Miss Ryo, but you even brought out the books. As expected of you. I was just thinking of suggesting that we lure the strange woman away to get the clues from her desk. Now we don't need to do that at all." He couldn't hide his excitement. They didn't need to take the risk of going back to Class F of the second year. Otaku knew very well how dangerous his suggestion was. It would require the cooperation of two people, and since Ryowa Fujibayashi couldn't be part of that, either he or the blonde woman would have to go to the desk to gather clues from the strange woman's seat. He had a 50% chance of being chosen, and because he was the one who suggested it, he might have even more chance, but now it was all unnecessary. They no longer had to take the risk. The 3 books were quickly flipped through. There were 2 notes in total, with the content being mostly the same, but the details differed. The group began reading. When you, a lot of the text was the same, and a large section in the middle had been erased by some force. Lin Yi quickly continued reading. "Her power comes from fear, she is attracted by, you can stay in the teacher's office to avoid danger, but be aware of the time, don't, absolutely don't, when the sun rises, you will survive, or maybe find her and take it to the art classroom, then you can leave here, her is in. The crucial information is once again affected by some mysterious force." Otaku complained, but at least the second note filled in the missing details from the first one. "Brother Lin, what do you think? The other option seems to be for us to find something of hers and bring it to the art classroom. Then we'll be able to survive and leave." It sounds simple, but it's not that simple. What could this item be? But since it was something belonging to her, it was likely related to a specific place, such as her seat or a locker. This meant that if they wanted to obtain this item, they would have to face the danger she posed. Could it be something she loved in life? Maybe a bracelet, pendant, earrings, ring, or something like that. Ryowa Fujibayashi offered her guess. "I've seen a lot of supernatural horror movies with my sister. After someone dies, their soul can sometimes reside in special objects. Could it be that the missing keywords refer to an item that holds her soul?" Lin Yi didn't respond right away, but Ryowa Fujibayashi nervously added, "If I'm wrong, just pretend I didn't say anything." Lin Yi gently patted Ryowa Fujibayashi's shoulder, signaling for her to relax. "Miss Ryo, your guess is very useful. Possession items are definitely something we should consider. Besides that, I think the body, bones, or even hair could be possibilities." "Hair?" But thinking of the strange woman's hair, which could grow and be used as a weapon, it wasn't entirely impossible that hair was their target item. But the entire building was a search area. How would they find it? "Let's head to the art classroom first. There must be new clues there." The 4 of them left the staff office one after another. Compared to the safety of the office, the hallway outside felt much colder, and the danger was palpable. The night wind blew, making them shiver. But Ryowa Fujibayashi and the others gritted their teeth, gathering the courage to continue forward. They couldn't afford to be afraid. Ryowa Fujibayashi kept repeating the tips from the note in her mind. The 4 of them quickly searched the second floor and couldn't find the art classroom, so they headed to the 3rd floor. But the 3rd floor still didn't have the art classroom. Lin Yi also checked the first year B and D classrooms on the 3rd floor, but both were locked and inaccessible. After silently noting those 2 classrooms, Lin Yi and the others arrived on the 4th floor. On the way, everything was calm. They didn't encounter the strange woman at all. It was as if she had given up on them and stopped pursuing them. Finally, on the 4th floor, the 3rd classroom on the west side was the art classroom. When they found it, Otaku and the blonde woman exchanged looks, their expressions slightly unusual. "Lin-kun, we originally hid in that classroom." Otaku pointed to the classroom at the end of his finger. The 2 classrooms were only separated by 2 other classrooms, very close together. They had passed by the key classroom at the time. Maybe if they had hidden in the art classroom, they would have been safe and sound, and perhaps even found some useful clues. The blonde woman also thought of this, and then thought of her boyfriend, Kiyosaki. Sigh. Her boyfriend, Kiyosaki, had already been killed by the strange woman. At this moment, Otaku gripped the doorknob and slowly turned it. Creak. The door slowly opened. Silence. No sound. A faint smell of paint wafted in. This was the art classroom. Chapter 84, The Girl in the Painting, exquisite and cold. The next moment, Otaku reached out to the side of the door to search for the light switch, and with a click, the switch was turned on. Swish. A sudden sound of something cutting through the air rang out. Otaku froze, his eyes wide in shock, staring at the figure that suddenly appeared in front of him. He was completely paralyzed, unable to dodge in time. Bang. A chair was thrown, but it missed and crashed heavily to the floor, making a muffled thud. Lin-kun, thank you. Otaku, drenched in cold sweat, looked at the chair in front of him. If it hadn't been for Lin Yi pulling him away just now, he would have either been dead or severely injured. What are you doing? Do you want to kill me? Kiyosaki, weren't you killed by the strange woman? Have you become a strange being too? After shouting twice, Otaku took a few steps back, his face full of caution as he stared at Kiyosaki. Hey. Lin-kun, be careful. This guy is likely a strange being. Otaku warned. Hey, so now you're trying to frame me as a strange being? Kiyosaki sneered twice. Well, it's true, the bad guys always accuse others first. After all, you pushed me toward the strange woman by the shoe cabinet earlier, trying to buy time to escape. But unfortunately, the strange woman didn't go after me, she went after you, the selfish one. Just like she dealt with your friend first. That's nonsense, don't talk nonsense. Otaku cursed. Haha, so you've been exposed, now you're embarrassed? Chiharu, stay away from him. He could kill you at any moment. Chiharu, the blonde woman, subconsciously stepped a few steps away from Otaku. Otaku tried to explain, but Kiyosaki spoke first. I advise you to give up on this trash, who might push the people around him to strange beings at any moment. You're strong, so you won't be hurt, but the girl beside you may not be so lucky. He looked at Ryōa Fujibayashi, making her feel a bit tense and uncomfortable. How could I hurt Lin-kun's woman? But how have you survived until now? Why are you here in the art classroom? Otaku raised a question. It's normal to encounter Kiyosaki alive anywhere in the school building, but encountering him in the art classroom was definitely suspicious and worth thinking about. Hey, of course, it's because of this. Kiyosaki reached into his pocket and immediately pulled out a note. Where? Did you get this from? Otaku exclaimed. Besides the shoe cabinet and the F-class seat, was there another place with notes? Of course, it's from the shoe cabinet. There was another note inside. You didn't even take this important clue with you? You wasted the time you pushed me into, but in the end, you got nothing. You really don't care about anything just to escape, haha, trash. Kiyosaki mocking laughter grew louder. I took the books and notes. They're all with Lin-kun. Otaku quickly defended himself. Oh, you didn't deny pushing me. Now, do you understand? Kiyosaki's gaze landed on Lin Yi. This is between you two. If you want revenge, I won't stop you. Lin Yi's words made Otaku feel a chill in his heart. Was he being abandoned? He was unwilling to accept it. But, wait until we successfully leave here alive. Lin Yi pointed to the text on the note Kiyosaki had handed over. It should mean no one should die. I suspect that if someone dies, her power will grow stronger. The 4 notes had almost completed the missing information from the first notes. A place used 2 notes with different but consistent information to reduce interference and provide more useful information. That was a good method, but why not place 3, 4, or even all versions of the notes as clues? Lin Yi couldn't help but think. Now, with Lin Yi's statement, the conflict temporarily stopped. The 4 of them entered the art classroom. One by one, incandescent lights emitted a white light, illuminating the empty art classroom. On the walls, paintings were hung, an oil painting of Mount Fuji, a landscape of blooming cherry blossoms, and in the middle, a portrait of a young girl. At a glance, all their gazes were drawn to that portrait. The gentle wind blew, the sheer curtains fluttered, and a girl with long black hair gazed out the window, leaving only an exquisite and beautiful side profile. Lin Yi recognized her, the female lead of the movie, the beautiful girl with straight black hair, also the strange woman who had turned the school building into a blood-stained nightmare. She's so beautiful. Ryōa Fujibayashi couldn't help but admire. Even as a girl, she couldn't help but praise her beauty. Exactly like the photo. It truly restored her stunning looks and aura. The details are amazing, the nose, mouth, And especially her eyes, they perfectly captured her cold expression. The guy who painted this must have really liked her. Ryowa Fujibayashi, though not an artist, couldn't help but comment on the painting. Her words were a bit lacking, but she still praised the skill behind the painting. Don't touch it. As Ryowa Fujibayashi subconsciously reached out, a voice suddenly stopped her. It was Kiyosaki. Don't mess with the things here. Who knows what kind of changes it might trigger. Sorry. Ryowa Fujibayashi quickly apologized. You came here earlier than us. Have you found anything? Lin Yi directly asked Kiyosaki. Kiyosaki shook his head. After I came here, I turned on the lights at first, then turned them off and hid here. I didn't search the art classroom. But the strange woman, called Kirishima, has never come here. I think this place should be safe. We can stay here until dawn. So after escaping to the art classroom, he just hid here? Chiharu, Kiyosaki's girlfriend, felt an inexplicable discomfort. Her boyfriend was hiding here but hadn't even thought about coming to hide with her. She was angry. Wasn't it because she chose Lin Yi back then? She did it for her own safety, and also for his sake. If they encountered the strange woman together, what if he had to turn back to save her? By staying by Lin Yi's side, she had completely avoided this problem. Kiyosaki could have focused on escaping and saving himself without worrying about her. She did this for Kiyosaki's sake, to reduce his burden, but now Kiyosaki was hiding here by himself to survive. It was truly despicable. He didn't deserve to be her boyfriend. Once they got back, she would break up with him. Search around for anything unusual. If you find something strange, don't touch it. After Lin Yi said this, Ryowa Fujibayashi and the others began to move. Only Kiyosaki stood still, looking uninterested. Lin Yi didn't force him. If he didn't want to do something, then he didn't have to. Chapter 85, Is this the high-level player? Lin Yi looked around and focused his search on the paintings. If there were any clues hidden in the art classroom, the most likely place would be in the paintings. He glanced again at the portrait of the black-haired, straight-haired beauty among the many paintings. Even as an outsider, he thought it was very beautiful and detailed. Whether it was the expression, skin, hair, or the details of the clothes and sleeves, everything was perfectly painted. The artist was definitely someone who paid attention to detail and pursued perfection. Ryowa Fujibayashi stood next to Lin Yi, her eyes methodically scanning each item nearby. She was doing her best to contribute. Otaku and the blonde girl went to the other side of the art classroom. The only one who remained still in the classroom was Kiyosaki. This made Chiharu, the blonde girl, feel uncomfortable. She thought her boyfriend really lacked intelligence. In the current dangerous situation, even though he despised and opposed Lin Yi in her heart, he shouldn't be showing it now. Instead, she should be actively contributing and proving her worth. With her boyfriend acting like this, Chiharu had no doubt that if anything went wrong, Kiyosaki would be the first one to be abandoned. When she thought about it carefully, this might not necessarily be a bad thing. Chiharu couldn't help but think. Anyway, since she planned to break up after returning, and now Kiyosaki was her first priority to be discarded, if anything went wrong, Kiyosaki would be the first to be abandoned. Her chances of survival were actually much higher. After coming to this realization, the blonde-haired girl shifted her attention to the nearby art classroom, focusing on the desks, drawing boards, and other items, searching for possible clues. The otaku closest to her noticed something strange with the curtain by the window. Filled with confusion, he walked over and reached out to pull it open. Shua. A figure appeared, with long black hair. The otaku was so scared that he stumbled backward several steps and fell heavily to the ground. It was a female ghost. A female ghost. That female ghost was already in the art classroom. The blonde-haired girl, startled by the sudden scream and panic from the otaku, immediately turned and ran. When she unconsciously glanced at the figure, her pupils contracted, and she ran even faster, heading straight for Lin Yi. On the way, she passed Kiyosaki and completely ignored her boyfriend. Lin-kun, run. Although it seemed like she was asking him to run, in reality, she hoped Lin Yi would take her and escape. She knew about Lin Yi's amazing ability to help people flee. Lin Yi patted the panicked Chiharu, signaling her to calm down, then stepped towards the direction of the figure. It's a doll, probably a real-life doll. Lin Yi said as he poked it. The fallen otaku, still trembling, looked towards the figure again. It seems. It really is a doll. The otaku supported himself to stand up and walked over to Lin Yi's side. He looked around and couldn't help but compliment, it's really well made. At first glance, I thought it was a real person. He reached out to poke it, but Lin Yi stopped him with a slap. What are you still doing here? Go find some clue or item. Right away, I'll go look for it. Under Lin Yi's urging, the otaku awkwardly smiled and quickly moved to another side to start searching. Chiharu took a deep breath, calming her fear, and continued her search. The blonde-haired girl quickly glanced at her boyfriend, but saw that he was indifferent, even a little disgusted. She immediately realized that her unconscious plea for help had irritated him. "You're so useless. How can I rely on you for protection?" She couldn't help but think bitterly, but she knew she couldn't voice it. Once they survived and left, she would break up with him immediately. Lin Yi searched around but couldn't find anything useful on the doll's clothes or body. The presence of the doll in the art classroom was strange. His first instinct was that it might hold some clue or key item, but now it seemed he was wrong. "Lin-kun, I found the key." Ryowa Fujibayashi's excited voice sounded as she pulled out a set of keys, the metallic clinking echoing. "Where did you find it?" the blonde-haired girl asked, surprised. It was inside a black suit. There was a wooden clothes hanger holding 3 items of clothing, a blue shirt, a black suit, and a white short-sleeved shirt. Clearly, they were clothes worn by an adult male teacher. Looking at it now, this combination of clothes and hanger seemed particularly conspicuous, but before, it had been quite inconspicuous, and she lamented how she had missed an opportunity. If she had found the key, her contribution would have been much better than that of the otaku. Knowing that Lin Yi had a hidden ability, Chihari couldn't help but want to cling to him, even if it meant offering more than just her presence. She stole a glance at Lin Yi. His tall figure, well-built body, and face weren't exactly handsome, but the more you looked, the more attractive he became. Most importantly, it was his courage, ability, and strength to survive in this eerie school building. Such a man. She wasn't losing out, in fact, she was making a great deal. But as she looked at Ryowa Fujibayashi, she immediately felt that her chances of being noticed dropped drastically. Compared to her, Ryowa Fujibayashi was much more attractive. She didn't stand a chance. Chihari quickly walked over to Ryowa Fujibayashi, focusing on searching the nearby area, though she didn't find anything else useful. After about 10 minutes, the 4 of them had thoroughly searched every inch of the art classroom, even checking the hidden compartments behind the drawing boards for any notes. And indeed, they found a piece of paper with some clues. It was hidden behind a portrait of a girl with long black hair. The contents were similar to the previous notes but gave them 2 additional pieces of information. Bones. The different wording seemed to suggest that the author of the message wanted to tell them, bring her bones to the art classroom. Bones, human bones, her bones are in the teaching building. Ryowa Fujibayashi swallowed nervously, her heart racing. She had thought it was something like a ring or a necklace, items that could be kept, but it turned out to be bones. How do we find them? At worst, we can search the classrooms one by one. I suspect the girls' bones are in those classrooms with closed doors. Now that we have the keys, we can go straight to those rooms, open the doors, and search for the bones inside. With Lin Yi there, the otaku wasn't worried about safety. You make it sound easy. Are you going to search yourself? The blonde-haired girl rebutted with a single sentence. I'll go with Lin-kun. Hey, I thought you could handle searching 3 or 4 classrooms on your own. She laughed. There were 10 identical keys, with no differences. Now, there were 9 left. Earlier, when Lin Yi and the others went to the next door's music classroom to experiment, the key could open the classroom door directly, but once the door was opened, the key would disappear. They had 9 chances to open the classroom doors. In other words, they had 9 attempts left. The entire teaching building had 4 floors. The first, second, and third floors housed classrooms for each grade, along with the corresponding staff offices. The first floor also had a physics lab, the second floor had a chemistry lab, and the third floor had a biology lab. As for the 4th floor, besides the art classroom, there were a music room, a library, a study room, the administration office, the principal's office, and the student council office. If I remember correctly, there are still 12 classrooms in the entire teaching building that are closed and require a key to open. Lin Yi thought back, recalling the status of the classrooms as he searched the art classroom. He had made a mental note of the classrooms on the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floors, and during the recent test, he quickly counted the situation on the 4th floor. The 4th floor has the principal's office, the student council office, the library, and the administration office, 4 rooms in total. The 3rd floor has the biology lab, a staff office, and 2 classrooms from Class 1B and 1E, 4 rooms. The 2nd floor has classrooms for Class 2D and 2G, while the 1st floor has a physics lab and Class 3F. At this moment, everyone was silent. Is this what high-level players are like? Experienced veterans who have gone through terrifying and bizarre games? They could at most remember 4 or 5 classrooms, but Lin Yi had memorized all of them and could clearly and orderly recite the names of the classrooms. When comparing people, the difference is truly vast. If it weren't for Lin Yi's earlier memorization of the status of each classroom, they would have definitely needed to go out and explore again, confirm the specific closed classrooms and their total number, and then return to discuss. But now, that's no longer necessary. How much time does this save? No, the key isn't time, it's how much risk has been reduced. The longer they're outside, the more likely they are to be attacked by the female ghost. 12 classrooms, 9 keys left. Which 9 classrooms to choose? The gazes of Ryowa Fujibayashi and the others fell on Lin Yi. Up until now, Lin Yi had always been their brain. Occasionally, it was the otaku and Ryowa Fujibayashi who provided some ideas, but the others had little useful advice. Lin-kun, you decide. I trust you. After Ryowa Fujibayashi expressed her opinion, the otaku immediately spoke up. Lin-kun, whatever you choose, it's fine, Lin-kun's choices are always right. As for the blonde-haired girl, she didn't need to be mentioned. The only one who didn't react in the art classroom was Kyozaki. At this moment, he was standing far away, becoming the only member of a small group. I think we need to search the 4 rooms on the 4th floor, the principal's office, the student council office, etc. On the 3rd floor, we need to check the staff office and the biology lab. And on the 2nd floor, since it's the grade she attended, we need to search the second-year classes, Class 2D and 2G. The 1st floor should have the physics lab. Altogether, there are 9 rooms. To simplify, we'll give up searching the 1st year B and D classrooms and the 3rd year F classroom. Because the female ghost is a second-year student, the likelihood of finding the target item in 1st and 3rd year classrooms is low. Ryowa Fujibayashi pursed her lips, as if she wanted to say something. Fujiki, do you have any thoughts? Well, could the 3rd year F classroom be special, since it's Class F? That letter is indeed quite unique. She herself is from Class F. Lin Yi then looked over at Kyozaki, who had been treating him like air, and spoke. Kyozaki, what do you think? No. He coldly rejected, completely excluding himself from Lin Yi's group. Kyozaki-kun, Lin-kun asked for your opinion, you don't have to be so cold about it. The blonde-haired girl suddenly felt her value in the conversation. Everyone is discussing and trying to find a way to survive and leave here. We're about to go out and search for the hidden bones. You're acting like this. Hey. Kyozaki laughed. What's wrong with me? I'm not participating in your discussion, not giving any opinions. What's the problem? Of course, there is a problem. You've excluded yourself from this group. This would greatly reduce their survival chances. The blonde-haired girl was even more impressed by Kyozaki's intelligence. I'll just say it here. I'm not going out to look for clues, and I definitely won't go looking for any bones. I don't want to be killed by that female ghost. Right now, all of us are in this art classroom, and she hasn't shown up yet. I can now be sure that this place is very safe, and we won't encounter any ghostly attacks. I'll stay here until dawn, and then leave. His words made everyone think of another way to leave here. Once the sun rises, they can leave. The blonde-haired girl suddenly felt like a fool. Her boyfriend was actually quite smart. He had already thought of a way to survive and clear the situation long before. But it was undeniable, what her boyfriend said was right. This place was safe. The female ghost hadn't shown up so far, and there was a very high probability she wouldn't return. The art classroom was safer than the staff office, even an absolute safe zone. Chiharu, as your boyfriend, I advise you to stay here. The blonde-haired girl couldn't help but glance at Lin Yi. Unless he threatens to kill us, we don't want to go out. Do we really have to leave here? In an instant, the atmosphere in the art classroom changed. This place was very safe, the female ghost wouldn't come, and once it was daylight, they could leave and return to reality. This place was safe. But what if daylight never comes? Isn't it fine to go looking then? The blonde-haired girl suddenly understood and widened her eyes. Lin-kun, you can choose to stay here, I won't force you. Everyone can make their own choice. The first to speak was Ryowa Fujibayashi. I'll stay with Lin-kun. She trusted Lin Yi. The otaku hesitated. For safety reasons, he definitely thought staying here was safer, but choosing to stay here also meant splitting ways with Lin Yi. If any danger came, Lin Yi would definitely not step in to help him. And he still had issues with Kyozaki. What should he do? Lin Yi started walking toward the art classroom door, and Ryowa Fujibayashi immediately followed, the two quickly leaving. If you stay with me, you'll encounter the female ghost. He said to the girl beside him. But I trust Lin-kun, he will protect me, I'll be fine. You're really confident. Well, not exactly confidence. Ryowa Fujibayashi's face turned red in embarrassment. Wait for me, Lin-kun. Eventually, the otaku came running out. After some internal struggle, he decided to act with Lin Yi. The art classroom was safe for now, but would it stay that way? Maybe there was a time limit. That was his guess. Chapter 86, Dead, Committed suicide. Lin Yi quickly understood the reason for the otakus and Kyosaki's actions. He and Kyosaki had conflicts, and if Kyosaki harbored any feelings of revenge, being alone in the art classroom might not guarantee his safety. The blonde-haired girl was Kyosaki's girlfriend, and since the otaku had conflicts with Kyosaki, the blonde would likely help him. Facing this pair, a man and a woman, would be difficult for the otaku, as he's an average person. Lin-kun, I still trust you. I feel much safer being by your side. The otaku chuckled, a sense of safety surrounding him. Earlier, when I was by the shoe cabinet on the first floor, I did push that guy down to buy myself some time to escape. But don't worry, I will never do anything to hurt you or Ryo-san. If I ever do anything to betray both of you, I'll be struck by lightning. He explained, trying to ease any lingering doubts Lin Yi might have. No one likes someone who intentionally causes harm, including him. Now, having already done such a thing, he needed to show his sincerity to regain trust. Lin Yi didn't say much, only indicating that the otaku should keep up and focus on his task. If they encountered the female ghost, he shouldn't scream or panic. The otaku nodded vigorously, signaling that he understood. Lin-kun, where should we start searching? Let's start from the 4th floor. Lin Yi looked toward the student council office in front of them. Inserting a key and turning it, the door to the classroom opened, and the key quickly vanished. Click. The lights turned on, illuminating the spacious, empty student council office. You stay outside and watch. Alright, Lin-kun, if the female ghost comes, I'll notify you immediately. The otaku stayed by the door, keeping an eye on both sides of the hallway, constantly checking, occasionally stepping to the edge of the corridor to look down, as if trying to see if the female ghost was on the 1st floor. Inside the office, a voice suddenly echoed a broadcast. Black Island is a model student, I recommend inviting her to join the student council. There have been reports of rumors saying Black Island has an improper relationship with. The rumors are spreading wider, and the school has asked the student council to pay attention to the situation. Stopping the spread of rumors and maintaining the order of the school is the student council's responsibility. From these 4 sentences, Lin Yi quickly made a simple analysis. The rumors about Black Island and someone had caught the students' attention and caused some unrest, prompting the school to request the student council's involvement. The vague name mentioned in the rumors was likely the key person in this situation. Lin-kun, I'll start searching. Ryo Fujibayashi had also thought for a moment but couldn't come up with any specific clues or items related to the target. I'll check here, maybe we'll find more clues. The two of them began searching the student council office. They checked everything from the desks to the bookshelves, to the cabinets on the other side, looking through every place that could hide something. But they found nothing. Library, Black Island looks really good when reading, so elegant. That new teacher is really handsome. I almost thought he was a transfer student, wow. The combination of handsome guys and beautiful girls is always a treat to watch. Office of Academic Affairs, Teacher Yamada is about to retire, we need to hire a new teacher. Black Island still ranks 1st in the 2nd year. No surprise, she's amazing. Cough cough, another student is dating. All they do is date and not focus on their studies. Sigh. Finally, the last place left on the 4th floor was the president's office. The door opened the same way, the lights came on, the spacious office was luxuriously decorated. The black bookshelves were neatly arranged on both sides, books and documents quietly placed on the shelves. The gray solid wood desk and black leather chair paired together, further showcasing the office's upscale aesthetic. Everything spoke of the high status of the office's user. Lin Yi and Ryo Fujibayashi entered. No sooner had they stepped in than the speakers in the office came to life. The latest results of the comprehensive exams for all 3 years. In the 2nd year, Black Island is still 1st, the list of new teachers and transfer students. President, please review. The rumors are spreading more widely. Does the school need to formally intervene? I suggest the student council get involved. Rumors. What was this rumor about? Dating? Was dating prohibited in the school? Lin Yi was aware that many Japanese schools do forbid dating, but students still did it in secret. As long as it wasn't too obvious and didn't attract the attention of teachers, schools and staff usually turned a blind eye. The two of them resumed their search. Lin-kun. Suddenly, Ryo Fujibayashi found something on the desk and called Lin Yi over. Lin Yi saw a name written on a book. Black Island. He vaguely sensed something important. And in the photo frame on the desk, there was only half of a photo. An elegantly dressed man in a suit was staring sternly at the camera. Click. Lin-kun, she's here. The otaku rushed in, his voice trembling with urgency. The female ghost was here. Let's go. But they were blocked. Ryo Fujibayashi and the otaku both hid behind Lin Yi. 5 meters away, a female ghost, her white shirt stained with blood, was staring at the three of them. Her long black hair hung loose, reaching the ground and even seemed to be growing longer. Rustle. The sound grew closer. The otaku stared, cold sweat forming on his forehead. Could it be that they were going to die here? Run. At the command, Lin Yi immediately pulled Ryowa Fujibayashi and ran. The otaku also ran, but suddenly he realized that there was no trace of the female ghost ahead. Huh? He turned his head and found that the female ghost was already several meters behind them. Suddenly, he thought of something. Lin-kun, long live. The otaku screamed in a frenzy. This must be teleportation. Only such a power could allow them to escape. It was amazing. Sticking with Lin Yi and holding onto his leg was the wisest decision of his life. The female ghost slowly turned around and looked toward the direction in which Lin Yi and the others were fleeing. Her blood-stained shirt seemed to darken even more. Is the teacher's office on the third floor open? After descending the stairs, the three of them rushed to the teacher's office. This was the third teacher's office, which should have been a tightly closed office. Maybe you remembered wrong, Lin-kun. Let's hide inside for now. This would be a temporary refuge from the female ghost. At that moment, a broadcast started. Black Island is so outstanding, yet she hasn't joined the student council. It's really a shame. The new teacher is said to be very handsome. Our school's single female teachers are lucky. Rumors? There's no basis for them. It's probably just some idle female students gossiping. It was still information related to Black Island and some rumor. Up until now, all the broadcasts in this building had been about Black Island and rumors. So, what was that rumor? If they could figure out the specifics of this rumor, they would know the most important background information about the series scenario. But would this background information help them clear the game? Normally, yes. Otherwise, the information about this background would be meaningless. However, these broadcasts didn't reveal any useful information about the location of the bones. So, there must be something wrong. Normal games wouldn't give meaningless information. Even incorrect information is meaningful, so these broadcasts must be hinting at something, hiding an important piece of intel. At this point, Lin Yi realized something else. According to the pattern so far, all classrooms where the broadcast played were originally tightly locked offices. These classrooms couldn't be accessed by brute force. They could only be opened with a key, or dead. After the death of the tall student, the originally locked door to the second-year class had opened. So, someone had died. Lin Yi looked at Ryowa Fujibayashi and the otaku near the door. These two had been with him the entire time, so the probability of them being the dead was low. If Ryowa Fujibayashi and the otaku had died without him knowing, then he would have died long ago. This meant that the incident had happened in the art classroom. Second year 500 class, Black Island, I like you, please go out with me. So many boys confessed to her and got rejected. Hey, what's so great about that kind of woman? The shoe cabinet is full of confession letters again? I heard there are even letters from teachers. Haha, this joke is too much, it's impossible. Teachers wouldn't do that, cold and unlikable, not at all charming. If I had a good dad, I'd be just as popular. Second year class G, Black Island disappeared? Was she kidnapped? Is she dead? The young lady was kidnapped. What will she endure? She deserves it. She was always so cold and aloof at school, treating us like this all the time. If I caught her, I'd torture her for 3 days and nights, doing this and that. Hey, I heard someone saw Black Island at school after coming home late. Don't scare us. How could that woman still be here at school? First floor physics lab, another student took leave because of being scared. I heard it's the ghost seeking revenge. Don't scare us. There's no way something like that could exist at the school. Black Island came back for revenge. She's getting back at us. I want to quit. I don't want to study here anymore. I want to quit. First floor, third year class F, 2 unused keys appeared, and Lin Yi used one on the third year of class. Black Island, we didn't mean to hurt you. We're innocent. We really didn't say anything bad about you. It wasn't us who spread the rumor about you, and it has nothing to do with us. You should take revenge on the person who killed you. We really don't know where your head is. Please leave us alone. Quick, run to the president's office. It's safe there. Someone stayed there all night and survived. At this moment, the screams continued. Even through the broadcast, one could feel the extreme panic of the people involved at the scene. Ryowa Fujibayashi unconsciously held on to Lin Yi, and even when she realized what she was doing, she had no intention of letting go. It was too dangerous here, so scary. She could only feel safe by staying close to Lin Yi. Third floor biology lab, several teachers are acting strangely. Even the most optimistic teacher, Okihara, wants to quit because she can't handle it anymore. The principal committed suicide. What's going on? Is there any hope for our school? I don't want to die. There's a body in the lab. A body. There's a body in the lab. Teacher, call the police. The teacher has fainted from fear. All the classrooms in the teaching building had been searched. Every classroom had its own broadcast message. Lin-kun, what do we do next? To the president's office. Lin Yi processed the information they had gathered. So far, the broadcasts have mentioned her and rumors, but the only clear location information is the president's office, and the only clue related to the bones is the head. He looked at the two of them and continued, the key item to clear this scenario should be the head. We need to find the head. Is it in the president's office? Because the female ghost suddenly appeared, the three of them had quickly left the president's office without fully searching every corner, so it was highly likely that the head was in the president's office. As for other places, they had pretty much searched everywhere, even the bathrooms, but there was no sign of the head. Stick close to me, we're going to the president's office. Ryowa Fujibayashi nodded, signaling she would stay close, and the otaku was even more determined. With the light of victory shining through, he wasn't going to hesitate now. As long as he stayed close to Lin Yi, he was sure he'd be safe. A few minutes later, the three of them arrived on the fourth floor, rounded the corner, and the president's office was the fourth room ahead. But at that moment, a blood-stained figure stood at the door, creating the most dangerous obstacle. What? What do we do now? The female ghost was blocking the entrance to the president's office. How could they get in? The otaku was having a headache. But he was increasingly certain that the key item to clear the game was in the president's office. If only they had found it earlier the last time they were in the president's office. Ryowa Fujibayashi stood by Lin Yi's side, glancing at his profile, waiting for him to make a decision. Lin-kun, how about I act as the bait? The two sides had been at a standoff for a while, with the female ghost motionless, blocking the entrance to the president's office. This led Ryowa Fujibayashi to cautiously suggest something. The otaku was shocked. This weak girl dared to propose herself as bait? He couldn't do it. He wanted to speak up, but realized he didn't have the courage. At that moment, the screams from the broadcast and the desperate look in his friend Zano's eyes before his death echoed in his mind. The otaku couldn't do it. Lin Yi heard the girl's suggestion and couldn't help but ruffle Ryowa Fujibayashi's hair. How could I let you do something so dangerous? There was a pause. Entering the president's office wouldn't be an easy task. But the otaku's expression changed. If Ryowa Fujibayashi wouldn't do it, then it would have to be him. At the sight of that ghostly figure, the otaku couldn't help but shiver. If only the yellow-haired girl had come out too, at least he would have a companion if he had to act as bait. Chapter 87, The Girl and the Strange Entity. What should they do? Refusing to act as bait to lure the female ghost away? That would mean severing ties with Lin Yi. If he still hoped for Lin Yi to lend him a hand in the future, that would be completely impossible. But what if he accepted? The otaku stared at the horrific appearance of the female ghost, her disheveled black hair floating around her like deadly threads from hell, each strand exuding a murderous bloodlust. He was too scared to go near. Lin-kun, how about we return to the art classroom and come up with a plan? The otaku's idea was to find someone else to act as bait to distract the female ghost. At least it couldn't be him alone. He wasn't enough to fill the gaps between the female ghost's teeth with his 180 pounds of flesh. You two stay here and wait for me. After saying this, Lin Yi walked straight ahead. Tap, tap. The sound of his footsteps echoed clearly. Ryowa Fujibayashi clenched her hands, nervous, her eyes fixed on Lin Yi, terrified that something might happen to him. The otaku, with tears in his eyes, realized that Lin Yi would rather face the female ghost alone than let him act as bait. Not even a brother would treat him this well. 10 meters. 8 meters. The female ghost remained still, showing no signs of movement. Lin Yi glanced at the president's office door, noticing that the black hair strands had crossed and connected, forming a dense web that blocked the entire door. Unless he had a way to deal with the female ghost and the hair, even if time stopped, he wouldn't be able to get in. At 5 meters, Lin Yi stopped, his gaze fixed on the female ghost and the black hair scattered on the floor. But the female ghost didn't react to his approach. She only turned her blood-stained, menacing face toward him, her eyes seemingly locked on him. I've actually been thinking about something. Why do you show obvious aggression toward others, but toward me, the aggression is weak, almost non-existent? At this distance, if the female ghost moved a few steps closer, she could quickly attack by using her hair, and no one would be able to escape. From a distance, Ryowa Fujibayashi and the otaku froze, starting to think about why this was happening. And now I have a bold guess. Lin Yi slowly raised his right hand, wiggling his fingers. Ah, Honda, come here and walk over slowly. The otaku was startled, but faced with Lin Yi's request, he gritted his teeth and didn't refuse. So, with a nervous heart, he slowly started walking over. Each step felt like it took all his strength. SHH, SHH, SHH. The sound of hair rubbing against the floor suddenly echoed, especially clear and sharp in the quiet night. Many strands of hair began to move, slowly extending in the direction of the otaku. He was even more afraid now, his face growing paler. Why was this happening? Was it because I'm not as handsome as Lin Yi? Is that why you're targeting me? Wanting to attack me? This was too much. It was bad enough being disliked and discriminated against by girls at school, but now, this female ghost in this eerie school was discriminating against me too. The otaku couldn't bring himself to keep walking, but since Lin Yi hadn't told him to stop, he couldn't turn back. Lin-kun, should I keep going? His steps were now slower than a snail's. Keep going. Just those two words made the otaku grit his teeth and take a step forward. SHH, SHH, SHH. The rustling of hair grew even more intense, and the strands seemed to be standing on end. I'll keep going. The otaku braced himself and took another step. The black hair swirled like it was dancing. The otaku froze in place, too scared to move. His expression was completely frozen, and sweat poured from his forehead. This was definitely targeting me. Is this what it's like to be an otaku in the second dimension, completely ignored and disliked? Go back. The voice was like an angelic sound from heaven. The otaku, having received the order, quickly and cautiously backed away. Once he'd put enough distance between himself and the female ghost, his steps quickened, and he rushed to Ryo Fujibayashi's side, exhaling a long breath. Now, he was safe. Ryo, you come here too. Ryo Fujibayashi, also nervous, tried to keep her fear in check. To avoid being too scared, she focused her gaze on Lin Yi, walking at a steady pace toward him. Ahead, the female ghost's black hair had started changing again. After this series of tests, Lin Yi had already figured things out. Ryo, you can go back now. But unexpectedly, Ryo Fujibayashi walked behind Lin Yi. The girl with purple shoulder-length hair brushed aside her bangs, revealing a faint smile. It's safest by your side. She trusted that, if real danger arose, Lin Yi wouldn't leave her behind. She also realized that Lin Yi must have come to some conclusion. Do you remember the information from the various notes? In the distance, the otaku was also listening closely. It seemed a little far away, so he took a few steps forward to hear better. Seeing her, don't panic, don't be afraid. Fear will make her. Lin Yi repeated one of the hints. The rest of it should be something like excited, thrilled, more aggressive. At first, I thought this hint was to tell us to stay calm when we encountered her, to think of ways to escape more clearly. Now, it's obvious that she's more aggressive toward people who feel fear. If we were to describe it like a game, it's like characters who are fearful will be attacked more easily, with higher levels of hostility. At this point, Ryo Fujibayashi finally understood the purpose of the tests. Because she and the otaku were both so fearful, their proximity triggered a stronger reaction from the female ghost. Then, she looked at Lin Yi, standing calmly without any fear, realizing that Lin Yi wasn't scared at all. So, the female ghost hadn't reacted strongly to him. I see now. The intensity of fear was connected to attracting the female ghost. The otaku thought of his friend and recalled why the female ghost ignored Gyozaki and came after him in the shoe locker room. It was because, at that time, he and his friend Zano were the two most frightened people in the area, so the female ghost prioritized attacking them. As long as you're not afraid, you won't be attacked. As long as your fear is lighter than others, you won't be targeted first. This also explained why the more people there were, the more likely the female ghost was to attack. Now they understood the rules of self-preservation, but what should they do next? The head was in the president's office, and they couldn't get in. Ryo Fujibayashi looked at Lin Yi's profile, unable to stop herself from thinking. I have a way to distract the female ghost. I'll help. Ryo Fujibayashi didn't hesitate at all. Ryo, with you as a teammate, I'm truly relieved. I just want to do my part. I can't let Lin-kun do everything alone. That wouldn't be right. You're truly a good girl, really. Whoever marries you in the future will definitely be happy. Ryo Fujibayashi immediately blushed. The timid girl had already shown courage in the eerie school building, but at her core, she remained an introverted and timid girl. Alright, you should leave here. Before trying to lure her away, I plan to try another method first. Maybe it will work. Ryo Fujibayashi didn't leave right away. Your fear will affect her. I need you and Honda to stay farther away. No, just go to the nearest staff office. I understand. Since Lin Yi said so, Ryo Fujibayashi had no reason to stay any longer. She had stayed with the intention of helping Lin Yi, and now, leaving would help him, so she naturally wouldn't stay here any longer. After meeting up with the otaku, Ryo Fujibayashi spoke to him. Lin-kun asked us to go to the staff office. Okay, Lin-kun, let's go. After receiving Lin Yi's signal, The otaku and Ryowa Fujibayashi headed to the staff office on the 3rd floor. Meanwhile, on the 4th floor, Lin Yi, confronting the female ghost, quickly noticed that the ghost's hair had retracted significantly, until it was back under her feet. However, the hair that had been entangled at the door of the president's office hadn't decreased at all, it was still densely packed, blocking any entry with no gaps. Destruction was impossible. He had already tried. This black hair was harder than steel. Lin Yi had considered using fire, but he understood that the rules of this instance and the use water to deal with burning entities were completely different. He looked at the female ghost's face and could clearly feel that the malice had diminished, replaced by a hint of coldness. Yes, coldness. It was like the aloof temperament of the tall, unattainable flower at the beginning of a movie, or the proud Dora in the portrait in the art classroom. My name is Lin Yi. I am just a visitor passing through this school. I know a lot about you, although it's incomplete, and many key pieces of information are missing, but I want to help you. The female ghost in his line of sight stood still, motionless, with no response. For a moment, Lin Yi almost thought his guess was wrong. This female ghost could communicate. Fear attracts the female ghost, and it also affects her rationality. Could it be that he was also afraid of her? Is that why the ghost was still unresponsive? Or perhaps, she didn't want to communicate? Lin Yi rubbed his chin and suddenly noticed the problem. Sorry, I'm a bit far from you. 5 meters was definitely not a normal distance for communication. He walked up, stepping onto the corridor that had been covered with hair. I want to help you. He gazed at the female ghost's face, now only half a meter away, but her eyes were as calm as still water. No response? What now? It seemed his words lacked persuasion. You have used the persuasion skill, level 1, I really want to help you. Still no response. Alright. Let's do it this way then. You spent 1000 game points to upgrade your persuasion skill is now level 2. 45 seconds remaining until skill cooldown ends. I can retrieve your lost head. No response. Wait, there was a reaction. The female ghost blinked. That was a reaction. But that reaction wasn't enough, he hadn't convinced her yet. You spent 3000 game points to upgrade your persuasion skill is now level 3, the cooldown ended. I can help you get revenge. She stared at Lin Yi. In that moment, her reaction was obvious. He guessed correctly. The female ghost wanted revenge. And the target of her vengeance was also within this school building. Many things became clearer. I can help you. I can even find a way for you to personally get revenge. There is no falsehood or deception in my words. Still. Not enough? Rustling. The female ghost's long black hair swirled and floated in front of Lin Yi. Soon, it wove into a unique black bracelet with intricate patterns. It silently floated in midair, and under the light of the street lamp, it seemed to emit a faint, mysterious aura. Lin Yi reached out to pick it up, and the information about the black bracelet appeared in his mind. Name, girl's bracelet, category, eerie object, quality, ability, cannot be used, usage condition, background, from a high school girl named Apostrophe. Woven with her own long black hair, Note 1, wearing it will bring either a blessing or a curse. Note 2, if you break the agreement with her, the bracelet will transform into a cursed hair strand, binding you and consuming you to death. Note 3, if you fulfill the agreement, the bracelet will assist you. Special reminder, if you gain the recognition of the creator of this eerie object, the mental strain and eerie corruption caused by using this object will be greatly reduced. It turned out to be an eerie object. So this is how eerie objects are obtained. If the other eerie objects can only be acquired in a similar manner to the bracelet, their rarity is unimaginable. Ordinary people wouldn't dare face the female ghost directly like this. Even players from the eerie game cannot face the female ghost with a calm mind. His lack of fear towards the female ghost was based on his own strength. If it were someone else, there would be no chance at all. Lin Yi looked at the bracelet in his hand without hesitation and immediately put it on his left wrist. The next second, the bracelet tightened, adjusting to the perfect fit on his wrist. Can you trust me now? She still didn't respond, but the information her eyes conveyed answered Lin Yi's question. Now, may I enter? Lin Yi pointed at the president's office, but the female ghost seemed to have no intention of allowing him in. I suspect your head is inside the president's office. She remained silent, with no response. Here's what we'll do. You should now be able to control the bracelet. If you agree, let the bracelet tighten. If you disagree, do nothing. If you're unsure, just blink. How does that sound? The bracelet tightened. Communication was established. It was only a matter of time before clearing this instance. Chapter 88, She Deserved It. 10 minutes later, Lin Yi had asked many questions, but many of them did not receive clear answers. She had lost many of her memories and couldn't communicate properly. She didn't understand many of his questions. But, overall, they had established basic trust. The biggest threat from this eerie task no longer posed a danger to him. Finding your head, helping you get revenge, I already have some ideas. So, can you trust me and let me take the items inside? Lin Yi stared at her, and the two of them quietly held eye contact for 10 seconds. Rustling. The sound of hair moving. The black long hair entangled around the president's office door slowly retracted. After a minute, a complete door appeared in Lin Yi's line of sight. She agreed to let him enter. Thank you, now you go wait in the art classroom, and I'll take care of the rest. She glanced at Lin Yi and left, her figure quickly disappearing around the corner of the corridor. Lin Yi went downstairs to meet up with Ryowa Fujibayashi and the otaku. Lin-kun, is it done? Let's go to the president's office. Lin Yi led the way, and the three quickly arrived on the 4th floor. The female ghost's figure had already disappeared. Had she been eliminated? Or had she been successfully lured away? Either way, it proved Lin Yi's strength. Crack. The three of them re-entered the president's office. Lin-kun, I'll handle this side. I'll take care of this side. But no matter who searched, they couldn't find anything. Ryowa Fujibayashi looked at the ceiling, but there was still no sign of the head. Where could it be? This office doesn't seem to have a hidden compartment. Lin Yi also pondered. There was no head, but there were bones, as he had gathered from the information he received from her, and it was absolutely accurate. However, she didn't know exactly where they were, so searching was necessary. But they had already searched everywhere. The bookshelf had been moved, and the back was checked, but there was nothing. Lin Yi's fingers tapped on the desk, producing a crisp thud sound. Lin-kun, maybe it's hidden in a very concealed place. Many novels have that space-folding idea, or hidden spots that only appear after certain objects are placed. Ryowa Fujibayashi smiled and suggested a new theory. That is possible. But it didn't match the setup of this instance. If it were a hidden place revealed through solving a puzzle, related clues would have already appeared. Where else hadn't they checked? Lin Yi glanced around and realized they had already searched the entire president's office. It couldn't be that the bones had already been burned to ash and turned into something else, right? Lin Yi sighed and sat down. At that moment, the bracelet suddenly moved slightly. Lin Yi looked down, and his calm heart began to race. A surge of anger, hard to describe, was building up inside him. Lin-kun, don't get angry, we will find it. Ryowa Fujibayashi immediately hurried to comfort him. She knew how much pressure Lin Yi had been under in the eerie school building. After finally solving the female ghost issue, not finding the crucial head would be enough to break anyone's resolve. The otaku trembled. We've found it. Huh? Ryowa Fujibayashi gasped in shock. Right here. Lin Yi stood up and looked at the black leather chair. What? Shocked, Ryowa Fujibayashi stared wide-eyed, unable to suppress her gulp. Her voice trembled. This can't be where the head is, right? It's bones. Lin Yi closed his eyes and slowly exhaled, his rationality slowly bringing calm to the rage flooding his mind. If that's the case, her transforming into a vengeful spirit isn't impossible at all. Whoosh! Lin Yi grabbed the black leather of the chair with one hand and yanked hard. With a ripping sound, the chair revealed its true form. Inside the sponge, filled with latex, were human bones, quietly embedded in it. Cruel, terrifying, a chair embedded with human bones. Ryowa Fujibayashi almost screamed. As a nurse, she had seen corpses before, and even handled human bones, but making a chair out of human bones? This was the first time she had witnessed something so horrific. Who did such a cruel thing? The otaku was on the verge of losing control. So scary. This place is just too terrifying. I want to go home. Mom, where are you? After a long moment, the oppressive, deathly silence slowly began to lift. We'll go to the art classroom. When we get there, everything will end. Lin Yi picked up the chair and walked ahead. Ryowa Fujibayashi, watching Lin Yi's back, could only feel the suppressed anger radiating from him. She couldn't help but think that Lin-kun was truly gentle. He felt genuine sympathy and anger for the tragic fate of the female ghost. Following Lin Yi, Ryowa Fujibayashi spotted the female ghost in the distance, but Lin Yi didn't stop. He continued walking forward with steady steps. She took a deep breath, controlling the fear inside her, and followed close behind. If Lin-kun wasn't afraid, then neither was she. Lin-kun felt sympathy and anger, so did she. The fear inexplicably began to dissipate. Only the otaku trembled, his legs shaking, but he didn't turn to run. He gritted his teeth, steeling himself, and moved stiffly to keep up. The three of them passed by the female ghost, and nothing happened. The otaku breathed a sigh of relief and silently congratulated himself for making the right choice. He had bet correctly. Following Lin-kun was definitely the right call. Crack. The door to the art classroom opened, and the three of them entered one by one. But at that moment, only Kyozaki remained in the art classroom. Hey, where's your girlfriend? The otaku looked around but couldn't see the girl with yellow hair. Didn't she stay with you in the art classroom? What do you mean by she went with us? She left shortly after you all did. She came to me and said she was going to join you guys. You didn't abandon her and get her killed, did you? At that moment, Kyozaki sharp, scrutinizing gaze grew colder as he quickly walked up to Lin Yi, but upon sensing Lin Yi was difficult to deal with, he shifted and took 2 steps to stand in front of the otaku, acting as if he was going to grab the otaku's collar. Watch your actions. Lin Yi's calm voice stopped Kyozaki's hand in midair. Humphrey, Chiharu must have been killed because of you guys. You must have discarded her like a pawn. He snorted and turned away. Why are you bringing a chair into the art classroom? Weren't you supposed to be looking for bones? The bones are in the chair. Ryowa Fujibayashi explained. Lin-kun, according to the note, as long as we bring the bones to the art classroom, we can leave the building, right? Yes, the items are in the art classroom now, and after that, we can leave the building and this school. Finally, we can leave. The otaku was so overjoyed that he almost cried. Ryowa Fujibayashi also smiled, glad that they could finally leave and see her sister again. She hoped her sister wouldn't worry too much about her safety. And you? Are you coming with us? Lin Yi asked Kyozaki. I won't, thank you. Kyozaki coldly replied. The fact that Chiharu died because of you guys will never be erased, even if I follow you out of here. Suit yourself. Lin Yi said, turning to head toward the art classroom door, with Ryowa Fujibayashi and the otaku following suit. With a loud clang, the door to the art classroom slammed shut. Kyozaki? The otaku turned around, noticing Kyozaki hadn't come out with them. Click, click, click. He tried to open the door but found the doorknob wouldn't budge. It's locked. What's going on? Lin-kun, what is he? At that moment, the otaku realized Lin Yi was also missing, mysteriously vanished. Not far away, the female ghost was silently watching. The otaku was on the verge of tears. This is it. Meanwhile, in the art classroom, just beyond the door. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Kyozaki laughed loudly. Finally, it's in my hands. The bones of her body are finally in the art classroom. I can finally leave this building. I can finally escape the fate of being trapped here. Looking at the bones under the black leather, Kyozaki couldn't hide his excitement. He turned and walked towards the window of the art classroom, pulling back the curtain. He looked at the puppet, reached out, and removed the head from it. Now, with the complete corpse in my possession, I fear her no longer. Victory was his. The head was indeed inside the puppet's head. A great idea. Of course. Kyozaki froze as soon as he finished speaking. He slowly turned around and saw that the art classroom, which should have been empty, now had another figure inside. How did you get in here? You shouldn't be able to come in. He had clearly seen Lin Yi leave. Once the art classroom's door was locked from the inside, it should have been impossible to open unless using a key. Lin Yi had only 10 keys, and they should have all been used by now. So, how did this guy get in? You. Did you leave a spare key? But there was another problem. If the door had been opened with a key, he should have heard the sound of it opening. He tried to recall, but he hadn't heard any door opening sound. No, all 10 keys have been used. So, how did you get in? Guess, Akiyama. Teacher. At Lin Yi's calm response, Kyozaki suddenly realized something. His identity had been exposed. When did you suspect me? When I saw you in the art classroom, I already suspected you. You've been replaced, you're no longer Kyozaki. Reason? I'm confident I played the part close enough to him. You and I are strangers. The only one who was close to me was Chiharu, but she didn't notice anything wrong with me. How could a stranger like you notice my problem? Your attitude was a bit off, but... Lin Yi took out a piece of paper. You said you came to the art classroom alone and hid. Is there a problem? What's the problem? You said, the black-haired female ghost hasn't come here yet. How did you know her last name was Kirishima? Of course, it was written on the note. Akiyama replied. The note you got didn't mention Kirishima. And we never told you her last name. Silence. Endless silence. A small slip-up revealed his abnormality. Of course, there's more. 10 keys, 6 participants, and there are 15 classrooms in the entire building that are tightly closed. After the initial death of Zeno, the classroom door in Class 2A opened. After Chiharu Miyaga's death, the staff room, which should have been locked, also opened. With each death, a classroom door opens. This is actually a way to lower the difficulty of our search. Usually, The classrooms that open after a death have important clues. But that's not the main point. This rule shows that when only one of us remains alive, all the classroom doors in the building will open, and if you count the art classroom, all the doors, including the art classroom, will open and cannot be closed. But by that time, for those involved, it would have lost any meaning. Remember when I counted the keys and locked classrooms in the art classroom? 9 keys, 12 classrooms. Including the art classroom, that's 13 classrooms. The discrepancy is 4. There were 5 of us in the art classroom, and including you, that's 5. But if you're not human, it's just 4. I see now. He understood. Everything was clear. This guy was truly sharp. You're impressive. I'll admit that. As a reward for seeing through my identity, I'll let you leave here alive. You can take your woman with you. But Lin Yi remained so calm that Akiyama couldn't help but shiver. This guy doesn't want to leave? I'm in no hurry to leave. I have plenty of time now. What does this guy want to do? You. Aren't you worried about your girlfriend outside? She'll attack her. When she kills, she won't hold back at all. With your girlfriend's looks and figure, she'll definitely be tortured, disfigured, and dismembered, dying in pain and screams. Faintly, there was a hint of excitement in his words. She was killed by you, wasn't she? Her body's bones were made into a chair and sent to the principal's office, right in front of the school principal, Kirishima, her father. This was also the main reason why the principal committed suicide. That middle-aged man didn't die because of the school's terrifying events or the mutation, causing a mental breakdown. It was because he discovered the secret of the chair. You really are a piece of trash. A monster. Lin Yi immediately felt like a good person by comparison. He would never let this bastard die so easily. A simple death would actually be a reward for this scum. Akiyama, however, began to laugh loudly. Serves them right. The father and daughter deserved it. They had it coming. At that moment, he was filled with immense excitement. Until now, he still believed he had done nothing wrong. Chapter 89, Mission Complete, Human, Ghost, and Emotional Bond. Is it not enough to compare with a young girl being murdered, dismembered, her bones made into a chair, and sent to her father's office? Is that not excessive? But Lin Yi didn't speak, he waited instead. Do you know what that father and daughter did? The Akiyama possessing Kyozaki showed a cold smile. Even now, he was filled with resentment and anger. After I became the art teacher at the school, I worked diligently, doing my job well, fulfilling my duties as a teacher, and teaching art to the best of my ability. But 6 months after starting, rumors began to spread about me and Miyuki. A teacher-student romance. As expected, a teacher-student romance. This topic has always been a sensitive area. It might be more accepted in universities, but in high school, even in Japan, most people cannot accept a teacher-student romance. Me, in a relationship with Miyuki? Haha, what a joke. I admit she's beautiful. In the whole school, no girl is more beautiful than her. Of all the girls I've met in over 20 years, only a handful can be considered more beautiful than her. Thinking about her cold, graceful face, Akiyama couldn't help but admit that her frosty beauty, as the school's ice queen, deeply touched a man's soul. But I'm a teacher. I know my position and my role. I also have a beloved fiancé, and we've already set a marriage date. We're about to get married soon. How could I have a teacher-student romance with her? His eyes were filled with madness, memories of past joys and anger intertwined in his strong emotions, steadily rising. Lin Yi quietly observed, he had a guess about what would happen next. I thought ignoring the rumors would be enough. No one would believe such absurdities. But I misjudged people. The rumors only became more aggressive, circulating among the students, and even walking through the hallways, I could feel the sharp gazes and low whispers from students and colleagues. The suffocating feeling of being scrutinized. Even now, thinking back, Akiyama gritted his teeth, filled with anger. His hand tightly pressed against his chest. Even worse, during my class, a student directly confronted me. Do you understand that feeling? Do you know what it's like? Seeing that Lin Yi didn't answer, Akiyama actually laughed. That continued for days. I repeatedly told the students and teachers that it was all nonsense, that there was no truth to it, and asked them to stop gossiping. During that time, I thought she would step in. I thought these rumors had affected her to some extent. But she never spoke up. She continued to maintain her usual cold demeanor. Maybe, in her eyes, these rumors didn't matter. From what I think, since childhood, she probably has faced countless rumors and gossip. Beautiful girls are always the subject of gossip and scandal, she must be used to it. Unlike Akiyama, Miyuki completely ignored the gossip. She let the students talk, never caring, simply disregarding it. In terms of emotional resilience, Miyuki was on an entirely different level from Akiyama. My fiancé found out about it at some point. She questioned me, and I denied it. I said I didn't have a teacher-student relationship with Miyuki. At first, she believed me, but eventually, even she began to doubt me. The school publicly addressed the issue. The student council also started to guide the student body's opinions. The rumors began to die down, discussions among students decreased, and things began to return to normal. I thought it was all over, but do you want to know what happened next? Akiyama closed his eyes. He recalled that day. It was a rainy day when he was called to the principal's office. The school's principal, Kirishima Yuchi, her father, contacted me. He asked me to resign after the rumors died down. Resign? Why should I? Why should I resign when I did nothing wrong? Is it because the rumors are tied to me, affecting the school's reputation? Doesn't this also have something to do with his daughter? I'll resign if he can make his daughter drop out. If he can do that, I'll leave immediately. But Kirishima Yuchi knew that if I resigned then, the rumors would be confirmed, and the quiet rumors would start circulating again. So, he compromised and didn't make me resign. But then came all sorts of small problems. I don't know who's behind it. Maybe it's Kirishima Yuchi, maybe it's the principal's subordinates, or maybe someone else. But since I couldn't identify the culprit, I have to blame it on Kirishima Yuchi. Crack, crack, crack. Akiyama's fingers clenched tightly, making sharp, crisp sounds. I didn't do anything wrong. I just wanted to teach well, marry my fiancé, and live a happy family life. But even this small wish couldn't be fulfilled. It was all going to be taken away from me. Finally, even she left me. At this point, Akiyama let out a slow breath. Since that's the case, then let it explode. Let it be destroyed. Let everyone die. He spread his hands wide. I want to make Kirishima Yuchi understand the consequences of all this, to know how it feels to lose a beloved daughter. The daughter he's been longing for, always by his side. When Kirishima Yuchi learns the truth, he must be overjoyed, excited, right? The missing daughter was never really gone, always by his side, ha 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 ha. I've always been waiting for that moment, and after waiting so long, I finally saw it the moment when Kirishima Yuchi learned the truth. He resolutely jumped from a building and committed suicide, ha 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 ha. Akiyama was so excited he laughed aloud, his entire body trembling with laughter. In the end, he succeeded. He took revenge on the Kirishima father and daughter. His daughter died horribly, the father committed suicide, and the high school that spread the rumors, because of Miyuki Kirishima, became Miri and was eventually shut down. So, every entity that had caused him harm was destroyed. This is the backstory of this dungeon. It's all a tragedy. Whose fault? Everyone's, I suppose. But nothing to say? Akiyama asked, instead, about Lin Yi's thoughts. After knowing the truth, don't you have anything to say? You killed the wrong person. Akiyama? Who spread the rumors? Some students and teachers. Yes, some teachers were also involved. Who was discussing you in private and looking at you strangely? Some students and teachers. The same answer again. He couldn't think of anyone else. Akiyama vaguely started to grasp what Lin Yi was trying to say. Who wanted you to resign? Kirishima Yuchi. Who do you think is behind all of this? Kirishima Yuchi. From the beginning to the end of this incident, did Miyuki Kirishima play any part in it? No, she neither spread the rumors nor forced him to resign. But she didn't clarify things. She didn't care, so she didn't speak up. And in her eyes, the more you explain, the more it looks like you're trying to cover something up. Akiyama froze. It seemed to make sense now. Ever since he started explaining, the rumors only worsened. He swallowed. Being entangled by the rumors, he had lost his calm, which in turn led to even more public gossip and speculation. In her mind, all she needed to do was ignore it. Over time, the rumors would eventually fade away. I also. You didn't fully ignore it, did you? Akiyama fell silent. In the end, he was still affected by the rumors and became more and more concerned. When did it start affecting him? It must have been when his fiancé first brought it up and questioned him. You could have killed Kirishima Yuchi, you could have killed the students who spread the rumors, and even if you killed them all, I wouldn't say a word about you killing the wrong person. But Miyuki Kirishima. You killed the wrong person. She was innocent. Akiyama fell into dead silence. He wanted to argue, to prove that he hadn't killed the wrong person. But. It seemed like he really had taken revenge on the wrong person. Her father. Yeah, you killed the girl I loved, so it's no problem for me to kill your fiancé, right? A rhetorical question silenced Akiyama once again. He really had made a mistake, hadn't he? The atmosphere in the art classroom was suffocatingly oppressive. Where is Chiharu Miyata? I strangled her to death. Why? Because of betrayal to her lover. It's such a pity she died. If she had been as steadfast as Otaku in choosing to follow him, she wouldn't have ended up being killed. People always find reasons to kill. At this point, any words of condemnation would be meaningless. I'll give you two choices, Lin Yi said to Akiyama. First, come with me. As for what will happen to you, she will decide, but I think she will make you experience the pain you inflicted on her 1,000 times over. Even in death, despite her coldness and lack of emotional fluctuation towards the outside world, her form wandering eerily in the school building showed that she harbored emotions like hatred. She was definitely seeking revenge. What's the second choice? I'll knock you down, drag you out, and let her handle you. Akiyama laughed. Just you? Just me. Ah. Suddenly, Akiyama lunged forward, his face twisting into a pale, terrifying expression. Thud. But he quickly found himself receiving several heavy punches, his body flying sideways from the force. He had no idea how Lin Yi did it. With your current state, you can't deal with me. Perhaps Akiyama's strange condition made him unable to effectively handle Lin Yi, but now that Akiyama was possessing Kyozaki's body, his punches became effective. Do you think that by taking me to see her, you'll be spared? Do you think you'll successfully leave here alive? That's not your concern, Lin Yi said, his gaze steady. A few seconds passed before he slowly spoke again. You don't seem willing to admit it. After all, you're still afraid of dying, afraid of her revenge. Even knowing you were wrong, you won't admit it or accept it, and you certainly won't say the word apology. In some ways, there's not much difference between humans and ghosts. Lin Yi took a step forward, his footsteps echoing in Akiyama's heart. I can go with you, but you won't get the result you want. Akiyama slowly propped himself up with one hand and made his way towards the door of the art classroom, opening it and walking outside. The moment he stepped outside, he felt the cold, bone-chilling killing intent coming from the left side of the hallway. Lin Yi also stepped out of the classroom and casually closed the door behind him. Lin-kun. Ryowa Fujibayashi, standing on the right side of the hallway, spoke as soon as he saw Lin Yi. Don't come any closer. You two stay right there. He gestured for Akiyama and Otaku to stay where they were. Lin Yi spoke to Akiyama. Go. Akiyama moved, and the two of them walked 3 meters closer to Miyuki Kirishima. I see now. Akiyama suddenly understood. No wonder you weren't dealt with. You never felt fear. At this point, Miyuki Kirishima showed no sign of change, and this made Akiyama realize Lin Yi's situation. Only someone who doesn't feel fear could avoid being harmed by Miyuki Kirishima. Otherwise, Lin Yi would have been killed by Miyuki Kirishima long ago. Say whatever you want, Lin Yi said coldly. You didn't feel fear, so you weren't harmed by her, and I'm the same. She died at my hands, and I can still remember her screams before she died. Being what I am now, I can't feel fear because of her anymore, and she can't hurt me. Akiyama chuckled. She and I are stuck here, neither of us able to defeat the other. I can't leave this school building, while she guards the president's office, dealing with visitors who are fearful and have wandered in. You think that by walking out of the art classroom and entering her domain, she can take revenge on me, returning the pain she suffered in life 100-fold. That's impossible. This is reality. He was the killer, and maybe when he was human, he would have feared the eerie Miyuki Kirishima. But now, even though he was weak as a ghost, he had no fear in front of Miyuki Kirishima. Apologize, Lin Yi said. I told you already. But Akiyama's words were coldly cut off by Lin Yi. I want you to apologize. And in return, I guarantee you will experience Miyuki Kirishima's revenge and taste the bloody, cruel pain. Akiyama froze. Taste fear? Feel the revenge from Miyuki Kirishima? Ha ha, that's impossible. This can't be happening. If I don't do it, you can go back to the art classroom, take the complete skeleton, and leave here. I won't stop you. Lin Yi made a direct promise, which made Akiyama very happy. If Lin Yi really wanted to stop him, he wouldn't be able to leave. This guy was so strange that Akiyama had no idea how to deal with him. Alright. He immediately agreed. Akiyama looked at Miyuki Kirishima. Compared to his memories of her, the figure in front of him was now utterly grotesque, bloody, horrifying, and hideously ugly to the extreme. This was the result he had once desired. The ice-cold beauty had lost her unparalleled appearance, but now, there was a slight sense of regret. Miyuki, although I really don't want to accept this, I have indeed done something wrong. He made me realize that I took my revenge on the wrong person. I could kill your father, Kirishima Yuchi, or kill every student in the school who spread and promoted rumors. But you are innocent. Yet, I killed you, the one I should never have killed. I took my revenge on the wrong person. I'm sorry. Truly sorry. He deeply bowed. I don't expect you to forgive me. If you can take revenge on me, I would accept it willingly. Please, feel free to come at me. Perhaps this was just an act, but there was a trace of sincerity in it. Miyuki Kirishima quietly watched, showing no sign of movement. Akiyama straightened up and looked at Lin Yi. Reality is like this. She won't change because of my apology. He knew what Lin Yi was hoping for, that his apology would bring Miyuki Kirishima peace. But that was impossible. The only way to bring her peace was for her to personally take revenge on him. Beyond that, he couldn't think of any other way. But how could she take revenge on him? He wasn't afraid of Miyuki Kirishima. How could she ever exact revenge on him? Alright, according to our agreement, don't stop me from leaving the school. Akiyama urged. Wait. Lin Yi called out, stopping Akiyama. She's reacting. He raised his left hand, showing the bracelet on his wrist. It told me that she's reacting. Akiyama furrowed his brows. It must be the bracelet made from Miyuki Kirishima's hair. Oh. And then? Are you ready to taste the flavor of fear? Huh? Akiyama was confused. He saw Lin Yi take 2 steps back, creating more space. Then Lin Yi covered his forehead with his right hand. The next second, as he moved his hand away, Akiyama saw a glass bead, like a gem, on Lin Yi's forehead. What was that? He wondered, but deep down, an ominous feeling began to rise. Could it be? Ryo, turn around and cover your ears. Oh. Ryo Fujibayashi obediently turned around and immediately covered his ears, not hesitating for a second. At this moment, Akiyama felt an increasing sense of unease and even a faint hint of fear. This wasn't fear of Miyuki Kirishima, it was fear of Lin Yi. What was that thing? What was he trying to do? Fall into the fantasy of fear. Taste the flavor of something called fear. Ding. The black gem emitted an eerie black glow. Akiyama instinctively tried to escape, but it was too late. His eyes quickly became unfocused, and the next second, he screamed. Don't come near me. Don't come near me. Stop bothering me. Help. Let me go. It's all your fault, and your father's fault. You deserve it. Don't come after me. Akiyama collapsed to his knees, screaming and flailing his hands wildly, seemingly trying to escape and avoid it. His eyes bulged further, blood vessels spreading, as the pitch-black, despairing fear slowly ate away at his heart. Lin Yi, on the other hand, turned to Miyuki Kirishima. In that moment, the calm Miyuki Kirishima's long black hair began to swirl through the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The next moment, countless strands of hair, like a tidal wave, surged toward Akiyama, wrapping around him. Each strand slowly pierced into him. His screams grew even more intense. It was unclear whether it was the fear-induced hallucinations or the physical body taking the blows, or perhaps these strands of hair were inflicting severe damage on his eerie soul. Drip. Drip. Blood slowly trickled down, and a faint metallic scent began to spread. The howling and screaming never ceased. Otaka was stunned in fear, and even though Ryo Fujibayashi covered his ears, he could still hear the penetrating, heart-wrenching screams. Ryo hesitated, curious but too scared to look. In the end, she just stood there, covering her ears and closing her eyes. The night deepened, and the evening wind blew, becoming increasingly cold. Lin Yi observed from the side, his own heart unconsciously trembling. He had seen killings before, but this was the first time he had witnessed someone being tortured like this. And this wasn't even typical torture. But this guy deserved it. He brought it upon himself. He was just tasting the pain he once inflicted on a girl. Lin Yi didn't interfere or speak, he simply watched quietly, waiting. The resentment and anger accumulated over countless years were finally being vented. He believed that Miyuki Kirishima would cherish this opportunity. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones breaking echoed. The screams, howls, and pleas for mercy alternated without end. Finally, with one last sharp cracking sound, everything ceased. The blood-stained black hair slowly withdrew. All that remained was a limp, vaguely human-shaped mass of flesh. At this sight, Lin Yi couldn't help but think that Kyozaki, even after death, had suffered along with Akiyama one more time. I'll go retrieve your bones and skull. Lin Yi returned to the art classroom and placed the doll's head on a chair before walking out with it in his arms. She quietly looked at him, giving a slight gesture, before heading toward the staircase. Ryo, come with me. It will be over soon. Ryo Fujibayashi and Otaka followed Lin Yi as they arrived at the second-year Class J classroom. Miyuki Kirishima made her way to her spot. Due to the lack of verbal communication, Lin Yi had to rely on guesswork. He thought for a moment before asking, "Do you want me to help you restore it?" He pointed to the chair. The bracelet moved slightly. "I understand." He looked at the other two. "Ryo, Honda, please help move the desks. We need some space." "Got it." The two quickly moved the desks, while Lin Yi carefully tore open the black leather chair and began extracting the bones one by one. But how should he arrange them? Lin Yi had no experience with this. He looked at Miyuki Kirishima. How should I place this? Her black hair pointed to a spot. Okay. Lin-kun, let me help too. I'm a nurse, I know how to arrange them. Alright. With Ryowa Fujibayashi's help, the cleanup and arrangement went quickly. After about 10 minutes, with their combined effort, a complete skeleton was assembled. Done. After Lin Yi and Ryowa Fujibayashi stood up and stepped aside, Miyuki Kirishima's hair quickly wrapped around the assembled skeleton. After a few seconds, it completely vanished, as if it had never been there. I've kept my promise to you. Lin Yi smiled. At the time, facing the curse of the bracelet, to be honest, he wasn't entirely confident, but considering the girl's tragic experience and the allure of the eerie object, Lin Yi chose to accept it. One could take a gamble when the chance of success is 50%, and in this case, he was 80% sure. Miyuki Kirishima slowly walked up to Lin Yi. Her face, once bloodied and twisted in agony, slowly started to recover with each step. Her cold, unparalleled beauty emerged, her eyes as pure and proud as snowflakes, her figure gracefully slender. She looked even more stunning in person than in videos or photos, unforgettable. No wonder the rumors at that time never stopped. It wasn't just a student-teacher love scandal, it was also an attempt by some to destroy Miyuki Kirishima. But unfortunately for them, Miyuki Kirishima was unmoved. In fact, she had long seen through all of it, so she chose to ignore it. But, in the end, another person had fallen. The tragedy was inevitable. Thank you. Her voice was calm like water, and the tone was as melodious as a nightingale's song. She spoke. Lin Yi was stunned, because Miyuki Kirishima had never spoken before, so he subconsciously thought that she was unable to speak. The skeleton is complete, I can speak now. Due to the loss of her head, she had been unable to enter the art classroom, and as a result, she lost her ability to communicate verbally. Only a faint sense of reason and thought remained. Is there anything else I can help with? Lin Yi locked eyes with Miyuki Kirishima. I originally thought I would have to help you bury the skeleton, to give you peace. But now, it seems that it's not necessary. She shook her head slightly. No need. Then, what about other things? Before I leave, I'll do my best to help with anything I can. I will too. Ryowa Fujibayashi spoke nervously, although she didn't know the details of the girl's past, she wanted to help. And otaku didn't need to be mentioned. But judging from the current image of the ice-cold beauty, he was absolutely willing, even if it meant becoming a devoted follower. Miyuki Kirishima didn't pay attention to Ryowa Fujibayashi or otaku. Her eyes at this moment reflected Lin Yi's face. No matter what, we're friends now, right? Lin Yi raised his left hand, indicating the bracelet made from Miyuki Kirishima's long black hair on his wrist. Can I stay? Her cold voice echoed. Class F fell into silence. Even Lin Yi seemed briefly stunned, as if his mind had short-circuited. Stay here? Ryowa Fujibayashi thought of something, her gaze moving back and forth, unable to suppress the shock inside. Otaku was envious. No wonder Lin Yi could deal with the weirdness so easily. He was so freaking jealous. He wanted to do the same. But thinking back to how Lin Yi had acted from start to finish, Otaku felt he couldn't possibly do it. He wasn't brave enough, and there was no way he could handle it. He was scared. He would definitely be terrified. After a while, Lin Yi snapped out of it. He vaguely understood what the girl meant, and she even showed some affection toward him. He felt like, for the first time, everything he did was worth it. It wasn't just about completing the task, it was about helping the person he wanted to help in the process. Do you want me to stay here? Lin Yi asked directly, like a straightforward guy. Ryowa Fujibayashi didn't know how to react. You can't just ask a girl so directly. She would be embarrassed. Facing the gazes of the three people in the room, Miyuki Kirishima averted her eyes, thinking for a while before answering. Yes. Her voice was as calm as water, but it carried a unique, pinkish shyness only a girl could have. She really answered. Ryowa Fujibayashi stared at Lin Yi, nervous about what decision he would make. He probably wouldn't agree, right? If he agreed, she and Lin Yi would be worlds apart. But, looking at Miyuki Kirishima's stunning, cold face, Ryowa Fujibayashi felt Lin Yi might actually agree. In that moment, Ryowa Fujibayashi's heart raced uncontrollably. Lin Yi's gaze reflected Miyuki Kirishima's beautiful face, her black hair lightly swaying. After thinking for 10 seconds, he gave his answer. Sorry, Miyuki-san, I can't accept your request. I'm not from here. I need to go back. The classroom suddenly became cold, sending a shiver through everyone. The temperature dropped sharply. Otaku was shaking. Lin-kun. Couldn't you have said that more gently? What if she gets angry and forces you to stay? If she keeps you here, you'll definitely enjoy it, but we won't be able to leave. That would be terrible. He almost wanted to cry. If I have a chance to come back, I'll visit you. I hope you won't dislike me then. After a while, Miyuki Kirishima closed her eyes and pulled her gaze away. When she opened them again, her eyes were only deep and calm. I'll see you off from the school. She led the way, leaving Lin Yi with her lone figure. Lin Yi followed behind, Ryowa Fujibayashi closely following his steps, while Otaku lagged a few steps behind, keeping some distance. In the dim and mysterious atmosphere, with Miyuki Kirishima leading the way, the path toward the school gate gradually opened. Soon, the school gate appeared. The large characters Kyoto Private Elite High School were clearly visible, surrounded by weeds and dust, silently narrating its decay. Goodbye, Miyuki Kirishima. Lin Yi waved and stepped back slowly. However, just as he was about to step out of the gate, Miyuki Kirishima quickly ran over, grabbing his wrist and pulling him into an embrace. The next moment, she bent down and kissed Lin Yi on the lips. Ryowa Fujibayashi gasped in shock, feeling both excited and inexplicably unhappy. Her emotions were complicated. Lin Yi was stunned. His first kiss was gone. Miyuki-san. Before he could finish, a force pushed him forward, and he was suddenly shoved out of the school gate. In his ear, he vaguely heard a voice. Suddenly weightless, he began falling rapidly. When he regained consciousness and opened his eyes again, Lin Yi found himself standing in the hallway outside a movie theater. A few people walked past him, seemingly having just finished watching a movie. He was back to reality. The task was complete. But Lin Yi instinctively touched his lips with his right hand's index finger. The soft sensation lingered, a little cold, but like jelly, it made him long for it. He didn't expect his first kiss in this life and the last to be taken in this way. Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh. But it wasn't bad. He didn't hate it. If I had stayed, I might have ended up with a beautiful black-haired girl as my girlfriend, huh? Though it was weird, she was beautiful. But, was she truly real, or just an existence in the task world? As Lin Yi pondered, what exactly did she say at the end? Chapter 90, end of this volume. Suicide kidnapping? Juggling three lovers? Lin-kun. From behind, there came Ryowa Fujibayashi's weak voice. She had just returned, her mind still a little fuzzy, but the corridor was completely different from the dark, gloomy style of the teaching building, which immediately made her realize something. We're back? Just like at the private elite high school, Ryowa Fujibayashi immediately searched for Lin Yi and hurried over to his side. She felt safe next to Lin Yi. Yes, we're back, Ryowa-san. You can rest easy now, there won't be anything scary anymore. That's great, it's finally over. Ryowa Fujibayashi wiped her forehead and sighed with relief, her long tense nerves finally relaxing. Although by the end, she had realized that the eerie Miyuki Kirishima wouldn't harm them, she had still been afraid in those dangerous situations, worried that something new and terrifying might appear. But fortunately, no new oddities had emerged until the very end. Thank you. I owe it all to you. If it weren't for you, I don't think I would have made it out alive. Ryowa Fujibayashi was well aware of her own limitations. If she had to go through that again, her only possible outcome would have been death. Don't sell yourself short, Ryowa-san. You're one of the few girls I've met who actually has the courage and guts. No, not at all. I was really scared. Ryowa Fujibayashi felt embarrassed by what he said, her face turning red. I'm actually quite timid. I have trouble even talking to strangers. When I was in middle school and high school, I never dared to talk to boys. Should I take that to mean Ryowa-san has never had a boyfriend? She averted her gaze, her slender fingers subconsciously fiddling with the corner of her clothes. No. I haven't. Do you have someone you like? Although Lin Yi had already received an answer from Ryowa Fujibayashi earlier, he still couldn't help but ask Ryowa Fujibayashi himself. Ryowa Fujibayashi's face turned even redder. Do you like someone? She couldn't help but steal a glance at Lin Yi. Lin-kun. Suddenly, an excited voice came from a distance. Woo, that's great, we're back, thank you so much, Lin-kun. The excited otaku hurriedly ran toward Lin Yi, but as he approached, he noticed the red blush on Ryowa Fujibayashi's face and realized something. Did I interrupt something between Lin-kun and Ryowa-san? Honda-san, please don't say that. Lin-kun and I are just friends. Ryowa Fujibayashi hurriedly waved her hands, quickly denying it, afraid of being misunderstood. Sorry. I was just joking. Otaku laughed awkwardly. After realizing that as soon as he returned, he immediately tried calling his friend, Zano, but the call wouldn't connect. He understood Zano was really dead in that world. He didn't want to die. He wanted to live. This world was so beautiful, and he didn't want his life to end just yet. And this was all because of his decisive choice to hold on to Lin Yi's leg. That was why he was alive. If that blonde-haired girl, Chiharu, had been more resolute, she would have made it back too. Keep it a secret. Don't tell others about your experiences, especially people close to you. Lin Yi said seriously. The more you say, the more people will know, and it will make it easier for them to encounter strange occurrences and face life-threatening dangers. These words immediately made Ryowa Fujibayashi abandon the thought of telling her sister about the terrifying experiences in the school building. She absolutely didn't want her sister to go to such a dangerous place. The same went for Otaku. He had been thinking of boasting a little, but now he realized that staying silent was the best choice. Also, for your own safety, if this kind of thing leaks out, it might fall into the ears of people with bad intentions. Got it, got it. Otaku nodded vigorously. Lin Yi raised his hand. What? Your ID. Lin-kun, what do you need it for? If any mysterious department or force comes looking for me, it's definitely because you leaked it. No, 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 Lin Yi, you're my lifesaver. How could I betray you? I swear to God, I will never betray you. But Otaku still honestly searched through his things, took out his student ID, and handed it to Lin Yi. Sigh, to be honest, I think it's a bit of a shame for you, Lin-kun. Miyuki-san is so beautiful. If you had chosen to stay, life there would have been really happy, right? He gave Lin Yi a man-to-man look. I could send you to that world. No, 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 no need, no need. Otaku shook his head vigorously, waving his hands. He didn't know if Lin Yi really could send him back to that world, but he definitely didn't want to go again. He was too scared, too weak. If he went again, he'd really break down. Lin-kun has Ryo-san, why would you need Miyuki? Ryo-san is better than Miyuki. She's beautiful and gentle. A girl like her is the perfect girlfriend, the perfect wife. There's no one else like her, haha. He gave a smile that seemed like he was trying to please. He was safe now, but getting on Lin Yi's good side was definitely the right thing to do. Just in case, if one day he found himself dragged into another dangerous, strange event, and Lin Yi was there, he'd just need to cling to Lin Yi's leg again. Honda-san, I've already said it. Lin-kun and I are just friends. We really don't have any romantic relationship. I'm sorry. Otaku apologized again, and his eyes suddenly brightened with an idea. Lin-kun, I don't have anything to give you as a thank you gift for saving my life, but I could introduce you to the most beautiful girl at our school. She's just as beautiful as Miyuki-san, a black-haired beauty. If you're interested, I'll do my best to persuade her. Men like beautiful girls, after all. Since Ryowa Fujibayashi and Lin Yi weren't in any romantic relationship, saying this shouldn't be a problem, right? Otaku had already thrown caution to the wind. Ryowa Fujibayashi, upon hearing this, fell silent, her gaze subconsciously falling on Lin Yi's side profile, her heartbeat slightly accelerating. Who? Don't tell me you mean Yukino Shida. A university student from Chiba. The first person Lin Yi thought of was Yukino Shida, who was attending Chiba University. Ah. Who? Yukino Shida. Wait, that's Chiba's famous family. I don't have those kinds of connections. I didn't attend college in Chiba. Otaku pointed to his student ID. I'm a second-year student at Renshin University. One of the second-year girls in the literature department is really pretty, and we guys have privately decided she's the school beauty of Renshin University. If you think she's okay, I'll get in touch with her once I'm back at school. A not-so-well-known university, but Lin Yi had a strange feeling like he had heard of it before. At this moment, Ryowa Fujibayashi silently prayed that Lin Yi wouldn't agree. He absolutely shouldn't agree. Her name? If I remember correctly, it should be Chizuru Ikino's. Chizuru Ikino's? No. It should be Chizuru Ikino's. Lin Yi suddenly remembered. Wasn't this the female protagonist from Rent a Girlfriend? Life really is full of surprises. Here comes another one. Lin-kun, look. Okay, I leave it to you. Lin Yi immediately agreed. What was there to refuse? Even if Otaku failed, he wouldn't suffer any loss. However, Lin Yi remembered that in the original story, Chizuru Ikino's had pigtails and big glasses in college, dressing herself up as a plain, rural girl who didn't attract much attention from the opposite sex. Could it be that in this world, even Chizuru Ikino's life had changed? Alright, leave it to me. Otaku patted his chest, signaling that he had it covered. This was an opportunity to build a better relationship with Lin Yi, and he would definitely make the most of it. But how should he approach this? He was feeling a little troubled, not sure where to start. Ryowa Fujibayashi, on the other hand, wasn't happy. Although she kept smiling, the smile lacked authenticity, giving the impression she was forcing it. At that moment, a commotion was heard outside. There's been an incident. Someone is trying to jump off the building outside the mall. What's going on? Is it a breakup? Curiosity led many people to follow the crowd outside. We should go check it out. When they reached the mall, looking up, they saw a man and a woman. As soon as Lin Yi saw their faces, his eyes narrowed. Ryowa Fujibayashi also recognized them. Lin-kun, they are. She had just tugged at her sleeve when a sudden scream pierced the air. They jumped. Thud, thud. Two heavy, dull thuds echoed as the bodies hit the ground. Lin Yi pushed through the crowd and approached the blood-soaked bodies. He used time stop to confirm the identities of the two. Kyozaki Kazekage and Shiharu Miyata. They had died in the Erie school building, and now they had ended their lives in the same way in reality by committing suicide. Was this really a suicide? No, Lin Yi didn't believe it. He turned to Otaku and said, "Contact your friend immediately." I already tried, but I couldn't get through." Otaku's face was pale, and his hand that was holding the phone trembled uncontrollably. "Keep trying." Lin Yi wanted to confirm whether this was a coincidence or something inevitable. If he stopped the suicide, would it save them? And at what cost? Who would bear that cost? He wanted to figure this out. Still no luck. "I've tried contacting his father." 3 minutes later, Otaku shook his head. "Lin-kun, I still can't reach him. If you find him, or confirm his situation, message me." "Okay." But before he left, Otaku couldn't help but ask, "Lin-kun, what if we die there too? What will happen to us?" "I understand." He bowed deeply to Lin Yi as a sign of gratitude before leaving. Ryowa Fujibayashi, having witnessed the two suicides, was deeply shaken. If she were to die, she too would likely end her life in the same way. Her sister would surely be heartbroken seeing her body. The sunlight, with its commanding presence, blew through her purple short hair, but Ryowa Fujibayashi's heart was ice cold. "Fujibayashi! Fujibayashi!" She snapped back to her senses after hearing her name called a few times. Sorry. She quickly lowered her head and apologized. "Treat me to some dessert." Are you really not willing to treat your lifesaver to dessert? Or do I need to treat Miss Ryo to dessert instead? No, I'm willing. I'm very willing. Let's go right now, Lin-kun, you can have whatever you want, just order whatever. Flustered, Ryowa Fujibayashi grabbed Lin Yi's hand and led him outside. Outside, the sound of sirens echoed, woo woo woo. At the coffee shop, Lin Yi and Ryowa Fujibayashi sat across from each other. They were seated by the window, with a bit of sunlight shining through. The warmth on their skin was comforting, and for Ryowa Fujibayashi, who had just experienced the eerie school building late at night, the sunlight brought her more peace of mind. "Here are 2 lattes, a strawberry millfill, and a matcha cake. Please confirm your order." The waitress quickly bowed and left. Still worried about the suicides from earlier? Actually, Lin Yi could understand her concern. His mindset was calm, not afraid of the strange occurrences, because he had his time-stop ability as a trump card. He had confidence, but Ryowa Fujibayashi was different. She was just an ordinary girl, at most possessing some medical skills. If she were alone in a strange world, her chances of survival would be slim. A little. Then, even more so. We're friends now, right? No need to hide anything from me. Ryowa Fujibayashi thought for a moment and then pushed her phone toward Lin Yi. I messaged my sister, but she hasn't replied yet. Could it be that she? It's not possible. Lin Yi pointed to the message Ryowa Fujibayashi had received from Kyowa Fujibayashi. If she had been involved, Miss Kyowa Fujibayashi wouldn't have had the chance to reply to you. They had spent about an hour and a half in the theater, which was roughly the length of a movie. Of course, they'd stayed over 6 hours in the Erie school building. The same thing happened with the Route 18 bus when he was in the strange copy world. Time flowed differently than in reality. So, don't worry. She's probably just busy and can't respond right away. With Lin Yi's reassurance, Ryowa Fujibayashi felt calmer. She took a sip of coffee, and the bitterness and sweetness spread across her tongue. Then she used her spoon to pick up a small piece of the red and white strawberry cream cake and put it into her mouth. The delicate and smooth texture quickly spread, filling her heart with joy and relaxation. Sweet foods always make people feel happier. Lin-kun, you should eat too. Okay. 10 minutes later, Ryowa Fujibayashi went to the restroom, and Lin Yi waited outside alone. Bored, he walked around a bit to stretch his legs. At 3:30 p.m. in Chiba, the sky was a clear blue, and the gentle breeze made Lin Yi feel even better. That's him. Suddenly, a frustrated female voice rang out. Officer Murakami, it's him. He kidnapped my sister. Hurry up and arrest him. Lin Yi turned around and saw an angry purple-haired girl, with a police officer in uniform standing beside her. A silence spread, and passers-by began to stare. Kidnapper? Someone just committed suicide, and now there's a kidnapper. Chiba is not peaceful lately. This man looks pretty proper, how could he be a kidnapper? But that girl doesn't seem like she's joking. If she has such a beautiful sister, it's not hard to understand that her sister could have been kidnapped. The bystanders were discussing among themselves. Murakami stepped forward. He had came to the Chiba Mall to handle the suicide case of a couple that had occurred 15 minutes ago, but then this girl named Kyowa Fujibayashi approached him, saying that she had discovered the kidnapper of her twin sister. The girl also claimed that the kidnapper was nearby, so he had no choice but to come and investigate. Hello, I'm Officer Murakami from the Chiba police station. Miss Kyo suspects you of kidnapping her sister. Please cooperate with my questioning. Officer Murakami asked. This is a misunderstanding. I did not kidnap Miss Ryowa Fujibayashi. It's impossible. You and my sister both disappeared together in the movie theater, and no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't contact her. If you didn't deceive her and kidnap her, why haven't I been able to reach her until now? Kyowa Fujibayashi glared at Lin Yi, her aura intense, and she even looked like she might rush at him. Her sister was the most important person to her, a treasure she would never allow anyone to touch. For her sister, she could abandon everything. You can check your phone's messages. Kyowa Fujibayashi took out her phone, only to realize it had powered off. It's out of battery, it's off. Tell me, where's my sister? She disappeared with you, you must know where she is. Don't lie and tell me she's already gone home. Lin Yi could still understand the concern for her sister. But being accused of kidnapping, well, that felt just a bit special. She's right behind you. If you turn around, you'll see her. Huh? Sis. Ryowa Fujibayashi, who had taken a short walk outside the coffee shop, quickly walked toward them and then saw her sister, Kyowa Fujibayashi, talking to Lin Yi. Sis, thank goodness. I thought something happened to you. Ryowa Fujibayashi rushed into her sister's arms, tightly hugging her. Feeling the warmth of her sister's body and the familiar, pleasant scent, her heart melted. Ryo? But why was it her who was worried? She should have been the one worrying about Ryo's safety. Ryo, where did you go earlier? Why did you suddenly disappear and not answer your phone? Ryowa Fujibayashi didn't have a good excuse ready, and now, being questioned by her sister, she was at a loss. She could only look at Lin Yi for help. We must have gone into the wrong cinema hall. The signal was bad there, so I couldn't get your messages. We were wondering why you hadn't shown up yet, Miss Kyo. Well, you could have come out and looked for me. Kyowa Fujibayashi instinctively didn't believe her. She couldn't accept this explanation. She had a feeling something had happened between Lin Yi and her sister. Sis, I fell asleep. The movie was a bit boring. Ryowa Fujibayashi explained in a low voice. Hearing this explanation, Kyowa Fujibayashi recalled the beginning of the movie. It really had been boring, and Ryo almost fell asleep too. But when her sister didn't show up, she started to worry and left the cinema to look for Ryo and Lin Yi. She even called the police. Fine. She huffed, deciding to properly question her sister once they got home. There were too many people around, especially with Lin Yi present. Her sister would never tell the truth in front of him, but once they got home, as an older sister, she would make her talk. Miss Kyo, since your sister is safe and this was just a misunderstanding, I'll leave now. Officer Murakami sighed, but since it was just a misunderstanding, it was a good thing. No one was hurt, no one was in danger. Sorry, Officer Murakami, I'm really sorry. Kyowa Fujibayashi kept apologizing. Next time you go out, please be careful. Miss Fujibayashi, you should keep in touch with your sister so she doesn't worry about you. You've caused some trouble. It's okay. Officer Murakami reassured her. You too, since the three of you are out together, don't separate. The one left alone is bound to overthink things and misunderstand. He smiled and turned to head back to the suicide scene of the couple, leaving a helpless Lin Yi and a slightly embarrassed Ryowa Fujibayashi behind. If I find out you've bullied my sister, you can rest assured, I won't kill you. Kyowa Fujibayashi said calmly, though her words were about killing. Sis, Lin-kun hasn't bullied me. Don't threaten him like that. It's not good. Calling him so familiarly, looks like something happened between you two in the hours I wasn't around. Kyowa Fujibayashi scrutinized both her sister and Lin Yi, her gaze flicking back and forth. Lin Yi stood still, showing no reaction. Kyowa Fujibayashi couldn't spot anything, but Ryowa Fujibayashi, being an open book, couldn't hide her nervousness. Under her sister's scrutinizing gaze, she immediately revealed a guilty expression. Hey! She stared at Lin Yi. Speak. If you tell me, I might consider letting you go. There's nothing going on. Ryo? Sis, really, there's nothing going on. Kyowa Fujibayashi realized that getting them to admit anything would be difficult. She was about to press further, but hearing whispers from the nearby bystanders, she decided to abandon that idea. I heard it's a love triangle. The man was dating the sister, but the sister found out and tried to stop it. No, it's the sister and the man are a couple, but the man wasn't honest and secretly met with the younger sister, and the older sister caught them. Though this sister is ruthless. She went straight to the police and called him a kidnapper. Deserved it, having such a beautiful girlfriend and still not being honest. If it were me, I'd pamper her and take care of her every day. Twin sisters, huh? I'd love that too. Who was this guy even in a relationship with? How could my sister and I possibly be involved in a love triangle with him? We're leaving. We can't stay here any longer. Kyowa Fujibayashi pulled Ryowa Fujibayashi towards the nearest mall entrance. Lin Yi noticed that Ryowa Fujibayashi seemed to want to say something but stopped herself, so he followed the two sisters. Kyowa Fujibayashi deliberately walked quickly, as if trying to shake off Lin Yi, but in the end, she didn't manage to. Ryo, let's go back. How about we have dinner before we go back? Ryowa Fujibayashi cautiously suggested to her sister. That's fine. Lin-kun, come have dinner with us. My sister already agreed. Kyowa Fujibayashi? She had just been about to say, just the two of us sisters. Ryo, what's going on with you? What exactly happened between you and him? Could it be, in just 2 hours, that you've already fallen for him? No, Miss Kyo seems to not welcome me, so I'll go back now since you don't have anything else to do, Miss Ryo. I really do welcome you. Really? Let's have dinner together, I'll treat you, a beautiful girl treating you to dinner, you can't refuse, can you? Kyowa Fujibayashi changed her mind. She wanted to use this dinner to observe her sister. If her sister was really falling for him, as the older sister, she would have to find a way to help her sister get out of this situation. This guy isn't right, definitely a heartbreaker. He's probably got flirtations with other girls besides Ren-nanes too. If Ryowa falls for Lin Yi, it'll just be trouble for herself. Ryowa Fujibayashi's face was full of expectation. Lin Yi agreed. After wandering around the mall's food court, they finally chose a Chinese restaurant. Coincidentally, it was the same restaurant that Lin Yi had lunch at with Ren-nanes earlier that day. To add to the coincidence, the waiter even seated the three of them at the same table. Lin Yi sat at a seat on the outer side of the hallway, while the two sisters sat on a sofa seat by the wall. Kyowa Fujibayashi handed the menu to Lin Yi, but he passed it to Ryowa Fujibayashi instead. Miss Ryo, you can order. I don't have any dietary restrictions. Then I'll order. Ryowa Fujibayashi placed her order. Mapo tofu. Another coincidence. But the other 4 dishes were different: braised potatoes with beef brisket, stir-fried green beans, smashed cucumber, and roasted duck with sauce. The waiter, who was bringing the dishes, looked at Lin Yi a few times, feeling that he looked familiar. Wasn't he the guy who came for lunch earlier with a very beautiful girl with chestnut-colored long hair? Now he's here with twin sisters for dinner? This guy is playing with 3 boats at once. He couldn't help but marvel at the difference between people. He wanted to pursue a girl but had no chance at all, while this guy was dating 3 beautiful girls, 2 of whom were even twin sisters. So enviable. It's killing me. The fragrant food now didn't even seem appetizing anymore. After the dishes were served, the 3 of them began eating. Lin-kun, try this, it tastes really good. Kyowa Fujibayashi watched as her sister proactively picked food for Lin Yi, completely forgetting about her own older sister. If there wasn't something going on between them, she'd never believe it. Lin Yi gently kicked Ryowa Fujibayashi's calf, reminding her to be mindful of her actions. Although he knew it was too late, thinking back to how Kyowa Fujibayashi had never believed them from the start, he felt somewhat relieved. Whatever. What was there to be afraid of? He and Ryowa Fujibayashi were still innocent, nothing had happened. If Kyowa Fujibayashi didn't believe him, there was nothing he could do about it. He couldn't go on assuring her over and over, could he? Lin Yi didn't want to go through that troublesome and exhausting process. Ryowa Fujibayashi realized her behavior wasn't appropriate and, embarrassed, lowered her head and continued eating on her own. Humphrey. Kyowa Fujibayashi scoffed. The dinner lasted for over half an hour. Since they had eaten relatively early, it wasn't even 6 o'clock when they finished. At this time, Lin Yi decided to send the girls home before heading back. Ryowa Fujibayashi said it wasn't necessary, but Kyowa Fujibayashi replied, "Thank you, Lin-kun." Ryowa Fujibayashi had no choice but to accept. They took the train to the nearest station. After getting off, the 3 of them walked side by side toward the house rented by the Fujibayashi sisters. Unlike the sunny afternoon, the evening breeze blew, and the streetlights illuminated the concrete streets. Ryowa Fujibayashi couldn't help but occasionally recall the strange scenes at the school building. Tap, tap. The sound of their footsteps echoed in the quiet night street. At this hour, There weren't many pedestrians, and only the occasional cyclist passed by. Gradually, Kyowa Fujibayashi felt something was wrong. She noticed that her sister, who should have been walking beside her, was now walking closer to Lin Yi. She deliberately slowed her pace, silently watching. And in the end, she saw her sister directly hold Lin Yi's wrist. The two of them were walking closely together in the distance. At that moment, Kyowa Fujibayashi felt an indescribable sense of loneliness rush toward her, overwhelming her. Her sister was so naive just 2 hours and she had already fallen for this guy. If she gave her another night, she would probably end up giving him more than just her heart. What kind of sweet talk and strategies did this guy use to win her sister's favor? 10 minutes later, they arrived at their destination. Get some rest, I'll head back now. Lin-kun. Kyowa Fujibayashi hesitated and called out to Lin Yi. Get some good rest. A good sleep will solve everything. Suddenly, Kyowa Fujibayashi had a thought, and her expression changed slightly. Could it be that Kyowa wants Lin Yi to stay over at their house tonight? No way, no way. Has her sister fallen asleep already? Lin Yi, do you know how Miss Nanace is doing now? Has her situation improved at the hospital? Kyowa Fujibayashi interrupted her sister's thoughts with the question. I'll message her later to check. Let me know when you hear something. The two sisters had already exchanged contact details with Lin Yi. Okay. Lin Yi turned and left. His figure soon disappeared into the distance. As soon as they got home, Kyowa Fujibayashi didn't ask anything right away. Instead, she reminded her sister that it was time to wash up. After washing up, Kyowa Fujibayashi tidied up the room. She had decided to sleep in the same room with her sister tonight. But just as she was about to head to her sister's room, she heard a knock on her door. Ryo? Sis, can we sleep together tonight? At that moment, Kyowa Fujibayashi was wearing a pink nightgown and holding a soft pillow. Of course. The two sisters had not slept together for a long time. Soon, Kyowa Fujibayashi was embraced. Ryo? Sis, can I sleep holding you tonight? Please. Feeling that her sister was in an unusual state, Kyowa Fujibayashi agreed. Okay, but can you tell me what exactly happened between you and Lin Yi? Nothing happened. I don't know you're lying, do I? Kyowa Fujibayashi turned over to face her sister, looking into her eyes. Ryo, I'm your older sister. You should trust me. I would never hurt you. I'll always protect you. She gently touched her sister's cheek, her words sincere. Kyowa Fujibayashi knew that her sister cared for her deeply. Ever since they were little, her sister had always protected her. Especially in high school, whenever any guy tried to get close to her, her sister would chase them away. Although the method her sister used wasn't ideal, it was clear that she truly cared for and loved her. But this matter really couldn't be told to her sister. Absolutely not. Sis, there's really nothing going on. Ryo, if you don't believe me, I'll be really sad. Sis, please stop asking, I can't tell you, I really can't. This made Kyowa Fujibayashi's mood suddenly become heavy. It seemed that the situation was more serious than she had thought. Let me ask you one thing, did Lin Yi bully you? No. Kyowa Fujibayashi immediately answered. Lin-kun didn't bully me, he even protected me. So, sis, please don't be hostile to Lin-kun. He really is a good person. Kyowa Fujibayashi pursed her lips, thinking and rethinking. She felt her sister wasn't lying. It seemed that when they were at the cinema, her sister had been harassed by someone, and Lin Yi had protected her. But what was it that couldn't be said? Kyowa Fujibayashi couldn't understand. Since her sister didn't want to talk now, she decided not to press her any further. She would take it step by step, gradually. They were sisters, and her sister would eventually tell her. Afterward, Lin Yi returned to his apartment, washed up, and comfortably lay down on the bed. A week is almost over. Time flies. It had already been nearly a week since he arrived in this alternate world. Now, it was time to confirm the rewards from this quest. Week 2, X-Ray Vision Chapter 91, A New Week, New Superpowers. Lin Yi reflected on his first week in the two-dimensional world, which had been less than 7 days. He had certainly kept himself busy throughout the week. From the initial Koi no Kokoro Love Hotel to burning oddities. The 18 routes bus. And today's private elite high school teaching building. There had been 4 strange events in just 1 week. That's less than 2 days per event, which was certainly a high frequency. Although I don't know how often other game players encounter strange events, I can say this frequency is definitely not low. After his brief reflection, Lin Yi focused on his character panel. There was new information in the email section. You have successfully survived and returned to reality. The regular task in reality has been completed. Reward 1, 2,250 game points. Blessing points split is in effect. Reward 2, 200 experience points. Reward 3, 2 white quality items. Due to your successful exploration of the background story behind the Kyoto Private Elite High School Strange event, achieving 95% completion, and successfully helping Miyuki Kirishima get revenge, you have earned her gratitude. You have obtained the strange item movie ticket Kyoto Private Elite High School. Lin Yi clicked on confirm. And soon a black and red movie ticket appeared in his hand. Under the yellow light of the desk lamp, the words Kyoto Private Elite High School in bright red stood out smoothly and naturally. The teaching building, hazy in the background, seemed to merge with the dark colors, while faintly, he could see a girl staring at the ticket as if she was telling him something. Was this the contaminated item? The movie ticket? At first, Lin Yi thought he would return to the cinema and search for the contaminated item there. However, when he came back to reality, he found himself in the hallway, and the entrance to Cinema 4 had disappeared completely. This made Lin Yi abandon the idea of searching for the contaminated item. But unexpectedly, the item he was looking for arrived via email. That actually saved him some effort. Let's see what this movie ticket can do. Soon, the details of the movie ticket appeared in front of Lin Yi's vision. Name, movie ticket Kyoto Private Elite High School. Category, strange item. Quality, white. Ability, each week, it will automatically generate an additional movie ticket Kyoto Private Elite High School. Using this additional ticket, you can enter the inner world and appear within the range of Kyoto Private Elite High School. Each ticket lasts for 1 hour. After the time is up, you will return. Usage conditions, none. Usage method, hold the movie ticket and silently say enter Kyoto Private Elite High School. Note 1, please ensure safety when entering the inner world. Note 2, every time you enter the inner world, it is both a risk and a reward. Please handle it carefully and bear the consequences of your choices and decisions. Special reminder, it is an entrance ticket to the inner world, a rare and expensive item that many players would pay a fortune for. White quality is the lowest rank for strange items, but its functionality was quite powerful. And the final reminder highlighted its value. Some strange items, although of low quality, are extremely rare. Lin Yi pondered over the movie ticket's details. The key isn't just that I can go to the elite high school but that I can keep appearing in elite high school and explore the world outside the campus. Inner world. Could it be that the Koi no Kokoro Love Hotel and the 18 routes bus were actually occurring in this world called the inner world? They aren't independent, self-contained instances that don't interact with each other. Lin Yi's curiosity was piqued. That world was mysterious, unknown, filled with fantasy and anomalies. Lin Yi was eager to explore it, to discover more. As soon as I get my first additional movie ticket, I'll go check it out. He definitely planned to go, even if he didn't explore the world outside the campus. He wanted to visit Miyuki Kirishima at the elite high school. After all, she's the girl who stole my first kiss, and I promised her I'd visit if I ever got the chance. Lin Yi touched his lips, faintly recalling the softness that lingered there. Now that he had realized the existence of the inner world, he was even more determined to find the Koi no Kokoro Love Hotel. If I can go to the Koi no Kokoro Love Hotel, I can also meet Suzune Horikita again. He hadn't forgotten his promise to Suzune Horikita. As long as he had the chance, he would fulfill his promise, save her, and help her escape the life that felt like a prison. There's still a lot to do, one step at a time. Lin Yi stretched lazily, adjusted himself into a comfortable position, and then opened a mail for the random white-quality items. Congratulations, you've received 150,000 yen, quality, white. Congratulations, you've received a beginner's disguise identity card X1, quality, white. Lin Yi immediately checked the details of the identity card. Name, beginner's disguise identity card. Category, one-time use item. Quality, white. Ability, after using this identity card, you will acquire a designated identity for 1 minute. The card will disappear after use. Usage conditions, none. Usage method, hold the card and silently say new designated identity. Note 1, you could easily become the president of the Atlantic Federation if you wish. Note 2, some players have tried to use it for certain inappropriate activities. Hopefully, you won't do the same. Lin Yi read in silence. If you don't want me to use it for inappropriate activities, don't keep hinting at it. This is clearly trying to tempt me into using it for that. 1 minute, what could I do in a minute? You're underestimating me. Do I really need to use this card for those things? Besides, using this card for that purpose would be a waste. Players who would use this identity card for such things are either desperate or have too many of them. However, even though it was a white quality item, Lin Yi felt that this disguise identity card was far more valuable than any other white quality item he had received so far. 150,000 yen? You can't even buy this card for 1.5 million yen. This card was clearly meant to be used in the strange game or the exploration of the inner world. Lin Yi placed the card and movie ticket together. At that moment, he suddenly noticed the wristband on his left hand, The strange item made from Miyuki Kirishima's black hair. Information. Soon, the details of the wristband appeared in Lin Yi's vision. Name, girl's wristband. Category, strange item. Quality, blue. Usage conditions, the user's mental power must be at least 20. Background, from a high school beauty named Miyuki Kirishima. The wristband is made from her own black hair. Ability 1, after wearing it, charm +1, mental power +1, ability 2, hair rope. It can transform into a rope, strong and durable, with high quality. One use lasts for 30 minutes, cool down time 24 hours. This ability is essential for home rest, romantic encounters, traveling, rock climbing, or even for kidnapping and murder. Lin Yi couldn't help but twitch his lips upon reading this. Ability 3, cross-dimensional summon. You will be able to summon Miyuki Kirishima to appear beside you. Duration, 5 minutes. Cool down, 24 hours. Note 1, she may not respond to your call. Note 2, please use ability 3 with caution. When you call her, her actions are controlled by her own will, and she will not obey your commands simply because you're the summoner.